Who is this person in front of me? Is it the crazy, weird and bizarre ugly master? Or the calm, careful and thoughtful Afu? Or is it just a pitiful container that exists only to accommodate those S-level abnormal creatures? Before I could recall the past, I was escorted from the mental hospital to the gate of a desolate orphanage by a group of fully armed guards. "We are finally here. We need to get started." A thin old man came over and said, "Hello everyone, you can call me Mr. Zoe. The fact that you are standing here means that you are either a death row inmate or some other kind of scum. As for what it is specifically, I don't care. Now, you only have two choices. Follow my instructions and be reborn after the success. Otherwise, you will be executed immediately." After saying that, he pointed at the guard next to him with his chin. The guard understood what he meant and fired a shot, causing dust to fly. Except for a thin man with glasses who shuddered in fear, no one else seemed to react. Mr. Zoe seemed very satisfied with this and continued. "Next, everyone will wear headphones and enter the building in front of you. All you have to do is tell me what you see through the headset." He paused, then added, "To prevent us from doing anything stupid inside the building, a microbomb has been embedded in the headset." The four of us were freed, including a tattooed, burly man, smiling middle-aged man, thin, short man with glasses, and me, a madman whose mouth seemed to be cut open. This combination of four people seemed particularly strange, but in order to survive, they decided to follow Mr. Zoe's orders and walked into the orphanage together. The orphanage was filled with an atmosphere of desolation and decay, and the surrounding recreational facilities had long since faded to grayish-white. Not long after I came in, I heard Mr. Zoe's urging voice through the headset. "Please speed up and do not block the camera after entering the building. Keep each other in sight and don't do anything extra." As I was thinking about this, I walked to the seesaw beside me and started playing on it. Everyone else was stunned. About 5 seconds later, Mr. Zoe's roar suddenly came from the headset. "What are you doing, you lunatic?" I frowned, obviously shaken by the sound. Then I left the seesaw and picked up a bunch of weeds beside my feet and put them in front of my eyes. As he looked at it, he said, "The sponge under the seats on both sides is rotted. The dust on top is very uneven, left over from multiple washes of rain. The brackets are all rusty, the backrest is extremely dirty, and no one has sat on this seesaw for at least half a year." After a moment of silence, Mr. Zoe's voice came again. "Nonsense. This broken seesaw looks like it hasn't been touched for a long time. Do I have to sit on it and swing a few times?" I grimaced at the sound in my headphones, then dropped the weeds in my hand and continued to talk to myself. "This seesaw has been moved." Mr. Zoe's voice did not sound again, and the other three people in the group also frowned, obviously waiting for my explanation. I continued. "The rust on the axle has fallen off, and it moves without any effort. The grass on both sides of the seesaw grows about the same. If it stays on one side for a long time, there will be a small area where the grass won't grow without enough sunlight. Although I myself don't know why I analyze these things, the information is like imprinted in my mind." After hearing my explanation, everyone fell into deep thought. Finally, Mr. Zoe's voice broke the silence. "Forget it, just go in quickly. If you discover something in the future, you don't need to explain too much, just report the results directly. We don't have much time." We continued walking and pushed open the door of the orphanage. As you might expect, it was very dark inside, with a small sign in the middle that read Sunshine Orphanage. There are 2 upward staircases on both sides of the sign, and 2 corridors on both sides of the hall. "Use mine first," the sturdy man said as he turned on the flashlight in his hand. Obviously, he didn't want to take this opportunity to test who among us would make the wasteful behavior of turning on multiple flashlights at the same time. Mr. Zoe's voice came from the headset again. "Please go directly to the 2nd floor." Everyone realized that there was a problem, but now they could only do what he said. Then the 4 of us carefully walked to the corridor on the left side of the 2nd floor. Most of the wall paint here has fallen off, and the 4 rooms on one side should be classrooms. The muscular man walking in front was about to push open the first door, but he seemed to suddenly think of something and stop what he was doing. "Do you want to take a look first?" He hesitated for a moment, looked at me, and said, "It seems that my reasoning just now has gained his initial approval." "No, I've seen it." I was stunned for a moment and shook my head. "You can call me Muscle Man." The muscular man frowned, said no more, and then pushed open the door of the room. The classroom is not big, and the desks and chairs are placed in a crooked manner. It seems that after school one day, the students here never came back. The man with glasses casually pressed the switch on the wall, and sure enough, the light did not come on. At this time, Mr. Zoe's voice came again. "Everyone, please turn on your flashlights, each in a direction, and describe what you see. I responded lazily, turned on the flashlight, and walked up to the podium. Judging from the height of the tables and chairs, the students should be around 6 or 7 years old. The chalk scratches on the blackboard are very shallow, probably because it is not used very often. There was no graffiti on the walls, and they were kept quite clean. I pointed the flashlight at the podium and found that the dust was not too thick, indicating that no one had touched it for more than half a year. But the strange thing is that there are signs of being touched on it, which means someone has been here about 3 or 4 days ago. Has anyone been here? The man with glasses asked in surprise. Before I could answer, Mr. Zhou's voice came from the headset again. Please do not discuss this issue. Return to your seats and continue to describe what you saw. The 4 of us were not stupid, and we knew that we were not the first people to enter this orphanage. So what happened to those people? Were they released after completing their mission? Although my mind is full of fantasies, the reality is probably not so beautiful. The other 3 also quickly described what they saw, which was nothing more than tables, chairs, benches, and dust. The only thing worth noting is that, apart from the dust, the walls and educational facilities are well maintained, which is rare in most preschool orphanages. Okay, now everyone please go to the next classroom. Following Mr. Zhou's instructions, the 4 of us obediently walked to the next classroom. During this process, the muscular man quietly walked up to me, bumped into me lightly accidentally, and then stuffed a small stick-like object into my hand. I looked down and saw it was a pencil. Just found this? Not bad. I thought as I put the pencil into my trouser pocket very naturally. The second classroom was similar to the previous one. There were still traces of footprints on the ground, and it was obvious that the same group of people had also been here a few days ago. We were asked again to describe what we saw, but this time I only said a few words, and the other 3 didn't notice anything special. Mr. Zhou didn't say much and asked us to go directly to the third classroom. I thought to myself that the work done by the previous group of people should be similar to ours, so they should have a pretty good grasp of the situation here. So the question is, why do we have to do this repetitive work? If you just want to understand the environment here, why not get a device like a drone and attach a camera to it to take pictures? Does this mean that this work can only be done by humans, and by people like us who don't care if we die? Staying here is definitely life-threatening. It could be a monster or a ghost. But if those people outside could easily blow up this building, why didn't they just blow up here? My mind kept thinking and connecting everything I saw. I spoke some purposeful descriptions into the headphones, trying to get some information out of Mr. Zhou's words. Finally, I didn't forget to think about my face, which seemed really ugly. Just like that, before we knew it, we had arrived at the 4th classroom. During this process, I noticed that the previous group of people came during the day because the curtains of the 3rd classroom were shown to be drawn. Moreover, I found that the man with glasses could always find some messy things, but he was deliberately hiding them and not saying them out. Mr. Zhou seems to have not slept for 3 or 4 days. He is very anxious. What is he anxious about? I looked out the window with some confusion. The sun was about to set. Could it be that something would happen after dark? Just then, the muscular man walked past me casually and handed me a note. There were 4 words written on it. Drag it until dark. Sure enough, there would be changes after dark, and he seemed to know a lot about it. As I thought about this, I walked into the 4th classroom. However, this classroom is different from the previous 3 and is obviously larger. The tables and chairs are not individual small desks, but long tables that can seat 4 or 5 people. This should be the place used for meetings or notifications in the orphanage. What was most worrying was that the floor was littered with candles, the curtains were torn down and thrown on the ground, and the long table in the last row was also pushed over. When we saw this scene in the conference room, Mr. Zhou's voice immediately rang out. Please turn on the flashlights and do not block the camera. This time his voice became serious, without the previous sleepiness. The muscular man observed for a moment and said, "There are a lot of candles, and the table is covered with wax." I was stunned after hearing this, and glanced at the muscular man indifferently, as if I understood something. Mr. Zhou continued to order, "Describe in detail what you saw." It seems that the last group of people did not come here. After some observation and description, everyone guessed that one day half a year ago, many people gathered here and lit candles all over the room. What are they doing? Is this some kind of ritual? Afterwards, there was a violent struggle, and the desks in the last row were knocked over violently, and the screws stuck in the cement were bent. Just as everyone was analyzing what had happened in this classroom half a year ago, a child's laughter rang out in the corridor. The sound was very soft, but it was particularly creepy in this environment. Lu Yi shuddered all over and screamed. Xiao Renliang, who had been silent all this time, was also obviously frightened. At the same time, the muscular man rushed out and shone the flashlight around. The corridor was empty and there was nothing. No one's here, I interrupted, casually poking my head out to look around the room. Lu Yi had just recovered from the shock and started shouting. I knew this place must be haunted. I shouldn't have signed that damn contract. It's just a cybercrime. There is definitely a chance to appeal. He was emotional, showing regret and anger. But I noticed that while he was roaring hysterically, he was very covertly stuffing something into his pocket. At this moment, Mr. Zhou's scolding voice came from the headset. Be quiet. Pay attention to my emotions. But Lu Yi didn't listen to him at all and continued to shout loudly. Quiet? You let us die? You lied to us? What happened here? Mr. Zhou did not answer but said coldly, I'll give you 5 seconds to calm down. At the same time, a bright red light began to flash on Lu Yi's headset, and a beeping sound was heard. Lu Yi was stunned for a moment, looking a little at a loss. I'm sorry, I was a little nervous just now. Please turn this off first, he said tremblingly. I understand you, but like I said at the beginning, you must listen to me and do what I say. Don't ask questions that you shouldn't ask. Got it? Mr. Zhou said sternly, but his voice seemed a little unclear. There was a moment of silence. I looked at Lu Yi, who was still a little panicked, jokingly, and secretly evaluated in my heart. He's pretending very well. After all, he's a death row inmate, so it seems like he's not a simple person. I suddenly found it very interesting and unconsciously grinned into a disgusting smile. Now please go directly to the 3rd floor, Mr. Zhou continued. There was a small pause in the middle of the sentence, and at first he didn't seem to be going to the 3rd floor. I instantly realized that something was going to happen. Please speed up. Mr. Zhou began to urge anxiously again. At this moment, I noticed the look in the muscular man's eyes, and it was obvious that he also realized something. I thought to myself, I'm the one who has to do this kind of delaying work. So, I stared with dead eyes and suddenly started laughing crazily. Without warning, I burst into laughter with a hoarse voice. The sound was uglier than scratching a blackboard. It echoed in the corridor, even more creepy than the child's laughter just now. What are you doing, you lunatic? Mr. Zhou's angry voice came from the headset. The laughter stopped abruptly, and then I said seriously, I need to poop. Mr. Zhou's voice was filled with helplessness. What? It's urgent. It's already hitting my sphincter. It's sore and swollen. I can't hold on any longer. Oh my God! I spoke rapidly, and at the end I made a few oh sounds very vividly, as if something would come out in the next second. Mr. Zhou was a little confused for a moment. When he heard those oh-ohs, he subconsciously said, Mimi, go quickly. Just when they thought that was the end, I suddenly said, there is no paper. The last bit of Mr. Zhou's rationality was shattered, and he had no idea what to do. The organization he belongs to is mysterious and powerful. He has witnessed countless brutal and evil scenes and can blow a person's head into pieces without blinking an eye. But he never had anyone poop their pants, especially without paper. There was a moment of silence, as if time had stood still. I don't care how you solve it. I'll give you 30 seconds to deal with my problem, or I'll blow your brains out. Mr. Zhou roared, his voice full of the anger of a man whose mind was polluted. Then I can only use my hands and then rub it against the wall. I muttered to myself like a child who had done something wrong. Go! Mr. Zhou shouted. He was really angry, but at the same time the sound in the headphones was even less clear than before. I looked out the window at the gradually darkening night and wondered, will the signal be cut off after dark? As I was thinking about it, a tiny hissing sound came from the earphones, and then Mr. Zhou's angry breathing disappeared. I don't know why, but it seems that the signal is really cut off. I was slightly startled and started yelling, It's coming out, it's stuck in my pants, it's hot. There's no sound in the headphones, it seems the signal is really cut off. As I thought about it, I looked at the camera on my collar and saw that the start light was off. At the same time, Mr. Zhou, outside the orphanage, angrily pulled off the microphone he was wearing and shouted, What's going on? The signal should last at least half an hour. The staff member nearby replied nervously, I'm sorry, the signal has indeed been cut off. There is something wrong with the thing inside. Mr. Zhou looked at the gloomy orphanage in front of him and muttered to himself, Is he isolating his nest so early? Is he afraid? At this time, the muscular man also realized the situation and immediately said, The signal inside this building has been disconnected from the outside, but don't take off your headphones to prevent the explosive device from inducing pressure. To prove it, He gently crushed the camera on his collar. I smiled happily and asked, "What did they say?" The muscular man nodded. "I didn't expect them to choose me. Maybe I acted too much, and they saw that I'm hard to control." We exchanged a few strange words, and Zhao Renliang looked at the camera in his hand thoughtfully, and it was obvious that he understood the meaning of our conversation. Louis looked confused and shouted, "What are you two talking about?" I chuckled, looked at him and said, "I'll continue pretending." I knew from the beginning that one of the four must be a good student chosen to supervise the other three. I stared at Louis, and he seemed a little at a loss. I continued, "When I saw the staff member bring the headphones, I knew that these people would not allow the four of us to enter the orphanage with only headphones. Just like there are always a few people who tell tales under the head teacher, so among the four of us, there must be one who is selected as a good student." Louis looked confused. "What do you want?" I didn't say much. I just stretched out my hand and made a gesture of asking for something, like a child asking his parents for money. Louis sighed helplessly and took out a black military headset from his pocket. There is a very long protrusion on the military headset, which is used to connect to the explosion-proof helmet. Zhao Renliang and the muscular man both frowned when they saw this thing. They understood what this military headset represented, but I still maintained my posture of asking for something, unwavering. Louis asked angrily, "I've given you everything. What else do you want?" I still didn't put my hand down, but just continued to stare at him with dead eyes. Louis seemed even more helpless, and finally took out a small pair of slippers from the inside of his shirt. The other two frowned again, partly because it was a bit strange that the slippers appeared in the classroom, but more because they were surprised how Louis could hide so many things. However, my gestures remained unchanged, and Zhao Renliang could not help but ask, "Is there anything else?" Louis had a look of giving up on his face, and in front of everyone's astonished gazes, he took out a diary from somewhere. I took the diary, opened it, and began to read. The diary recorded some strange events that happened in the orphanage. On December 15th, Li Lei's feet were rotten. He cried and apologized, but teacher Sun did not seem to want to forgive him and said that he had to continue standing barefoot in the snow tomorrow. Although he broke the mirror, it was not intentional, and I cannot question the teacher's punishment. On December 22nd, we have told Xiao Ming many times not to stand in front of the window after turning off the lights, and he will be punished if he is caught. But he always stood at the window, as if looking at the seesaw in the playground. On January 4th, Miko was called to the dean's office again. When she came back, her face was red and the buttons of her clothes were torn off, but she was given a note of absence. This is her third leave note, which means she can make 3 mistakes without being punished. I also want to be called. On January 10th, oh my God, the seesaw moved by itself, and no one touched it. I know it was Xiao Ming who did it. Should I tell the teachers? On January 17th, the teachers were very angry. They locked Xiao Ming in the detention room and called him a devil. But I felt that they seemed to be very scared. On January 25th, Xiao Ming came out, and the principal died. Will teacher Zhao be the next one? On January 27th, he hurt Han Mimi's eyes. He once said that he would not hurt us. On January 30th, Xiao Ming became more and more irritable. He always tried to find ways to escape from here. Fortunately, we knew what he was afraid of. The diary ended here. The four of us all showed expressions of sudden enlightenment. Obviously, this was a very dark orphanage. A child named Xiao Ming suddenly gained some kind of power, and then began to fight back, gradually moving towards revenge. Supernatural powers? The muscular man frowned and said, "Does this kind of thing really exist? Then what are those people outside doing?" Zhao Renliang replied with a serious expression. "From this diary, the worst outcome is that Xiao Ming really possesses some kind of terrible power. Those people outside may be here to deal with these things." The muscular man nodded. "My group occasionally comes into contact with some special people, so I have heard that there is such an organization in the world that specializes in dealing with special incidents similar to Xiao Ming's. Now it seems that those people outside are most likely members of this organization, and we are being used as guinea pigs in the experiment." Louis nodded after hearing this. "I have hacked into some important databases and found many strange cases that could not be solved." At the end, it was marked with words like "handled by relevant personnel," and then the case was closed. At the time, I also speculated whether there might be some supernatural things in organizations that specialize in dealing with these events, but I didn't expect that they really exist. The three of them looked at me at the same time. Obviously, they thought that although this crazy guy seemed unreliable, he might be able to come up with some ideas in this situation. However, As soon as they turned their heads, they saw me chewing the candle, savoring it, and then swallowing it. The corners of their eyes twitched involuntarily, and the muscular man couldn't help but ask, "What are you doing?" I ignored them and continued to pick at the dust on the ground, as if looking for something. "I say, what are you doing?" Xiao Rinliang finally couldn't help but ask. I said thoughtfully, "Xiao Ming is afraid of the light." The three of them reacted immediately. They knew that Xiao Ming was afraid of the light. They also knew that those students gathered in this conference room to avoid Xiao Ming pulled down the curtains to spend the day and lit candles at night. "But why are you chewing candles, and what the hell is flapping ashes?" "So what are you doing?" Louis asked again carefully, fearing that I would give another mentally polluting answer. I fiddled with it for a long time, and finally stopped what I was doing, crouched down, put my hands in my pockets, and began to speak thoughtfully. "From the level of wax, these children have been here for at least 3 or 4 nights. It is not clear why they did not escape from the orphanage, but one thing is very suspicious. One night, these children lit candles and were fine, but suddenly they rushed out of the room in panic and never came back." After hearing this, the three of them frowned. "Isn't he afraid of the light?" Xiao Runliang asked doubtfully. "That's what I was thinking just now, so I took a closer look. These candles are obviously ordinary, without any special burning substances mixed in, and the smell is nothing special. So, Xiaoming should be afraid of light, but at that time he found a way to avoid being afraid of light." I explained. "That means the flashlight is still useful?" Lu Yi interjected at the right time. "That's how it looks like for now." I nodded. "Also, there's a little blood stain on the ground. It's a large area but very shallow. It must have been left there when someone fell on the ground and wiped it off immediately." I continued. "What does this prove?" Zhao Rinliang asked. I shook my head. "It doesn't prove anything, but I think we should look around first. Wouldn't it be better to wait until daybreak here?" "You heard it just now. That laughter must be Xiao Ming's. He is outside." I added. The muscular man immediately rejected Lu Yi's suggestion. "No, so many candles can't stop him. It's more dangerous to stay still." Zhao Rinliang also nodded in agreement. So, the four of us walked out of the conference room together. At this time, half an hour had passed since the signal was interrupted. The entire building was dark. The muscular man walked in front with a flashlight, and the three of us followed behind him and soon arrived at the other side of the corridor. There are 4 classrooms here, just like the structure in the corridor opposite. We checked the first 3 classrooms one by one and found that they were no different from the previous classrooms. There seemed to be nothing special about them. However, when we arrived at the 4th classroom, the moment the muscular man pushed open the door, his body trembled noticeably. Then he stepped back and slammed the door shut. Everyone was startled and quickly leaned against the wall, their eyes widened in horror. After about a minute, nothing happened. Zhao Rinliang asked quietly, "What's wrong?" The muscular man took a long time to catch his breath and said in a trembling voice, "There is someone inside." Everyone looked horrified again, and then felt something was wrong. If there really were living people or ghosts inside, why was there no sound at all? I fearlessly took the flashlight from the muscular man, tiptoed to the door, and listened, but there was really no sound at all. Then I kicked the door open, pointed the flashlight into the classroom, and shouted, "This tree is mine. This road is mine." Before I could finish my words, I was shocked by the scene in front of me. The other 3 curiously poked their heads into the room and shivered with fear. This classroom is no different from other classrooms. Even the tables, chairs, and benches are neatly arranged, and there is not so much dust on the floor. The only difference is that this place is full of people, or rather, full of people. They remain in the same posture as in class, as stiff as mummies. There was a female teacher standing on the podium, holding a textbook in her hand, but they were obviously dead bodies, with withered skin and shriveled eyeballs, like mummies. In this weird orphanage, I suddenly saw such a scene. The muscular man didn't even scream. He was able to swiftly dodge back and lean against the wall, and did not forget to close the door. It was really impressive. The other 3 also walked into the classroom tremblingly, their hearts filled with fear, while I ran around everywhere like a kid in an amusement park. "Why do I feel like he's in high spirits?" Louis swallowed and said softly. Zhao Renliang couldn't help but nodded. At this time, I had walked around the entire classroom and came to the podium. The others immediately made way for me. I put my fingers into the female teacher's eye sockets. Everyone held their breath, and their nerves were tense, as if they were ready to deal with any emergency at any time. Finally, I nodded with satisfaction, walked down the podium, and everyone breathed a sigh of relief. The muscular man asked, "Did you find anything?" I put my hands on my hips and nodded. These bodies should be the students of this orphanage. All the body fluids have been drained and they've been lying here for more than half a year. It should be that Xiao Ming, out of some obsession, wanted to recreate a scene where everyone was still in class. As I said that, I walked to the female teacher again and continued, "This person is not a teacher here." Everyone was stunned, and then immediately understood. The woman from the previous group? I nodded. Although her body fluids have been completely drained, and she has become a mummy, judging from her hair, she has been dead for no more than a week. He couldn't help but feel creepy. Vampire? But doesn't it mean there are no wounds? I shook my head. He's not a vampire. His power lies in that he can not only suck blood, but also suck all body fluids. Even the cells are sucked out. It may be sucked out through the pores. He twisted his body, looking very uncomfortable. Why aren't we dead yet? I smiled, with a hint of weirdness in my tone. I don't know, but I want to try. Stay away from me. As I said that, I turned on my flashlight, shone it on my face from bottom to top, and revealed a sinister smile. The three of them suddenly felt a chill and shivered involuntarily. Then I suddenly turned around the female teacher happily, as if I was looking for something. Yi asked in confusion, "What is he going to do?" Zhao Renliang also said in confusion, "I don't know, but I feel that he is more dangerous than Xiao Ming." The muscular man and Yi nodded involuntarily. At this time, I stood behind the female teacher, holding a flashlight in my hand with a serious expression. Suddenly, I let out a low roar. The three of them were stunned. When they were about to deal with the emergency, they found that nothing had happened. Did I guess wrong? I whispered to myself, then swung my foot and kicked the female teacher to the ground. The muscular man saw my series of actions and couldn't help asking, "Brother, what are you doing?" But before he could finish his words, the whole building suddenly shook violently, as if there was an earthquake. Then a child's scream suddenly rang out, the sound sharp and piercing, echoing in the empty building. Ah! The voice was filled with anger, making the four of them dizzy. Chen Xiao immediately pointed the flashlight at himself and shouted, "Come here." The vibrations lasted for a few seconds, then died down. Chen Xiao nodded, and the other three also calmed down a little. "What happened?" the muscular man asked, still a little scared in his tone. Chen Xiao walked over and said, "Xiao Ming values this classroom very much. He is very weak now. As long as we don't turn off the flashlight, there shouldn't be much danger." The muscular man nodded. He obviously trusted Chen Xiao's judgment, but he didn't understand his behavior just now. "What happened just now?" Zhao Renliang asked immediately after recovering from his panic. "It's a long story. Anyway, let's go check downstairs first. There are still some things I don't understand." Chen Xiao said, "Maybe the four of us can take down Xiao Ming." After saying that, he walked out of the classroom with a smile. The three of them looked at each other and quickly followed him. Soon, the four of them arrived on the first floor. The muscular man's flashlight ran out of battery. At this time, it was Chen Xiao who was holding the flashlight. He said, "Follow me." After that, he ran and stumbled like a child shopping in a mall and pushed open the door of a classroom on the first floor. "Well, not here," he muttered softly. Then he immediately ran to another door and pushed it open. "Huh? It's not here either." He checked all the classrooms on one side of the corridor at lightning speed, and then went to the other side of the corridor without stopping, obviously looking for something. The remaining three people followed Chen Xiao like ducks, running all over the corridor. Finally, Chen Xiao pushed open a door. "Oh, it's here." The other three looked into the classroom and finally understood what Chen Xiao was looking for. He was looking for a corpse. The densely packed mummies, stacked one on top of the other, looked like a pile of miscellaneous items, covering the entire classroom. Chen Xiao looked at the pile of mummies in front of him and actually smiled happily. He rushed over excitedly and started rummaging through the pile of corpses like a child looking for toys, laughing from time to time. Everyone outside the door was dumbfounded and felt the hair on their backs stand up. Zhao Renliang said tremblingly, "Well, should we go help him?" Yi swallowed his saliva and shook his head. "Let's not do that. I think he's enjoying it. Let's not disturb him." At this moment, a severed head rolled out, gently hit the muscular man's shoes, and stopped. The muscular man lowered his head and looked into the shriveled eye sockets for a moment, and the corners of his mouth twitched. "He is on our side, right?" he asked in a very small voice. The other two did not say anything, but just stared at Chen Xiao, who was pulling an arm and trying hard to pull it out of the pile of corpses. "I hope so." the muscular man muttered. After a long time, Chen Xiao finally walked out of the classroom with his hands in his pockets, feeling satisfied. Lu Yi tried not to sound panicked and asked, "What happened?" Chen Xiao licked his lips out of habit and said, "I've almost figured it out." Because digging up the corpse was really tiring, Chen Xiao simply sat on the ground to rest while briefly explaining the situation here. As everyone knows, the atmosphere of this orphanage is not very good. One day, a child named Xiao Ming suddenly gained supernatural powers. According to Chen Zhao's speculation, there are two possibilities for the power. Or he can telekinetically move objects, initially only able to control small objects like seesaws and the like, but later able to control larger objects, even people. Alternatively, he can absorb people's bodily fluids, which power his telekinetic abilities. However, these abilities have a fatal weakness. They cannot be used in the presence of light. Not only can he not be in the light, there can't be light within the range of his ability. Otherwise, the window glass would have been sealed shut with door panels or something. Those people outside are from an agency that specializes in dealing with abnormal phenomena. They discovered the abnormalities in this orphanage 2 weeks ago and rushed here immediately. At that time, the first group of fully armed guards rushed in and were immediately broken in the neck by Xiao Ming's powerful ability. Afterwards, the group of people got scared and came up with another plan, which was to find a group of death row prisoners to serve as guinea pigs to confirm Xiao Ming's abilities and weaknesses. As a result, they found the 3 men and 1 woman from 3 or 4 days ago. At this time, Xiao Ming had just fought against a group of guards and had very little strength left. He could only slowly absorb the guards' body fluids to restore his strength, so the previous group of people did not suffer the tragedy of instant death. They explored the first floor and part of the second floor, and deduced that Xiao Ming was afraid of light and would isolate the orphanage at night. Of course, when Xiao Ming regained his strength, they still couldn't escape the fate of death. Chen Xiao went on to explain that although Xiao Ming was very capable and killing people was as easy as playing a game, he was still a child after all. Maybe it was because he felt lonely after staying in the orphanage for a long time, or because he felt guilty for killing so many teachers and classmates. In short, he arranged a classroom where everyone is still in class to comfort himself, but he was unwilling to put those evil teachers in this beautiful classroom. Coincidentally, the woman from the last group of people was chosen by Xiao Ming to be the teacher. He was finally able to complete this beautiful classroom that had been incomplete for nearly half a year, so he was very happy, and even when his abilities had not yet fully recovered, he personally placed a female teacher in the classroom, which is why there were traces of being dragged on her clothes. As the last piece of puzzle to complete the classroom, Xiao Ming attaches great importance to this female teacher. So what was Chen Xiao looking for among these bodies? He was looking for 2 things: guns and people. Sure enough, no guns were found on the first and second floors of the entire orphanage, so it was impossible for the guards who came in for the first time to be without guns. The bodies of the 3 people who came in last time were not found either. This shows that although Xiao Ming has powerful abilities, his body is still that of an ordinary person, so he is afraid of guns. In addition, the process of him absorbing body fluids to restore his ability was not fast, and he was still very weak. Otherwise, he could have controlled a dozen deaths from a distance to directly kill Chen Xiao and the others. Then, the remaining 3 people, the gun and Xiao Ming, should still be on the 3rd floor of this building. After hearing this, the 3 of them nodded. Although many things were just speculations without solid evidence, they still made sense in general. Well, just like Brother Chen Xiao said, this explanation is very likely, said the muscular man. If that's the case, then let's hurry up and take care of him. Once he absorbs those 3 people and his abilities are restored, it will be difficult to deal with him, Louis said with some excitement, because he saw hope. No, although he is a child, he may have a gun with him, and we are not sure to what extent his abilities have recovered. It is too dangerous to go up rashly. The muscular man immediately rejected Lu Yi's idea. Jia Renliang frowned and asked, "Let's go out now and explain the situation to the group of people outside. What is the probability that they will keep their promise and release us?" The others stared at him as if he were a fool. "Okay, just forget I didn't say anything," he said dejectedly. At this time, Chen Xiao spoke up. "I still have a question that I haven't figured out, which is what happened in that conference room, and why did those students suddenly run out? If we can't figure this out, all previous speculations may not hold true." As he spoke, he patted the dust off his butt and stood up, cracking a big, creepy smile. "But if you figured everything out, it wouldn't be much fun, would it?" Afterwards, he put his hands in his pockets and walked towards the stairs, saying as he walked, "Do you want to come up with me and talk to that kid?" The muscular man didn't think much about it and followed him. The remaining two looked at each other, shrugged, and followed him. It was on the third floor of the orphanage. It was much darker than downstairs. There seemed to be a black fog covering the surroundings, and the light from the flashlight could only illuminate very close areas. In desperation, everyone had to turn on the remaining flashlights. The structure of the third floor is similar to that of the first floor, except that the classrooms have been connected and converted into dormitories. The windows are covered with sheets, and no light can get through. Chen Xiao said to himself, then walked to the dormitory door and kicked it open. Facing a person with supernatural powers who could kill them in an instant with such a fierce and rude attitude, the other three people had a hint of admiration in their eyes. However, with a loud bang, Chen Xiao fell to the ground. The door was not kicked open. There was a moment of silence. Well, it seems that he has sealed the door with his power. Chen Xiao brushed off the dust on his butt and stood up. What should we do now? Louis asked. Although he was smart, he had been in contact with Chen Xiao for a long time and was always confused by his crazy behavior. So he simply left all these problems to Chen Xiao to deal with. Sure enough, Chen Xiao immediately used his actions to tell everyone that it would be right to leave this kind of thing to me. He crawled to the crack of the door in a very obscene manner, stared inside with wide eyes for a while. But of course, he could see nothing. "Little boy, Uncle has candy here," Chen Xiao shouted. No response. Jiao Rinliang looked helpless, as if he saw the embarrassing moment when he lied to the little girl. Chen Xiao continued to threaten, "If you don't open the door, I will go downstairs and catch your classmates." Chapter 9. No! A panicked voice came from the crack in the door. Everyone was very surprised because the voice was obviously from a little girl. Xiaoming is a girl? No way. The diary also uses he, and Xiaoming's official setting should be a boy. Just when everyone was confused, the door slowly opened. Chen Xiao walked in without hesitation. There was a figure in the corner of the dormitory. He picked up the flashlight and shone it over there. There was a little girl. Her face was extremely pale, and it was obvious that she had not seen the sun for a long time. She was now trying hard to block the light from the flashlight with her hands, and her expression seemed very uncomfortable. In her arms, she held a gun, and next to her lay the body of a very fat man. "Don't come over here, I have a gun," she shouted and tried to pick up the gun tremblingly, but it was too heavy and she couldn't lift it at all. The other three also came in. When they saw the girl in the corner, they couldn't help but feel confused. "Who are you?" Chen Xiao asked. At this moment, a vase on the table next to him flew towards him, but it fell to the ground in midair and shattered into pieces. The little girl in the corner lowered her head weakly, apparently giving up struggling. "Please, she's a good teacher. She never punishes us." Everyone frowned. "What's your name?" Chen Xiao asked again. "Miko," she answered, crying. Chen Xiao suddenly looked enlightened, while the other three were all confused. "You deceived Xiao Ming and made him believe that he had supernatural powers. In fact, you were the one who operated everything." Chen Xiao asked. Miko shook her head. "No, he said he would help me. He said he could get everyone out of here." Then her eyes dimmed, as if she was thinking of something very sad. "But he changed later. He said the two of us could control this orphanage, just like the teachers before. He even dug out Xiao Hong's eyes." As she said this, she buried her face in her hands and started crying. "Why didn't you stop him?" Chen Xiao asked. "No, he will tell everyone that I killed the principal." Miko choked up, "But I didn't mean to do it." That day in the principal's office, she didn't say anything more, and everyone was silent. No one asked any more questions. In the darkness, there was only the sound of faint sobbing. After a while, "You were also in the conference room that day, right?" Chen Xiao asked. "He forced me to do it. He asked me to pretend to be controlled by power and trick everyone out." Miko shouted while shaking her head frantically. "I was so scared at the time that my mind went blank. When I came to my senses, it was already like that. I didn't mean to do that. I really didn't mean to do that. We'll take you out." Chen Xiao still put his hands in his pockets and said casually. Miko shook her head. "No, we are all here. A few days ago, a very gentle teacher came. She is very beautiful, and we all like her very much." As she spoke, her eyes, red and swollen from crying, showed a little of the happiness that a child should have. Chen Xiao raised his head and looked at Maisie. "They are all dead," he said. Miko was stunned. The happiness in her eyes disappeared, and a feeling of loneliness and sadness surged out. No, they are all here. Look, they're still in class. The teacher praised me yesterday. She still had a smile on her lips, but her eyes were filled with tears. Then what's her name? Chun Xiao asked calmly, regardless of Maisie's sadness. Miko suddenly became quiet, her eyes blank. You haven't had time to name her yet? Chun Xiao continued. You are deceiving yourself, building a false spiritual comfort. And in order to prevent it from breaking, you are willing to take more lives. As Chun Xiao spoke, the madness in his eyes seemed to have lessened a lot. No, it's not like that. Miko covered her ears and screamed frantically. But Chun Xiao did not stop, but continued talking and walked towards her step by step. Look at your hand, that's a gun. He pointed at Miko's hand and said, his voice as cold as ice. Look next to you. There's a corpse. You killed him with your own hands. Look at this room again. There is not a single ray of sunlight. You dare not go out and lock yourself in here. There are no teachers or classmates. Only your fantasy. Miko cried, tears streaming from between her fingers. It was hard to imagine a child crying so heartbreakingly. Chun Xiao came to Maisie's side and squatted down. But no one will blame you. He smiled and touched her hair. Chapter 10, Orphanage 5. Miko was stunned. She raised her head blankly and looked at him, who was smiling. She did not show a disgusted expression, but rather a little at a loss. Chun Xiao saw that there was a chance, so he immediately sat down on the ground carefree. It's just killing a few people. What's the big deal? Miko opened her mouth slightly, as if she had heard something incredible. People are like this. We kill sheep and cows, and occasionally catch a few prisoners to use as guinea pigs or something. Chun Xiao said, as if he was chatting with his family. I killed many people. She lowered her head, her eyes extremely dim. It's just a few deaths, but you kids are like this. You cry and scream over the death of a cat or a dog, but you're so happy when I say I'm taking you out for steak. Miko was stunned and didn't know what to say for a moment. Do you know why? Chun Xiao asked. Miko shook her head. How could she think about such questions at her age? Because cats and dogs are cute, Chun Xiao said. When you see cute things, you get close to them and can't bear to touch them. When you see insects and the like, you are so scared that you wish they would become extinct. Everyone defines the quality of life based on their own preferences. What's so annoying about you? But I killed a human being, Miko said. Although she was young, she was not confused by such twisted logic, but she finally stopped crying. Chun Xiao seemed very surprised when he heard this. Ah, murder? Him. He pointed at the fat man beside him. Death row inmate. Do you know how many lives he has taken? How many police officers were dispatched to kill him? And how long did it take? You know, if you, a little girl, can take care of him, the relatives and friends of the dead under his command will come to thank you with banners, and maybe even award you a title like 3 good students who subdued the gangster. Miko was silent for a while. But those classmates, when Miko thought of this, she was about to cry again. Chun Xiao quickly said, What does that have to do with you? It was Xiao Ming who did it. He used you. He threatened you. You are the victim. As he spoke, he grabbed the gun in front of Maisie and continued, Look, this gun killed someone. Is it the gun's fault? It's definitely not. It's the person who fired the gun, right? Miko nodded. After Xiao Ming made such a big mistake, you still bore the condemnation in your heart for him, and even went to great lengths to build a classroom. You are atonement for his sins, and this is a very sacred act. Miko looked a little dazed, as if she understood but also as if she didn't, and just nodded. At this nod, the 3 people standing beside him broke out in cold sweats. Is this really a good idea? He seems to be doing something evil, the muscular man whispered. Xiao Runliang nodded with a chill in his voice. I wish I had his skills back then. At this time, Chun Xiao was seen holding a gun, waving his arms and gesticulating, and continued to say, Don't worry about those guards. They are trained to kill people. They kill for money. They kill for work. How terrible. And you are atoning for someone who hurt you. Compared to them, you are so kind. At the very least, you are acting in self-defense, right? The 3 of them stood aside, watching Chun Xiao brainwashing the little girl with his twisted theories, and wanted to rush over to stop him several times. I can't stand it anymore. Lu Yi finally couldn't bear it anymore and turned and walked out of the room. After that, the remaining 2 people followed out uncomfortably, leaving Chun Xiao alone, who continued to chatter there. The 3 of them leaned outside the door for a while, and suddenly, they heard Miko in the room burst into laughter. Hey, what are you doing in there? Otherwise, let's go out and ask those people outside to catch him. Jia Runliang yelled. Lu Yi and the muscular man pinched their chins, thinking about something. It seemed that they were really thinking about this proposal. After a while, Chun Xiao came out holding Maisie's hand. Although Maisie's eyes were still tearful, she was obviously calmer. All three of them looked incredulous. Is this really okay? If this were a novel, this would be the most poisonous part. Everyone couldn't help but complain in their hearts. What now? The muscular man looked at Miko, and although he was a little annoyed by this development, he still asked. And Chun Xiao showed his signature smile. 10 minutes later, outside the orphanage, Mr. Zhou was sitting in a makeshift office outside the orphanage, holding Chun Xiao's medical record with a frown on his face. This is a somewhat special medical record, including schizophrenia, mania, paranoia, delusion, and a case of fatal biting. It is hard to imagine that so many symptoms could appear in the same person. Such mentally ill patients are scary, but that's not what Mr. Zhou cares about. He looked at the photo of Chun Xiao in the medical record. With a dull, confused gaze, Mr. Zhou stared ahead without any intersection. He whispered to himself, "This look is not right." He recalled again the sudden crazy look of Chun Xiao at dusk and the shrill and hysterical laughter, which made him think of some things. But he knew that was absolutely impossible. Those three guys are so scary. Suddenly, the alarm of the entire temporary base sounded, and the scarlet emergency lights flashed rapidly. What's going on? Mr. Zhou rushed out of the office quickly. A staff member came running over in a panic. The D-class anomaly reacted violently. They came out and, "Want to see you." Mr. Zhou was stunned, then seemed to be thinking about something. Soon Mr. Zhou arrived outside the orphanage. At this moment, the door of the orphanage was open. A little girl was standing outside the door, crying softly, and standing inside the door was Chun Xiao, holding a standard shotgun for guards in his hand. Chun Xiao saw Mr. Zhou coming and waved enthusiastically. "Hi, I'm sorry to disturb your rest, but we should have dealt with her." Mr. Zhou looked at the little girl and shouted across the yard, "What are you talking about? Who is this little girl?" Chun Xiao showed a helpless expression. "Come on, the alarm never stopped when she came out. We are all smart people, so don't say these meaningless things." "Okay, bring her here. Your mission is accomplished, and we will fulfill the contract," said Mr. Zhou. Chun Xiao seemed to have heard an incredible joke. "Let me through? Come on. As long as I take even a step out of this house, my head will be blown to pieces." Mr. Zhou didn't say anything, just stared at Chun Xiao. "Okay, stop thinking about it. Come here. Come to me. Now!" Chun Xiao shouted. "Okay, I'll listen to you." Mr. Zhou was angry and helpless, but he still asked the staff next to him in a low voice, "Is there nothing the sniper can do?" The staff shook his head and whispered, "There is no angle." Mr. Zhou could only sigh. He had used death row prisoners as guinea pigs many times, but this was the first time such a situation had occurred. He raised his hands high and slowly walked towards the building like a hostage exchange in a movie. "Don't waste time, come in," Chun Xiao said, and he and Maisie slowly retreated into the shadows inside the building. Mr. Zhou had no choice but to follow in. Inside the orphanage, Mr. Zhou looked at the people in front of him in surprise, then looked at Maisie, who was standing quietly beside Chun Xiao. Suddenly he realized something. "It seems that not only have you completed your mission, but you have also completed it quite well," he said. Chun Xiao shrugged, indicating that he did not deny it. But then Mr. Zhou shook his head and said, "I don't know what your plans are, but you definitely don't know what you are facing." Chun Xiao put on an impatient expression. "Stop preaching. If you are a hostage, you should act like a hostage, okay? Now I ask, you answer." At this point, Chun Xiao frowned. He looked into Mr. Zhou's eyes, and a very bad idea immediately appeared in his mind. "No way," he thought. "First, I won't answer your question." Mr. Zhou raised his head, his glasses reflecting the flashlight. "Second, I am not a hostage." As soon as he finished speaking, a gust of wind blew by, and Mr. Zhou seemed to have disappeared out of thin air. Then there was a bang, and the muscular man's strong body fell straight to the ground. No one expected this to happen. Even Chun Xiao was stunned. Mr. Zhou's thin body just demonstrated a strength that he absolutely could not possess, just like a fat cat that has been raised at home for more than 10 years, which suddenly rushed into the road one day and crashed a specially modified riot-proof armored car. But no one knew how Chun Xiao did it. In short, his pupils constricted instantly. While he was in a daze, it seemed that part of his consciousness was still functioning. He cocked the bolt, loaded the gun, and the movements were smooth and flowing. Logically, he should have never touched a gun before, but he did these actions without thinking, as if he had done it countless times before. At the same time, there was a hint of suppressed madness in his eyes that seemed to be about to burst out. "Hey man," he pointed the gun at Mr. Zhou and shouted, "Please don't move." Mr. Zhou looked at Chun Xiao indifferently. Just a moment ago, Lu Yi, Jia Runliang, and even Maisie had been knocked unconscious and fell to the ground. It's hard to imagine how terrifying Mr. Zhou's speed is, but Chen Xiao was not afraid. Instead, he found it very interesting. I have a gun in my hand. Why doesn't he knock me down first? Chen Xiao thought, and the corners of his mouth began to crack unconsciously. The madness in his eyes grew stronger. He began to laugh, a high-pitched, piercing laugh. Heh? Mr. Zhou frowned, and the thought that just came to his mind in the office appeared again. But then he denied himself again, because it was impossible for a dead person to be resurrected, and he didn't look like him. The most important thing was that his body was kept in the safest place in the organization. But this smile? And this look? Am I overthinking it? Mr. Zhou thought. While Mr. Zhou was thinking, Chen Zhao's mind was in a mess. He is not afraid of guns. He can dodge, shoot at the feet, shoot at the head. There is a sniper outside. There are 3 hours before dawn. It will rain in 2 days. Miko, headphones, muscular man laugh. So many things are mixed into a mess in his mind. He doesn't know what to do. He just thinks it's very interesting and wants to laugh. I'll just shoot him and blow his head off. That'll be fun. No, he'll dodge. He's looking at my finger. If he really dodges, it will be more funnier. Chen Xiao thought about it, but it was only a moment. At this time, Mr. Zhou was still thinking about the body that was sealed in the safest place in the world. Bang! A gunshot rang out, and Chen Xiao pulled the trigger, laughing hysterically at the same time. The madness in his eyes could no longer be controlled and was about to burst out. He knew that he did not hit Mr. Zhou. The little old man with glasses dodged the moment his fingers moved. But Chen Xiao was still laughing, and he couldn't control his laughter. This is so interesting. Then his eyes went dark and he lost consciousness. Chapter 11. Battle for Memory. Chen Xiao opened his eyes and saw a strange ceiling. Where is this? Was the first thought that came to his mind. Almost at the same time, I felt a severe dizziness, accompanied by an unprecedented feeling of emptiness, as if a piece of my brain had been dug out. He couldn't help but hold his head tightly with both hands and yelled, "Fuck!" After a long time, the dizzy feeling gradually faded away, and Chen Xiao slowly opened his eyes and began to look around. He discovered this was a closed room. It was only about 10 square meters, surrounded by white walls. Chen Xiao reached out and touched it. It was not made of stone or cement, nor was it painted. It was a strange material that was smooth and solid, similar to some kind of metal. There were no windows, no bars, not even vents, just a door with a small rectangular opening below it, just enough to get food in. There was a simple single bed against the wall, with clean bedding and barely enough space for one person to lie down under the bed. There was a partition at the opposite corner of the bed, and behind it was a flush toilet that looked pretty good. It seems like this is a prison cell, Chen Xiao thought, and then looked up. Then he was somewhat surprised to find that there was not even a light, but the whole room was filled with bright, but not dazzling light. Chen Xiao smelled the air around him again, and it was very fresh. If this is really a prison cell, it is a bit too luxurious, and even has a bit of a high-tech feel. Chen Xiao couldn't help but sigh. At this moment, he suddenly felt something strange on the inside of his lips. He licked it with his tongue and found it was a tooth mark. He had bitten it quite hard, and it was a little swollen. Maybe I bit him accidentally while I was unconscious, he thought, but didn't pay much attention to it. Then he sat on the bed, crossed his fingers and put them on his mouth, and began to recall. The memory ends when the old man who called himself Mr. Zhou dodged the shot, and then knocked himself out. Then, this should be the so-called mysterious organization. Chen Xiao nodded to himself, then walked to the door, and kicked it. Pa! He sat down on the ground again. Why is there again? Hey! The door didn't move, and didn't even make any noise. Well, it looks like I can't get out. Afterwards, he got up as if nothing had happened, went to the toilet, looked around, and smelled it, but found nothing noteworthy. The whole house is so clean that there is nothing in it. For a moment, Chen Xiao didn't know what to do. He sighed. I don't know what happened to those guys. I guess they're probably locked up in this small cell with me. What will happen to the surviving mice? Of course, they will be used as guinea pigs in the next experiment. I can tell from their buttocks. It's like flipping a coin. If it's heads, you're dead. If it's tails, congratulations, you get another chance to flip it. The feeling of waiting to be drained was not good, but Chen Xiao did not show too much disgust. What about Maisie? She might be imprisoned. Or maybe she's doing research. Who cares? Anyway, she is definitely treated much better than consumables like us. Chen Xiao thought as he lay on the bed and crossed his legs. At this moment, he noticed his hands and frowned. The nail on my right index finger is sharp and bitten. Chen Xiao was puzzled for a moment. because he had no impression of biting his nails before. Could it be that during the time I was unconscious, someone, thinking of this, he felt uncomfortable all over? Stop it, who would have such a special hobby? Although he said this, he still put his fingers next to his teeth and gestured a few times with doubt. It seems that I really bit it myself. But why don't I have any impression of it? Chun Xiao thought. At this time, footsteps were heard outside the door, and then a man came to the door and knocked on it several times with a hard object, probably a baton, an electric baton or something like that. A portion of food was stuffed in through the window, and then the footsteps faded away. Chun Xiao walked over and took a look. Wow, this is breakfast. It's really good: bread, milk, eggs, peeled, and even an apple. This weird organization treats the guinea pigs very well. Should they consider posting an ad for open recruitment? Chun Xiao complained for his own amusement. But then he did not eat his breakfast. Instead, he was slightly stunned, as if he thought of something, and then began to run around the house, jumping and skipping. While running, he was still muttering in confusion. Not hungry. I'm really not hungry. What the hell? How come you're not hungry? From the time he signed a contract until now, Chun Xiao's memory should be that he had only eaten one meal in his single room in the mental hospital. He had clearly started to feel hungry in the orphanage yesterday. When he thought of this, he increased his exercise as if he didn't believe it, and he didn't stop until he started to sweat slightly. So, I must have eaten, he thought, but I can't remember it at all. Is there something missing from my memory? As soon as he came to this thought, Chun Xiao jumped up, went to the toilet, and picked his throat. While splash, splash, he vomited. Nonsense, who wouldn't vomit? After vomiting, Chun Xiao didn't even wipe his mouth. He immediately leaned over and stared at the disgusting pile of vomit in the toilet, observing it carefully. Leftover food. I had dinner last night. So, I am really missing some of my memories. That is to say, I've been here for at least more than one day, maybe for a long time. Chun Xiao looked at his nails. Then he immediately ran to the bed in a hurry, lay on it with his butt sticking up, and started searching around. Finally, he found 2 traces on a corner of the bed sheet where the silk thread was cut by a sharp object. Chun Xiao nodded with satisfaction. Sure enough, should I leave some message for myself? 2 vertical lines? If it were me, these 2 would definitely be used to record time, so I should have been here for 2 days. No, it could be 3 days or even longer, because it would be impossible for me to know that I had lost my memory on the first day. Next to these 2 traces, there is another pattern, which is drawn a little further away to distinguish it from the number of days. With a shorter fip at the bottom of the... What does this mean? An unfinished word? No, I'm not stupid enough to do something as laborious and easily discovered as writing directly. So, is it still time? Yes, it's a watch. This vertical stroke and horizontal stroke, when viewed from the center of the room, represents 7 o'clock. What will happen at 7 o'clock? My memory should be erased at 7 o'clock, right? But there is not even a clock or a watch here. How do I know 7 o'clock? Thinking of this, Chun Xiao looked at the breakfast next to the door. Did you see that from dinner? Then 7 o'clock means it's after dinner. These guesses may be right or wrong, but no matter what, I'm quite reliable. He chuckled. Then I should have left myself some other messages. Chun Xiao licked the teeth marks behind his lips. This should also be something I left behind, but what does it mean? He thought about it for a while, but found that he couldn't figure it out, so he didn't waste time on it and began to observe the whole room. Later he discovered that except for the bed sheet, there was not even a trace left anywhere in the room, no matter if it was knocked, scratched, kicked, or bumped. So, apart from the bed sheets, the only thing I could do something with here is my own body. Chun Xiao thought. At this moment, Chun Xiao's tongue licked a grain of rice from a corner behind his teeth. The rice grain was located deep in the side of the tongue, in the gap between the teeth and gums that could not close. This position was rarely accessible no matter what. So, he must have put it there on purpose. Chun Xiao took the rice grains covered with saliva in his hand and looked at them carefully for a while. Actually, I have already left myself a signal. There is no need to use the method of scratching my throat to induce vomiting, he thought, and then put the rice grain back to the place where he had just taken it out. As he thought about it, he started to touch his whole body again. No pain anywhere, no scratches on his body. Is there anything else I haven't noticed? Or is there nothing my previous self can tell me? More likely, he doesn't stand a chance. At this moment, footsteps were heard outside the door. Chun Xiao was startled and quickly took the egg and apple from the plate, then took 2 bites of bread. Then the plate was pulled away from the other side of the door. Chun Xiao grabbed the apple, sat on the bed, took a bite, and began to organize his thoughts. Judging from the end point of the previous memory, I was brought here after being knocked unconscious by the old man. According to the signals I left a few days ago, I should have been here for at least 3 days. What happens at 7 o'clock every night or after dinner? Let's assume for the moment that my memory will be erased at this time. What is the method to clear the memory? From the food? Impossible. If that were the case, I should have noticed it long ago. In this case, there is a high possibility that I will be taken out of this cell. Could I have done something at that time? Or I had done it, but I didn't leave any signal. So why did this mysterious organization want to erase my memory? As a guinea pig with no freedom at all, there is no need for this no matter how you think about it. Chen Xiao thought about it like this, and he didn't feel distressed at all, but was very happy. So he kept grinning. I have to find a way to preserve my memory and get in touch with myself before my memory was erased. And then I'll probably have to find a way to escape. Otherwise, I'll probably die someday, for no apparent reason. And I don't even know how I got killed. Chen Xiao thought. A person without any memory has to do so many things. Yeah, it's really interesting. Chen Xiao slowly opened his eyes. The ceiling was white, and he couldn't tell what it was made of. Where am I? He sat up and found himself in a closed room. Suddenly, he felt dizzy. What's going on? Chen Xiao shouted softly and almost fell to the ground. The dizziness gradually subsided. Chen Xiao rubbed his head and felt a sense of emptiness and very uncomfortable. He slowly opened his eyes and was about to look around. Suddenly, he licked the inside of his lips and found that they were red, swollen, and slightly painful. Did he bite it accidentally while unconscious? He thought. At this time, Chen Xiao noticed a shallow bloodstain on his forearm, which was caused by a sharp object. De 391? What does that mean, he wondered. Then he noticed the nail of his index finger, which was bitten into a very sharp shape by his teeth. I wrote it myself, but I don't have any recollection of it. This is... Chen Xiao's tongue seemed to touch something, just behind his teeth. He licked the thing out. Rice grains. For a moment, Chen Xiao's brain automatically connected these seemingly unrelated things together, and many possibilities appeared one after another. Chen Xiao picked out the most likely answer from these alternative answers. He frowned and muttered quietly. So it seems someone has tampered with my memory? He thought about it, and quickly turned over and began a search on the bed. Soon, he found 3 scratches and a vertical and a horizontal pattern on the corner of the sheet. Chen Xiao looked at these and grinned. If that's the case, it's really interesting. Chapter 12, Battle for Memory Part 2. D391. D391. Chen Xiao sat on the bed and thought, I must have experienced something, and I experience it every day. But I forgot it. He glanced at the corner of the sheet and saw 4 scratches they're caused by fingernails. It has been at least 4 days since he came here, but Chen Xiao still has not made any progress in understanding his current situation. Perhaps there has been progress, but it is not in my memory. He chewed the bread in his mouth, which was the leftover from his breakfast. It was very soft and tasted great. He mixed the bread and saliva thoroughly and pressed it in his mouth with his tongue, turning it into a sticky and disgusting dough. Afterwards, Chen Xiao reached his hand into his mouth, pinched out a small piece, and rubbed it with his fingers. At the same time, he was silently counting the time in his mind, second by second. 5 hours have passed since I woke up. During this time, I had breakfast and lunch about half an hour ago. All the tableware and food are clean, and the nutritional balance is also complete. Obviously, the prison life here is good, or in other words, the people here don't want the guinea pigs to be unhealthy. Just after lunch, Chen Xiao tried not to return the spoon, but then he saw a bruise on his wrist. Recalling the bang-bang sound made by someone outside knocking on the door with a hard object in the morning, Chen Xiao knew that he must have done this before and paid the price for it. He thought about it and swallowed the rest of the bread. He picked up an apple and started eating it. But why do I have to clear my memory every day? This kind of black technology operation can't be done at any time, right? That is to say, my memory has to be cleared every day for some reason. So, what on earth did I go through? Chen Xiao shouted in his heart. He looked at the D391 on his forearm again. This meaningless combination of letters and numbers has been on the forearm for at least 3 or 4 days. It has been scratched over and over again, so that the surrounding skin has begun to turn red. Is this a password or a room number? It's hard to guess. Chen Xiao stretched out his left hand again. There was a small amount of black stuff in the gap between his fingernails. He had carefully observed it in the morning and found that it was not dirt, but dust left over from something burning. It had been in his fingernails for a long time and had been wetted by the sweat in his pores. I must have come across something burnt after I went out. At this time, Chen Xiao had finished eating the apple. He stood up, placed the apple core upright in the corner. I don't know why, but when I woke up I saw 4 apple cores placed side by side there, so I just put one there too. Now, Chen Xiao sorted out the information he saw after waking up. 1. Every day after dinner I would be taken out of this cell, and then I would go through some things, and then I would fall asleep, and then I would be carried back here. When he woke up again, it was the next morning, but his memory had been erased, and he stayed at the time in the orphanage that night. 2. There is D391 engraved on my left forearm. I don't know what it means, but I can guess that I was sitting when I read this code, and my hands and feet were not tied at the time. Otherwise, I would definitely leave marks on purpose, but there must be someone watching me, maybe a guard. But the greater possibility is that it is a camera, and there should be a table in front of him, because in this way, he can secretly carve the words under the table. 3. There is dust from burning in your fingernails, and there are bite marks on the inside of your lips. It seems that from the time I woke up to the time I was taken out, there was nothing else to do except lying in bed and daydreaming about the information left behind. After I leave this cell, it will be a critical period. I must try my best to collect information and leave it for myself the next day, when I will have lost all my memories. Chen Xiao suddenly felt a little bored, because he had been thinking about the information over and over again in the past few days, which had already been thought about many times. It seemed that his brain had produced a wonderful reaction similar to muscle memory. For example, after he woke up, although he couldn't remember anything, he naturally wondered if he had lost his memory. Or when he finished his bread, he didn't have to think too much about it. He just picked out a piece and kept it for later. And this situation became more and more serious, so that after Chen Xiao discovered that he had lost his memory, he did not feel excited at all, but felt bored instead. With books it is long, without books it is short. Soon it was time for dinner. Although Chen Xiao didn't have a clock, he could roughly estimate the time just by looking at his level of hunger. The most important thing is that he had nothing to do and was counting the seconds. Sure enough, footsteps were heard outside the door, and then a dinner was handed in through the small window. Chen Xiao didn't pretend to have a stomachache or anything like that, because he knew that would be useless and might even have a counterproductive effect. Bacon, potatoes, boiled vegetables, just as Chen Xiao thought. This dinner was very good, and he ate it cleanly and carefully, waiting for the most critical moment of the day to arrive. About 20 minutes later, he heard footsteps outside the door, and he knew someone was coming to take him out, because usually only one person would deliver meals, but now the footsteps were from 2 people. Chen Xiao calmly used his fingernails to scratch a horizontal line on the 4 marks on the corner of the bed sheet. When I open my eyes again, it will be 5 days. He muttered softly. Ding, ding, ding. There were several sounds of the electronic lock pressing the password, followed by a longer beep sound, which should be made by the door card being swiped. Then the door opened and 2 guards walked in wearing black explosion-proof suits, just like the ones the guards standing outside the orphanage that day wore, and they also wore helmets. Hey, get up! One of the guards shook the baton in his hand and said to Chen Xiao. Chen Xiao pretended to be confused and excited and asked, "Where is this? Who are you?" He knew that this was useless and he wouldn't get any information. But he still tried very hard to act, because if he didn't act like this, he might be discovered to be abnormal. Sure enough, Chen Xiao could feel the guard's impatient expression through his big helmet. Come out obediently. From now on, if you say a word, I will knock out one of your teeth. Do you understand? The guard said, waving his baton. It's so concise and irresistible. Chen Xiao spoke highly of this big brother's approach, and he cooperated and shut his mouth. He acted very scared, stood up obediently, and walked out of the door step by step, sticking to the wall. During this process, he had a frightened expression and kept looking at the 2 guards. Hurry up, boy, don't dawdle, the guard said, waving his baton again. Chen Xiao immediately quickened his pace and walked out of the room, and just as he passed the door, he stuck the crumbs he had painstakingly created with his saliva to the inside of the door frame. Because the door frame is against the wall, this position is difficult to find unless you touch it specifically with your hand. He also deduced from this small mark that he was taken out of the room every day. So at this moment, Chen Xiao had walked out of his small cell. Outside was a wide corridor, made entirely of the same material as the cell, and also without windows or lights. On both sides of the corridor, there are many identical doors with a combination lock next to them. Each lock has a display screen showing a person's facial photo. It seems there are quite a lot of little white mice. Chen Xiao thought to himself. At this moment, a guard behind him pushed him and signaled him to hurry up, and Chen Xiao had no choice but to speed up his deliberately slow pace. The corridors here are all the same with white walls, There is no decoration except for the doors. If an ordinary person wanders around here, he will basically get lost after turning 2 corners. Fortunately, there is a sign at every corner, but there are unclear numbers written on them. For example, Chen Xiao has turned 2 corners, which are marked D, 772 and F, 1004 respectively. Although I don't know what these numbers mean, as long as I think about it, I can connect them to the D391 on Chen Xiao's forearm. So, these numbers represent rooms? But why is there a letter in front of each number? And there is no order at all. He was thinking when suddenly a hissing sound similar to that of spraying insecticide came from the front. Pushed by 2 guards, Chen Xiao turned another corner. Then he saw that the wall in front of him was different from the previous one. It was black, as if it had been burned by something. Dust. Without even having to think about it, Chen Xiao knew that the dust in his fingernails came from here. At this time, a man wearing blue clothes similar to those of a cleaner was holding a bottle of sprayer and spraying it at the burnt wall. It was obvious that he was very impatient. The 3 of them walked in that direction. "Hey, brother, are you not done yet?" Guard A greeted the cleaner. The cleaner made a dying expression and said, "Stop talking. You know the fire in D, 416. It's not that easy to clean up." Guard A chuckled and said gloatingly, "I know what's going on." He stopped talking and didn't continue, obviously wanted to keep the audience in suspense. But no one said anything, and the situation became awkward. Okay. He was a little disappointed and continued, because the music played for D416 that day was rock music. Haha. Everyone knows that the little guy only likes to listen to nursery rhymes. What? Who did this? Who was the guy on duty that day? The cleaner seemed very excited when he heard this. "I'm going to check the duty roster. I want to talk to him," he yelled, cracking his fingers. At this time, another Garby spoke up. "Okay, we have to go." "Oh, okay. I wish you a pleasant conversation." Guard A waved at the cleaner, then pushed Chen Xiao and walked forward. After a while, Guard B turned around, made sure the cleaner couldn't hear him, and then grumbled something. "You always have such a big mouth." "I know, but I can't control it." "Huh? It's okay." Guard A waved his hands, indicating that it was no big deal. Guard B shrugged helplessly and turned another corner. Chen Xiao clearly saw the sign on the wall that read D, 391. Chapter 13, Battle from Memory Part 3. These code names aren't rooms. They're people. It could be an animal or an object. It doesn't matter. In short, they're all very special things, like the little guy who loves to listen to nursery rhymes and can breathe fire that the cleaner just mentioned. As soon as Chen Xiao thought of this, he immediately confirmed this idea, because this guess had appeared in his mind countless times. Although it will be forgotten later, there will still be some traces left behind. So, what am I going to face that I have to come here every day and have to clear my memory every time I come here? As Chen Xiao was thinking, he had already arrived in front of a door. On the door was written, D391. "Stand still," said a guard, and walked to the touch screen next to the door. He pressed a password beep beep, then took out a magnetic card and swiped it. Then, the door opened. "Okay, go in," said another guard standing behind Chen Xiao, and pushed him in. With the sound of a door closing, Chen Xiao was already standing in the room labeled D391. Somewhat to his surprise, there was nothing strange, crazy, or incomprehensible here. On the contrary, this place has been transformed into a very ordinary house, similar to the residential houses in old-style communities, with bookcases, recliners, refrigerators, stoves, and other household facilities. In the middle of the room is a set of wooden tables and chairs. There is a pot of tea on the table, and an old man is sitting next to it. He is reading the newspaper. Over 60 years old, obese, very thin hair, farsighted, rosacea, long-term smoker, sloppy, meat lover, poor liver, diabetes, has not seen the sun for nearly a week. Chen Xiao knew all this with just one glance, so his brows furrowed even deeper because the man in front of him was simply an ordinary elderly man, just like all the old men who took a walk in the park in the early morning. There is absolutely nothing special about it. But such an ordinary-looking person made Chen Xiao feel slightly nervous. These remaining memories told him that the person in front of him was dangerous. What kind of person is Chen Xiao? For example, he is the kind of person who can play Death Revolver, a game where you take out 5 bullets from a revolver and shoot each of them with you and have a lot of fun. So what exactly would this person do to Chen Xiao to make him feel more terrified than death? At this time, the old man had also finished reading the newspaper. He glanced at Chen Xiao, who was still standing at the door. "Come," he said. He said these 2 words very easily, as if a family member had just returned from buying groceries early in the morning. But Chen Xiao derived a very important piece of information, which was that this old man could communicate. Yeah, he agreed lightly. The old man put down the newspaper, glanced at Chen Xiao, and pointed at the seat across the table, meaning, hurry up and sit down. Don't be polite. Chen Xiao did not move. The vague sense of crisis in his heart made him extra cautious. At this moment, he has carefully observed the surrounding environment. It turned out that this place was really just as it appeared on the surface. Except for a camera in the corner that seemed a bit out of place, it was just a very ordinary room. When the old man saw that Chen Xiao didn't move, he couldn't help but put on a helpless expression. Hey, you're like this every day, and you'll have to ask a bunch of questions next, right? Okay, ask now, the old man said, and then added, that monitor only has images, it doesn't monitor sound, so as long as you don't hit me, you can pretend he doesn't exist. Chen Xiao was stunned. I could actually ask questions, and it seemed that this old man had talked to me a lot. What do I usually ask? Chen Xiao said. The old man took a sip of tea and replied, it's nothing more than asking where this place is, who I am, what I did to you, etc. At this point, he muttered, it's annoying to ask this question every day. This time, Chen Xiao was not stunned, but shocked. Can you ask this kind of question? Don't you even need some rhetoric? It's so straightforward. And these are all very critical questions. Can you answer them all? He felt a little complicated, as if he had gone through so much trouble to get to the big boss at the end of the level, and then the boss committed suicide. However, from this sentence, Chen Xiao got not only good news, but also bad news. The good news is that the old man doesn't seem to be averse to answering his questions, and he can ask them directly. He doesn't seem to be the kind of person who won't answer this or that. The bad news is that through such blatant questions and answers, I should know a lot of information, but it will leave nothing for myself the next day. In other words, is it useless to know all this? No matter what, at least now I know the ins and outs of the matter. So Chen Xiao said calmly, tell me about it? The old man sat up and looked like he was about to tell a story to the child. First of all, I don't know where this place is. Anyway, the people here are looking for strange things or creatures all over the world, like me, and then they lock them up. Chen Xiao didn't make any expression, just listened quietly. As for me, about 10 years ago, I felt that I was always hungry, and eating nonstop was useless. As he spoke, he patted his big belly, his face full of regret. Then I gradually realized that what I needed to eat was not food, but memory. When Chen Xiao heard this, he made an expression that said, so that's how it is. When he heard the strange thing about the old man needing to eat memories, he didn't seem very surprised. Maybe it was because he already knew the answer before, but just forgot it. It turns out that it's not that he has to remember clearly after seeing or doing something, but that he is brought out every day to be eaten as dinner for others. Thinking of this, he did not forget to complain. Speaking of which, what kind of weird things did this crappy organization capture? A little loli who can move objects through the air, and an old man who eats memories. Can these settings be so casual? Complaining as much as he could, Chen Xiao still had to ask a key question. That? No. The old man refused directly as soon as he uttered a syllable. It seems I've asked this question many times, Chen Xiao thought. Sure enough, the old man explained. Every time I eat memories, it will be detected. I don't know where there is a machine that repeatedly calls out D-level abnormal reaction, D-level abnormal reaction. So there is no way you can get away with it. And I can't get the machine to work without touching your memory. And personally, your memory tastes pretty good. D-level abnormal reaction. These words sounded the same to Maisie at that time. It seems that this organization has a machine that can track strange things, Chen Xiao thought. At the same time, he was still silently complaining in his heart. Oh my! It turns out that memory can taste good. He put on an expression that said, okay, you're awesome, you're great. He really wanted to have a good chat with the old man about what memories tasted like, but now was not the time. That is to say, when I come here, my memories must be eaten by you, right? Then you can't just eat them all and leave some for me. Chen Xiao asked. I can't control it. Either I don't eat, or I eat all of it, the old man explained helplessly. Chen Xiao raised his eyebrows. Obviously, he meant to say, old man, you were playing tricks on me, right? You want to deceive me, right? The old man knew what he meant when he saw it. After all, he had done the same thing over and over again many times. Oh, it's very troublesome every time I have to explain this. The old man looked impatient and helpless again. Memories have a sequence, so you have to eat them in order. You can eat the previous ones after you finish the last one. And your memory is a little different. About 5 days ago, there was a memory that was very confusing and I couldn't access it. Since I just ate them, but couldn't read them, I don't know what happened at that time. Anyway, That memory was like a big rock blocking all the memories before that. Chun Xiao thought about it and realized that after Mr. Zhou entered the orphanage that night, his thoughts did become very confused for a while. But now, when he thought about it carefully, he couldn't remember it clearly. Was I mentally ill at that time? Chun Xiao thought, but soon he stopped paying attention to it. It was as if there was some force preventing Chun Xiao from thinking too much about this problem. So that means that when ordinary people come to you, they're eaten and turned into infants all at once, right? Doesn't that mean that you can never eat up all the memories of infants, because they don't have any memories at all? And I am a long-term meal ticket. The old man took a sip of tea and nodded. Well, in fact, you already knew this the second day you came to visit me. Chun Xiao frowned and thought, it turns out that I have been standing still all the time. So the biggest problem now is, how can I get out of this room and keep my memories? Chun Xiao thought for a while and came up with an answer. No way. Can I talk to this old man and ask him to persuade the guard not to bring me here tomorrow? No, that won't work because it will obviously tell others that I am causing trouble. There must be some way. Chun Xiao thought for a while. Damn it, there's really no way I can do it. He felt powerless in his heart. At this time, the old man spoke. Little brother, it's almost done. You have been thinking about it for a long time every day before, but after a long time, the guards will come in. They don't care about the mess. They just sent you in to complete the mission, so they will take action when the time comes. As he said that, he pointed at Chun Xiao's arm and said, a few days ago, you insisted on not believing in evil and ended up getting beaten up. Chun Xiao thought about the bruises on his arms and said, it turns out that I was asking for trouble and got beaten up. Well, now that things have come to this, it seems that there is really no other way. Chun Xiao felt powerless. Since it is impossible for me to preserve my memory in this room, I can only think of a way in the rest of the time. Chun Xiao looked at the mark on his arm. My memory has gradually become a habit due to repeated thinking about one thing. In other words, my current plan is to delay time. Once I'm completely used to it, will I be able to recall it immediately when I wake up every morning? This is all unknown, and even if I can use this to get rid of the distress of losing my memory, but judging by the nature of this organization, the difficulty of escaping is no easier than swimming out of the toilet. Can I only wait for an opportunity? While thinking, Chun Xiao sat down opposite the old man and scratched D391 on his arm with his fingernails again. Now, he has another question, which is also the question he is most curious about at the moment. He looked at the other person with suspicion, and his memory traces told him that he would regret asking the following question, but Chun Xiao asked it anyway. Come to think of it, how do you eat memories? The old man scratched his cheek a little embarrassedly. You asked this question every day before, and every time I told you, you regretted it. Oh, it's okay. Anyway, you will forget it after I finish eating. So, how do you eat? Chun Xiao had a very bad feeling. The old man glanced at Chun Xiao like a child who had done something wrong, then immediately lowered his head and whispered a word. Suck. Chun Xiao's mouth twitched. The old man raised his voice a little. I suck it. Chun Xiao's face showed a look of deep pain. How did you suck it? Although the old man was still a little embarrassed, what was coming would eventually come. He stretched his neck towards Chun Xiao, and then opened his mouth. And it opened wider and wider, like a snake, with the corners of its mouth stretching to its neck, and its entire mouth was big enough to swallow. Ahead, Chun Xiao looked at the saliva in his mouth, his yellow teeth stained by cigarettes, and his wriggling tongue with some tea leaves next to it. At this moment, Chun Xiao finally understood where the panic in his heart came from when he just entered the house. Hey, you're not really going to suck it. As soon as he finished speaking, the big mouth clanged and took Chun Xiao's entire head in. Then, just like drinking soy milk with a straw, he began to suck it with a gurgling sound. Chapter 14, Battle from Memory 4. With the sound of gurgling, Chun Xiao's memory disappeared bit by bit, and finally, he fell into a coma. A vast white space, with nothingness all around. In the void, there was a cage floating with a person locked inside. The man was very thin, wearing a purple dress that was wrinkled. At this moment, he was lying in the middle of the cage, with his legs spread out in a big letter shape. He is sleeping. He had a pointed nose, a pointed chin, a frighteningly pale face, and a mouth that stretched to his ears, painted scarlet with something unknown. He looked like a ridiculous clown. Suddenly, another person appeared silently in the void and stood quietly in front of the cage. The man had a hooked nose and a slightly broad chin. He wore a deerstalker hat, a dark brown cape, and held a pipe in his mouth. He looked at the clown in the cage calmly, his eyes extremely calm. Hey, brother, you're finally here? The clown spoke, his voice so sharp that it was annoying to listen to. He opened his eyes. The inverted triangle eyes have a lot of white, which looks unattractive with the pale face. But anyone who has seen these eyes will not care about these, because people only notice what is shown in his eyes. No one could tell what was in his eyes. In short, it was strange and chaotic. He was bitter and sad in the last second, and turned into a bloodthirsty killer in the next second. Countless emotions kept changing in these eyes, mixed together randomly, and in the end, only one word could describe them. Crazy. The clown used his hands and feet to pounce directly to the cage, desperately trying to squeeze his head through the gap in the bars. Of course, everyone knows that this is impossible, but he still tries very hard to do it and talks about it while doing it. Please, let me out. Please. I can't stand it anymore. Aya. He was begging and shouting, sounding very painful, but his expression seemed extremely excited, and he was actually laughing. This smile is so ugly that it can be described as creepy. But the pipe man standing outside the cage did not react. I know you will let me out, the clown continued. Don't pretend, I understand you, because we are the same kind of people. The pipe-smoking man still didn't speak, and even his eyes didn't change. He hid all his emotions in the deepest part, and no one could know what he was thinking. The clown didn't care at all about the indifference of the man in front of him. He was still desperately pressing his face against the fence, staring at his dead eyes with his inverted triangle eyes. Are you bored? The pipe man took the pipe from his mouth and poured the ashes into the white void under his feet. Ha ha! The clown looked at his action and laughed wildly. He held his stomach and rolled around in the cage. Last time I let you out, you bit a man to death and cut his mouth with a knife, said the pipe man indifferently. When the clown heard this, he put on an innocent look and said, You can't blame me for this. Look how he looked at that time. He wasn't happy at all. I had to help him. Look, now he's always smiling. The pipe man is silent. You can't do anything. There are some things that only I can do. The clown continued to chatter. You and I both know that he is now in a dead end. He can never get out and can only think about the same problem day after day. God, this is the most terrible torture for you. So, you can't take it anymore. Let me out. Let me give you some fun. The pipe man did not answer him. He just put the pipe back into his cloak, turned around, and disappeared into the void. Ha ha ha. The only sound echoing in the entire space was the clown's crazy laughter. Chun Xiao opened his eyes and saw a strange ceiling. He sat up and rubbed his face. His finger lingered for a moment on the wound at the corner of his mouth. Huh? He laughed for no apparent reason, then fell silent again. Knock, knock, knock. The sound of batons hitting the iron gate rang out on time, and then a breakfast was stuffed in from the window under the door. Chun Xiao walked over, took a look, then picked up the bread and took a bite. He made a very comfortable sound and nodded with satisfaction. Then he threw the bread away and spat the food in his mouth directly onto the ground. Then he picked up the glass of milk, and without caring that it was so hot that it was scalding even through the glass, he tilted his head back and drank it all in one gulp. Belch! Chun Xiao burped contentedly and licked his lips. Next, he picked up an apple and began to walk around the room bored. Time passes. He ate a few bites of lunch and then tossed and turned in bed. In the afternoon, he rolled the sheet into a strip and then folded it into the shape of a puppy, like the guys who sell lawn balloons in the park. All day long, he was doing meaningless things, not thinking about his lost memories, not making any marks, just like a child waiting to go to a party. Although it is boring, it is more of an anticipation and excitement. Half an hour after dinner, footsteps were heard outside the door again. 2 people. In other words, it's finally about to begin. Chun Xiao was very excited, and the corners of his mouth lifted up unnaturally twice, but were immediately pressed back. The door opened, and the 2 guards waved their batons as they did every day. Hey, come out! Chun Xiao said nothing and walked out of the cell obediently. The 3 of them walked like this, Chun Xiao in front, and the guards on the left and right behind. On the way, we passed the burnt corridor again. The cleaner had almost cleaned it up, but some black marks could still be seen. Hi, you checked the duty roster after get off work yesterday, right? Guard A said to the cleaner, his tone full of gloating. The cleaner put down the cleaning spray in his hand and turned around. His eye sockets were obviously swollen and purple from being beaten, but he was in a very good mood. Well, we talked about it. You know, he weighs less than 160 pounds. Ha, so what? Asked Guard A, who really loved listening to these gossips. The cleaner straightened his back as if to show off. In the end, he had to apologize to me and buy me a few drinks. As he spoke, he waved his fist like a winner. Because that's what I asked for. Although Garby didn't like to get involved in these things, he still thought it was quite interesting, so he interrupted. You have no idea what he will suffer when he returns home. He is extremely henpecked. Ha ha! All three of them laughed. At this moment, amidst the laughter, there was suddenly a sharp and piercing sound. The three of them stared at Chen Xiao in confusion. What are you happy about? Chen Xiao slowed down his breathing and said with a breath that had not yet fully recovered. This is very funny, isn't it? The three of them were stunned for a moment. They thought Chen Xiao was amused by their conversation. But no, Chen Xiao was laughing at these three people. They were still laughing and chatting here before the fear came. This is so funny. Chen Xiao started laughing again and couldn't stop. One of the guards couldn't stand it anymore and pushed him with a frown. Hey, stop laughing. Your laugh is really ugly. Oh, and your face is disgusting. Another guard also had a disgusted look on his face. Go ahead and finish today's work, you freak. Soon, the three of them arrived at the door of the room marked D391. The guard entered the password skillfully and opened the door. Go in. As usual, another guard pushed Chen Xiao into the room and closed the door. Chen Xiao still wanted to laugh at this time, but he tried hard to hold it back, which made his face look particularly strange. The old man put down the newspaper and looked at Chen Xiao with a puzzled look. What's wrong? You seem very happy today. When Chen Xiao heard this, he finally couldn't hold it back anymore. He started laughing again, as if he was exhausted from laughing. He lay on the table, pounding it while laughing. What's going on? The old man had no idea what was going on. He just looked at Chen Xiao and felt like laughing too. What's so funny? Laughter is contagious, so the old man started laughing too. Ha. After a while, the two finally laughed enough. Chen Xiao suddenly raised his head and asked, You'll eat my memories soon, right? The old man was stunned. How did you know? Chen smiled and replied, Whatever, it doesn't matter. Now hurry up and start. I don't have much time. The old man frowned. He felt that there was something different about the young man today, but he couldn't tell exactly what it was. Time is running out? What does this mean? The old man just thought about it for a moment and didn't care much. It was as if no one cared about Chen Zhao's abnormal behavior today. No one cared that he tried again and again to suppress the smile on his face. No one cared about the madness that was deliberately hidden in his eyes. No one paid attention to the corner of the cell. What was placed there today was not an apple core, but an apple with only one bite taken out of it. The bite, intentionally or unintentionally, left a crescent shape, which looked like a big mouth that was laughing wildly. Chapter 15, Battle from Memory 5. D391 inside the room. Chen Zhao's creepy low laughter echoed. In front of him, the old man was covering his head and rolling on the ground, looking extremely painful. Just now, the old man opened his mouth and began to absorb memories as he did every day. The scene is too beautiful to describe here. But when he took the first sip, he found that the taste today was a little special, like countless seasonings mixed together randomly. In short, it was very disgusting. He spat out Chen Zhao's head in one gulp. At this time, there was still saliva from my mouth on the other person's pale cheek, and his hair was sticky, which made people look very uncomfortable. But the young man didn't seem to care at all. He just looked at him with a weird smile on his face, and that look made him feel creepy. How does it taste? Chen Xiao asked. The old man did not answer, because he suddenly felt uncomfortable in his head, as if something chaotic had poured into his head and messed up his original thoughts. Chen Xiao saw the other person's uncomfortable expression and asked with concern, What's wrong? Did you eat something bad? The old man naturally ignored him. He didn't have the heart to answer any questions at the moment, nor did he think about why this happened. He didn't even have the energy to recall the look in the eyes of the young man sitting opposite him. It seemed like he was a completely different person from a few days ago. His mind was in a mess, so much so that he let out a low cry and fell to the ground. There was a surveillance camera in the corner, which clearly recorded this scene. But no one saw it, because the person on duty had a rather irresponsible work attitude. He put in the wrong CD about a week ago. This made item D for 19 very unhappy, so this hot-tempered little guy burned down the room he was in. The fierce flames also spread a little from the meal delivery window and burned a section of the corridor. Because of this incident, a cleaner in charge of that area came to him last night. Not only was he beaten up, but he also had to treat him to a drink at the most expensive bar. After returning home last night, he knelt in the living room for the entire night. So at this moment, the person on duty was drowsy. What nonsense! He was beaten and drank a lot of wine, and was not allowed to sleep all night. He could only kneel. It was very hard for this brother to come to work today. Therefore, he did not notice the strange behavior of object D391. In fact, not many people were watching the surveillance footage when this old man was eating because the way he ate was really disgusting. In short, all these little things combined together led to the old man who had eaten something bad rolling on the ground for a full 2 minutes without anyone noticing. At this moment, Chen Xiao was sitting on a chair, watching this scene with great interest. At the same time, he was a little puzzled as to why no guards had broken in through the door yet. So, he got himself a cup of tea. You see, when I was a kid, my mother told me not to take other people's things casually. As he spoke, he imitated the postures of the old nobles in the movies, holding up the teacup and raising his little finger high. But this posture, combined with his current appearance, looked both weird and disgusting. But you don't seem to know this truth. No, you know it, but you just don't want to think about it. Chen Xiao said in his sharp, joking tone. Here, you can be carefree, drink tea every day, read the newspaper, and enjoy the sumptuous food prepared for you by others. When he said the word food, he also made a quotation mark gesture in the air with his hand. You have forgotten the most obvious moral principles, of course, in the face of greed. Everyone forgets the cloaks they use to hide their inner thoughts. Isn't it? In front of beauty, people will forget loyalty. In front of power, people will forget duty. There are countless things in this world that can remove the veil of hypocrisy. When people are truly naked, their true nature will be revealed. Guess what that is? Chen smiled with his mouth wide open, looking extremely happy. Crazy. After he finished speaking, he stood up and squatted beside the old man. Honestly, you look like you're in pain. Oh, I see. Is it because you're very tired? You feel like you're being pressed down by a thick layer of armor, making it difficult for you to move? You are wrapped in layer after layer of outer clothes, like a mummy that cannot move. You can hardly breathe, right? Chen Zhao's hands were waving slowly in front of his chest, like a neurotic reciting poetry, and he was whispering to the old man in his unpleasant voice. Actually, I just want to say that if those are all false things, why don't you throw them all away? I know there is a force in your mind now. It is not the source of your pain. It is helping you break free from the shackles and let you recognize your true nature. You can try to accept it, just like me, accept the real you. In that way, Having said this, Chen Xiao started laughing again. Amidst the laughter, the old man still covered his head with his hands, his expression still ferocious. But as mentioned before, laughter is contagious, so at this moment the corners of his mouth seemed to be slightly raised. D391 outside the door. Guard A and Guard B are chatting. I heard that the headquarters admitted another A-level last week, said Guard A. Guard B swung his baton in boredom. We're actually pretty good here. The highest level is just a few C-level ones. I don't know how those guys at the headquarters spend their days. Yeah, they face those horrible things every day. I heard they have to undergo psychological monitoring every month. Many of them have gone crazy. Even guards have such a hard time getting by. I really can't imagine what it's like when the field department goes out on a mission. When the field division was mentioned, both of them looked as if they had thought of something terrible. The chat was interrupted. Suddenly, an alarm sounded. This is not what the anomaly detector says every time the old man eats, but a real alarm, extremely harsh. The white light that came from somewhere in the entire corridor instantly turned into a flickering red. D391 abnormal level mutation. The machine-synthesized sound filled the entire space. Damn, what's going on? Guard A yelled, looking panicked. Guard B was at a loss for a moment and hurriedly took out the magnetic card. I don't know, is there something stuck in the old guy's throat? With a beep, the door opened, and Guard A rushed in first with a shotgun in his hand, while Guard B followed closely with a baton in his hand. They saw what was going on inside the house. The old man was kneeling on the ground, his upper body straight, his hands hanging limply at his sides. Around him were puddles of vomit. His mouth was exaggeratedly cracked as if he was eating, and his chin was almost touching his stomach. At this moment, he is laughing. He was laughing madly, his eyes rolled up, his face was purple, as if he was lacking oxygen. But he still couldn't stop laughing, looking particularly terrifying under the scarlet light. In front of him, Chen Xiao was holding his stomach, pointing at him, and also laughing. It was as if he had seen something extremely interesting and was laughing so hard. The whole room was filled with laughter, even drowning out the alarm. These guards were all professionally trained. Although the scene before them was very strange, and they had no idea what was going on, they did not panic too much when faced with two unarmed people. Damn it, what are you doing? Guard A pointed his gun at the old man and yelled, D-391, I order you to get up and shut your mouth. At the same time, Guard B rushed towards Chun Shao and hit him with a stick. Stand still. Take away that disgusting smile of yours. Security Department. Security Department. D-391 has been controlled. The target is mentally abnormal and refuses to cooperate. Requesting approval for anesthesia. He pointed at Chin Shao with his baton and pressed the communicator on his helmet. Suddenly, the guard's body froze and then did not move for a second. There should be someone talking in the earphones, but Chin Shao couldn't hear clearly because of the riot helmet. He just saw that the guard ignored the reply in the headset, but lowered his baton. From his action, he seemed a little confused. The guard with the gun also put it down at this moment, looking around blankly, as if he suddenly forgot a lot of things. Bang! The two guards fell to the ground almost at the same time and lost consciousness. At the same time, Chin Shao was 30 meters underground in a large room. An old man in a white coat stared at the computer in front of him and shouted anxiously, "What's going on in the D-level containment area?" A person behind him answered loudly, 5 minutes ago, D-391 was detected to have abnormal level mutation and is now in the C-level dangerous stage. The old man turned around and saw that it was Mr. Zhou who had interacted with Chun Shao and others a week ago. "Bring me the file of that thing." He pushed his glasses, looking a little nervous. "Seal off the entire D-level area. Call up the footage of the containment area," he then said. The large screen on the wall lit up, facing D-391's room. In the screen at this moment, the old man was still kneeling on the ground with his mouth wide open. Next to him, there were not just the two guards lying there, but many more. Some of them were stacked on top of each other, making it impossible to tell their number. "The surrounding corridors," Mr. Zhou shouted. In an instant, a number of small windows appeared on the big screen one after another. Several guards were lying in the corridors around the room where D-391 was. Suddenly, Mr. Zhou stared at one of the pictures, his pupils following closely. "Enlarge," he shouted, pointing at the picture. The picture immediately enlarged and filled the entire screen. In the corner of the picture, a figure is leisurely strolling in the corridor, jumping a little, and then turning in circles like ballet. He looks very happy. At his feet were guards lying motionless. Chapter 16, Battle from Memory 6. Suddenly, the figure stopped, as if he knew someone was watching him. He turned his head and revealed a very disgusting face. He tilted his head and moved closer to the monitor, staring at the camera with curiosity. Everyone felt a strange tightness in their hearts when they saw this strange, smiling face pressed against the screen. Although everyone knew that this was impossible, they just had a feeling that this person was staring at them through the monitor. Mr. Zhou looked at Chin Shao on the screen with an extremely gloomy expression. "It's him again." As early as the mission in the orphanage, Mr. Zhou had already sensed that Chin Shao was different. But after carefully reading his medical records and files, he found that he was just a mentally ill patient with a complicated condition. In his worldview, which was shaped by his experience of countless strange and incomprehensible things, such a person could not be more ordinary. At this moment, Mr. Zhou stared at the ugly, smiling face and the completely incomprehensible eyes on the screen. Even though all the information says that he is ordinary, but how can this guy be ordinary? Report. D-level area surveillance video analysis completed. A staff member came running over and handed over some materials. Mr. Zhou waved his hand, indicating that he was too busy to look at it. "Just say it." The staff member nodded and began to report what happened. In fact, the entire D-level containment area is equipped with surveillance cameras in every corner. So everything from the moment Chen Shao walked out of the cell until now has been recorded. As the staff reported, Mr. Zhou's brows became deeper and deeper. "So now, no one can get close to D-391? Mr. Zhou asked after listening to the report. The staff member was obviously anxious, but he could only shake his head helplessly. D-391's anomaly detection has reached level C. Now, let alone approaching him. Anyone who enters a radius of 10 meters from his location, he will lose consciousness immediately." Having said this, the man added, "Moreover, this scope is still gradually expanding." Mr. Zhou cursed in a low voice in annoyance. Damn it. The fact that things have developed to this extent does not mean that this organization does not have the means to effectively deal with such emergencies. In fact, almost every item contained here will have corresponding remedial measures, such as hypnosis, such as confinement, such as immediate execution, and even worse, some more dangerous items, as long as they are out of control, will immediately destroy the entire area where they are located, including the staff within them. The organization has never been soft-handed on such issues. However, this old man numbered D391 really has no remedies at all because he is really too weak. Even if he really runs away one day, any ant from the street office can subdue him with a broom. Now that we have discussed the remedial measures, let's talk about the abnormal level variation. This is also the reason why this incident has left Mr. Zoe helpless. What does this abnormal level variation mean? Probably, it means literally. It means that the abnormal level of an object has suddenly changed. There is no suspicion of padding the word count here. The direction, span, degree of danger, etc. of the change are uncertain. You can say that it can change from D level to S level, or from S level to an ordinary item. Then someone asked, why can the abnormal level mutate, but there is no prevention against it? The reason is very simple. The probability of this abnormal level mutation is very small. How small is it? It's probably about the same chance as waking up in the morning and finding out you have a girlfriend. Therefore, with such a tiny probability that is almost non-existent, it is impossible for this organization to prepare special remedies for each item. Let's take a step back and say that even if you really want to be absolutely sure, you ignore the manpower and material resources, the condemnation from your superiors, and the contempt from your colleagues. But who knows in what curious directions these weird things will mutate. In fact, I have explained so much just to point out that now in the entire D-level containment area, there is really no way to deal with this old man. At this time, another staff member finally brought over the file of D391. Item hashtag D391. Containment procedures. 1. D391, hereinafter referred to as the subject, is to be contained in a standard humanoid containment cell at Biological Research Area 15. The interior of the containment room has now been converted into a residential environment in accordance with the target S requirements, where they have lived for many years. 2. The target has been determined to pose no threat, and therefore no special remedial measures or guards are required. Daily necessities such as tea, newspapers, etc. can be provided to the target with the consent of the guards. 3. This goal requires ensuring daily contact with a healthy, non-threatening adult, hereinafter referred to as eating. Description: D391 is a 58-year-old Asian male. The target looks no different from other men of the same age or slightly obese, and suffers from diabetes and mild fatty liver. Its specificity is manifested in that most normal foods cannot give the target the proper feeling of fullness. After multiple verifications, see Appendix 1 for details. The only thing that can temporarily relieve its hunger is human memory. Through observation, it was found that when the target eats, the muscles of the mouth and cheeks can be stretched to a great extent, up to a quasi-circular shape with a radius of 20 centimeters. In this second form, the target will place the entire head and neck of the being eaten into its mouth and wrap it around, while performing a sucking motion. In this state, most of the memories of the being eaten will fade away at an extremely fast rate, and the person will be in a coma for at least 10 hours after the eating is finished. After waking up, the eater will forget most of the memories after the age of 10 to 13. Such memories do not include normal cognition and form habits, and do not affect intelligence. See Appendix 2 for details. Addenda 1. Agent. In other words, these ordinary foods can provide you with the energy you need to live. The discomfort you mentioned is actually the feeling of hunger. Is that right? Target. Not really. This feeling is worse than being hungry. You know, when you're hungry, it's like that feeling in your stomach. This feeling is in my head, constantly urging me to eat something. It is actually very painful. You can understand it as the feeling that you're holding a pee, but you can't pee it out no matter what. Agent. Oh, well, it was painful. Next topic. You once said that although you can't read these memories, you can taste the different flavors of different memories. Can you tell us more about that? Target. Well, it's hard to explain. These flavors are not sour, sweet, bitter, spicy, etc. So it's hard to describe them. It's like if you don't use the word sour to describe sour, then you basically can't describe it, right? Agent. Okay, can you tell me more about what it felt like after you ate the pigeon memory during the last experiment? The target was somewhat annoyed, retched a few times, and refused to cooperate. Addendum 2. Agent, hi, hello. The person being eaten. Looks very confused. Agent. Excuse me. What is your most vivid memory right now? The person being eaten, my sister and I were playing snowballs in the yard, but... Agent. Keep going. Don't hesitate. The person being eaten. Although this memory seems like it was yesterday, I have grown up and I know that this is what I should look like when I grow up. Agent. Can you describe how you're feeling right now? The person being eaten. Thinking hard, it feels like I've jumped for more than 10 years. Yesterday, I was less than 1.5 meters tall, and today I have a mouthful of beard. And I have obviously learned a lot of things. For example, I now know the daily limit algorithm of insecurities, but I probably have never come into contact with this thing. Next, there were still a few pages left in the file, but Mr. Zoe didn't want to look at it anymore. He threw the file aside and whispered to himself. Those fallen guards look very similar to the eaters described in the description. In other words, after the mutation, D391 can directly absorb memories within a certain range. He looked up at the big screen. At this moment, Chen Xiao was sitting on the ground, kicking a guard's shoulders with his feet, trying desperately to pull his helmet off. Why does this guy seem to be unaffected? Mr. Zhou thought to himself. Is it because D391 does not absorb the memories of mental patients? After this matter is dealt with, I must study him carefully. When will that damn remote-controlled robot that can fire a tranquilizer gun be delivered here? Mr. Zhou roared. A staff member seemed very flustered and stammered. There are still 20 minutes. But, speak. Stop talking nonsense. Mr. Zhou's tone clearly told people that he was very angry at the moment. Not far from D391's room is D416. This kid has just been tamed. Well, you know, that range is waiting to be expanded. Mr. Zhou slapped his forehead very hard and pursed his lips tightly. He knew that the child codenamed D416, who played with fire, was very troublesome. If his memory was absorbed, who knows what kind of trouble would happen. On the screen, with Chen Zhao's unremitting efforts, he finally pulled off the guard's riot helmet and was happily putting it on his own head. Mr. Zhou looked at him and took a deep breath, as if he was trying to calm himself down. Connect the communication in that corridor, he said. Although he was reluctant to do so, at this moment, it seemed to be the only way to quickly resolve the incident. Meanwhile, in the corridor of the D-class containment area, Chen Xiao calmly fiddled with the shotgun in his hand. Suddenly, the sound of a microphone being connected was heard in the corridor, followed by a voice. Hi. Chen Xiao immediately recognized that it was Mr. Zhou who was speaking, but he didn't care and just started pulling the guard's shoes down again. To make a long story short, I want you to, Mr. Zhou said. No. Chen Xiao interrupted him before he could finish. He then lifted up the goggles on his explosion-proof helmet and smiled at the surveillance camera. I reject. I'd like to talk about my cover again. I made it by myself. It took me a full hour and a half. Isn't it amazing? Ha ha ha. Thanks to Meidu Xiuxiu. Chapter 17. Battle from Memory 7. There was silence. The only sound that could be heard in the entire corridor was the rustling sound of the communicator. After a while, you can't escape. In another 20 minutes, I will be able to completely control the situation. Mr. Zhou's voice came, so gloomy that it made people's hair stand on end. Oh, Chen Xiao simply responded, and then continued to pull off the guard's explosion-proof suit, as if he didn't want to talk to him. Mr. Zhou's breathing became noticeably heavier, and his anger could be felt even through the communicator. What on earth are you doing? Mr. Zhou no longer concealed his emotions. He shouted viciously into the communicator. At this time, Chen Xiao had already changed all the guard's clothes into himself. He came to the monitor and said with some annoyance, Isn't it obvious? I'm acting as a guard, he said, spreading his hands as if to say, Can't you see that? Mr. Zhou continued in a fierce tone. You can't pretend to be a guard. I can see your every move. The surveillance facilities here are all bulletproof. In 20 minutes. No, I can catch you in 18 minutes. Then you will regret not listening to me now. So, I suggest you cooperate with me. Stop nagging. Chen Xiao waved his hand and put on an impatient expression. I thought you were quite interesting before, hey. He sighed, looking disappointed. But thank you for telling me that these cameras are bulletproof. I've always been a very gentle person, as you can probably tell. So I don't usually like rude things like shooting. Chen Xiao said this as he picked up the prison uniforms he had taken off and was about to cover the camera. Wait a minute, Mr. Zhou shouted. He was very panicked. For some reason, he felt that if this boy named Chen Xiao disappeared from his sight, something terrible would happen. You know, covering the cameras is useless. I will check every guard's face, said Mr. Zhou. So, what are you going to do? Chen Xiao curled his lips helplessly, as if he had to explain something to a naughty kid whose head was full of questions. I want to open, he said with a bored look on his face. The answer was not yet finished, but Mr. Zhou certainly knew what he meant. So almost as soon as Chen Xiao said the word open, he angrily interrupted Chen Xiao. You can't open the door. Bastard, you are dreaming. You can only wait for me to catch you, and then let you know how stupid your actions are. Mr. Zhou roared. He was extremely angry. During the time he had been in contact with Chun Xiao, he got angrier than he had in the past few years combined. Chun Xiao frowned. Obviously, he didn't want to listen to Mr. Zhou's chattering anymore. So he didn't even block the camera and walked directly in the direction of room D391. Mr. Zhou panicked. He knew Chun Xiao couldn't open the doors of those holding rooms. But what if he really opened it? Even just any room. The guard has a key card, but a password is required to open the door. Did he already know the password? No way, he couldn't possibly know. But what if? To be honest, Mr. Zhou was a little panicked at this moment. Looking at the back of the man in explosion-proof clothing, who was hopping past the guards, he had a very dangerous feeling. It seemed that this feeling had only appeared once before, when he was young and was on his first field mission. In fact, Chun Xiao really knew the password, because when the two guards opened the D391 containment room, they didn't avoid Chun Xiao at all. Anyway, he didn't remember anything after he came out. And in the area under the jurisdiction of that guard, all the room passwords used were similar. So now, let's take a bird's-eye view of what happens next. Chun Xiao strolled to the room D391. At this time, the old man was still in a state of crazy giggling. This old man is actually still laughing. And Chun Xiao picked up the door card of guard A and continued to stroll to the room D416. Why didn't he just open the door of another containment cell nearby? Well, because Chun Xiao wanted to see what this little guy who could breathe fire and liked to listen to nursery rhymes looked like. Anyway, he would first enter the number 9527, because this was the password to the old man's room. But the door did not open. Chun Xiao would pout a little unhappily at this moment, because from his observation, this guard was definitely not the type of person who would set up a different password for each room and remember it every day for fear of making a mistake. So, he just entered the number 9528 again. And this time, the door opened. Chun Xiao finally got to see what D416 looked like. As expected, this bad-tempered little guy doesn't look that good either. In order to avoid the suspicion of making up words, I will not describe it in detail. Next, Chun Xiao will have a conversation with this little guy, and the general content is as follows. Don't come over here. I'm super fierce. I'm not going over there, bye. Well, that's it. Then Chun Xiao turned around and left. In the next 15 minutes, Chun Xiao used the guard's card in 9529, 9526, and 9530 as passwords to open 3 more doors. As expected, these bizarre settings threw the entire D-class containment area into chaos. In addition, the old man who now only knows how to grin foolishly is absorbing memories in an increasingly wider range, causing a series of chain reactions. This containment area will experience the biggest crisis since its establishment. Of course, none of this happened, because at this moment, as Mr. Zhou looked at Chun Xiao's back, his uneasiness became more and more intense. Finally, he made the most correct decision in his life. Chun Xiao. Mr. Zhou called out his name directly. Chun Xiao was stunned, as if he suddenly remembered his name. He thought about it and felt that this name was very good, so he was very happy. What? He turned around with a smile and asked the surveillance camera. Mr. Zhou took a deep breath. Can you please do me a favor? Mr. Zhou asked, but he immediately realized that asking Chun Xiao for help was a wrong wording. So he changed it and said, no, we can make a deal. Transaction. Chun Xiao seemed to be slightly interested. He moved closer to the camera and asked, what transaction? I want you to go to the room marked D391 and wake up the old man who has been made to smile foolishly by you. Push his head into the pool or just knock him out. Whatever you want, just make him lose consciousness. At this point, Mr. Zhou paused and continued, and I will promise that you will be released. Chun Xiao listened and didn't react for a while, with an expression as if he must have heard something wrong. Then he started laughing. Promise. He muttered, ha, how funny. You actually used the word promise. Ha ha. It seemed like he couldn't stop laughing, and the sound made people feel upset. Okay, I can really promise you. Mr. Zhou roared. Chun Xiao was just smiling and didn't pay any attention to Mr. Zhou. Then how can you help me? Mr. Zhou shouted. Chun Xiao finally laughed enough. He rubbed his aching stomach and said, well, let's sing a song first. Mr. Zhou was stunned. He thought he had heard it wrong. Are you singing? He asked in confusion. Yes, let me think about it. Chun Xiao pretended to be thinking hard. Oh, how about a birthday song? Today might be my birthday. Mr. Zhou frowned tightly. He found that he could not understand the thoughts of this psychopath at all. Is this what you want? He asked. Chun Xiao put on an expression that said, don't be silly. How is that possible? and said, "Of course not, but I can only think about my request when I'm listening to music now. Hurry up and speak. You're wasting time." Mr. Zhou roared. He was really angry, partly because he felt that Chen Xiao was deliberately provoking him, and partly because he had no way to deal with this madman. After hearing Mr. Zhou's angry roar, Chen Xiao said with a look of pity, "Oh, that's a pity. It seems that this deal can't go on." As he said this, he stretched out his hand and looked at his wrist, even though he didn't have a watch at all. "I don't know what you're in such a hurry for, but you just said it only has 18 minutes, so now it may only have 13. Well, maybe 12 minutes. After saying that, he reached out to put on the goggles on his helmet. "Okay, I'll sing," Mr. Zhou roared in the communicator. On the other side of the communicator, Mr. Zhou was shaking with anger, but he could only catch his breath and sing, "Happy birthday to you, happy birthday to you, happy birthday to you." About 10 seconds passed, and I didn't know what expressions and moods the staff on the other end of the communicator had. In short, Mr. Zhou actually finished singing while suppressing his anger. "How ugly," Chun Xiao muttered with a frown. Mr. Zhou didn't yell, but everyone could tell that he was already extremely angry. "So, have you thought about your request?" he asked. At this moment, Mr. Zhou had already told himself in his heart, no matter what Chen Xiao's request was, he would agree to it, and then execute Chen Xiao as soon as this matter was dealt with. He even repeatedly imagined the scene of executing Chen Xiao several times. To be honest, deception is just like commonplace to them. And Chen Xiao seemed to have finally thought of something. He even spoke with some excitement. "I want to hear a story from you." Chapter 18, This World. Compared to other containment areas, the 15th Biological Research Area is not large. It is located in the far suburbs of K City. The word located is not quite accurate because the main part of this research area is underground. It is divided into 3 parts: the office area on the top floor, the D-level containment area in the middle floor, and the C-level containment area at the bottom. Above these, that is, above the surface, is a building named K City Disease Research Center. Of course, there is no way this building is used to study any disease. It's just a cover for the staff who come in and out every day. Otherwise, if people passing by saw a small shabby house in the wilderness with 100 or 200 people coming and going every day, even a fool would know that there must be something fishy going on. At this moment, the emergency in the D-level containment area has been quelled. The process was roughly as follows. Chen Xiao came behind the old man with a shotgun. He hit the back of his head with a standard home run stance bang. The old man fell to the ground and twitched a few times. Then this most troublesome emergency in recent years ended so simply. In fact, the reason why this incident was troublesome was not because the abnormal mutation of the contained items was so terrible, nor because the incident caused irreparable losses. In fact, from the beginning to the end, the one who brought Mr. Zhou a sense of crisis was just Chen Xiao. Oh, by the way, Chen Xiao has now been imprisoned in an interrogation room in the office area. He reached a deal with Mr. Zhou. "I will help you solve this emergency, and you tell me a story." In Chen Xiao's mind, such a deal is fair and reasonable. An hour later, the door of the interrogation room opened, and Mr. Zhou walked in. Of course, he was not here to complete the transaction. Just before pushing open the door, he was still debating whether to execute Chen Xiao directly. But in the end, he still sat in front of Chen Xiao. First of all, he knew that apart from Chen Xiao's abnormal brain, his other physical conditions were just that of an ordinary person. So he didn't believe that Chen Xiao could play any tricks at this time. Secondly, before executing this brat, he wanted to know what this mentally ill person meant by telling stories. This is not the kind of melodramatic behavior where a supporting character seeks death or a villain talks too much. Just think about it. On one side is a mentally ill person with no abilities, and on the other side is a mysterious organization with unfathomable financial resources, material resources, weapons, and equipment. If he really got away under such circumstances, that would be really bloody. "Hi." Chen Xiao saw Mr. Zhou come in and wanted to greet him enthusiastically, but his wrists were handcuffed to the table, so he could only move them to his chest and shake them slightly a few times. When Mr. Zhou saw Chen Xiao's disgusting smile, his anger rose again. "Do you know what you have done?" He stared at Chen Xiao coldly. Chen Xiao raised his index finger and pointed it in the air, making an expression as if he had been praised. "Yeah, I know. I helped you solve a big problem." The corners of Mr. Zhou's mouth twitched, and his teeth made a clicking sound. "You should know that our deal only says you have to listen to my story, but it doesn't say whether you will live or die after the story is told. You know what I mean?" Mr. Zhou said, looking forward to Chen Xiao's terrified and angry expression. However, Chen Xiao did not show any reaction. He just licked his lips nervously and said, "Yeah, I know that even if you promise to let me go, you will break your promise. I have seen many people like you over there. I generally refer to you as." He frowned, as if trying to think about it. "Oh yes, they are collectively called miscellaneous goods." This sentence sounds smooth, but there is a very strange word in it. Over there. This word can represent many meanings, such as, "I'm over there in my hometown," or "I'm over there in XX block." So there doesn't seem to be anything wrong with saying this. But if Mr. Zoe listens carefully, he will definitely feel that there is a slightly different flavor contained in these two words. But Mr. Zoe didn't pay any attention to what Chen Xiao said. He was so angry that he almost stood up and kicked him. He kept telling himself in his heart, "Be patient. This guy is already dead. It doesn't matter if he waits a little longer." "Then, my dear Mr. Chen Xiao, what story do you want to hear me tell before you are executed?" Mr. Zoe asked. This was also the main reason why he did not kill Chen Xiao directly, but let him be furious. Chen Xiao opened his mouth wide, leaned forward, looked at Mr. Zoe excitedly, and said, "I want you to tell me about this world." Mr. Zoe was stunned, obviously not understanding. "This world? What does that mean?" Chen Xiao patiently explained, "This is the world. I feel that this world is not what other people know. There are many things here that normal people cannot understand, just like the little girl in the orphanage and the old man who feeds on memories. And you guys are obviously looking for them, and then restraining them. If I'm not mistaken, you are also destroying them, which is really interesting. So you have to tell me what this world really looks like." Chen Xiao spoke in his sharp voice, like a drunkard seeing fine wine, or a homeless man seeing money. His expression became more and more excited, even making Mr. Zoe feel a little creepy. "What if I refuse?" Mr. Zoe originally wanted to refuse Chen Xiao directly, but for some reason, he changed his mind and turned this sentence into a question. He had been in the field team for a long time when he was young, so he had an intuition about danger. In other words, he's scared. Refuse? Chen Xiao acted confused, as if he had never thought about this question before. And then he started laughing again. Mr. Zoe frowned. Why is this guy always laughing? What's so funny about him? He still laughs, even though he knows he's going to die. And his laugh is so ugly. Chen Xiao had no intention of stopping. While laughing, he moved closer to Mr. Zoe. That disgusting mouth with cut corners was facing him. He could already feel the air flow from his laugh hitting his face. "Why don't you give it a try? It might be fun," he muttered in a voice that only Mr. Zoe could hear. As I said before, Mr. Zoe has seen many terrible scenes and experienced countless life and death situations. He knows that his mentality is strong enough. But Mr. Zoe just said to himself inexplicably again, "This kid is just a psychopath. He can't do anything now. He can't even do anything with the handcuffs that are tied to him." When he was thinking about these things, he didn't look at Chen Zhao's eyes, intentionally or unintentionally. Just like when he was a child, he would always avoid the teacher's gaze when he didn't finish his homework. But he didn't realize it yet. Since he is already a dying man, what's the big deal about telling him? Mr. Zoe thought, not noticing that a strange idea appeared in his mind. Maybe I can see his surprised expression. That should be quite interesting. "Okay," he said, "let me tell you about this world." The worldview only appears in chapter 18, which is a bit late, but the author is not embarrassed at all. A stone that smells like decay. A magic mirror that makes loved ones fight each other. An oil lamp that can fulfill wishes. A rabbit that can take people into the depths of dreams. These things may be legends or fairy tales, but they may also be true. The world people see is a rational, peaceful, and hopeful one, where they are troubled by money, power, lust, and the simplest things like birth, aging, illness, and death. Amid the lights and feasting, I swirl the wine in my glass, listen to people's hypocritical jokes, and enjoy the beautiful and illusory night woven by the blooming neon lights. Most people live like this. But why is it that after the hustle and bustle, when a person is quietly looking out the window, there is always a vague layer of emptiness and fear in his heart? Because that is the emotion that our ancestors have planted in people's hearts over a long period of time. We once sat shivering in front of the campfire. We once bowed our heads and prayed, not daring to look up at the sky. There is an innate voice buried in our hearts that tells everyone that the real world is not what you see. This world is twisted, crazy, absurd, incredible, and incomprehensible. Humans think they have mastered science and have come into contact with the truth of the universe. But in fact, that is just a form of self-consolation. In fact, we know nothing. We are too small. nothing will protect us. But human beings cannot live in fear. We must protect ourselves. If someone lives in a normal and orderly society, someone must appease the unknown in the absurd world. This is an organization that does not belong to any country, is above all jurisdictions, and the world does not know its existence. It has a very ancient name, Order Foundation. The main job is to contain all items that may affect the current normal life, to protect human society from panic, pollution, and destruction. These items are all kinds of strange, with security levels ranging from DS. D-level items can only cause some panic and destruction, while S-level items, once containment fails, may lead to the extinction of all mankind, or even more terrible things. At this moment, Chen Xiao was in the 15th Biological Research Area of the Order Foundation. Mr. Zhou has also finished telling this mentally ill patient, who is about to be executed, an interesting story about the real world. Chen Xiao was smiling. He was very happy, excited, and even a little overwhelmed, like a child who suddenly got all the toys he had always dreamed of. He wanted to laugh, to shout, and to roll on the ground, because this world was so interesting. But at this moment, an extremely calm voice without any emotion sounded in his ecstatic mind. After playing for so long, it's time to come back. Chapter 19. The Painful Development. In an office in an unknown location, it was dark and the lights were off. A person was sitting in front of a huge screen, with more than a dozen small images playing at the same time. The content played was the images recorded by the camera when the 15th Abnormal Biology Research Area incident occurred a few hours ago. And Chen Xiao was in every image. Frontal face, side face when walking, when laughing wildly, when stripping the guard's clothes. It covers almost every angle of his body. This person was leaning back in a large sofa chair, with her fingers together, forming a triangle and placing it under the tip of her nose. This was the posture she liked to adopt when she was thinking. She was thinking about a question she had thought about many times, and now this question was once again placed in front of her. She looked at Chen Zhao's grinning face on the screen and whispered to herself, "Is he showing up again?" After a long time, she was still thinking. There was almost no problem that could make her think for so long, except for this disgusting smile. Suddenly, the man reached out for an old-fashioned telephone next to the sofa. The faint light from the screen shone on the hand, which was surprisingly slender and white. She didn't turn the dial, but put the receiver directly to her ear, and the phone made a beep sound indicating that the call was connected. Soon, the call was picked up, and the voice on the other end sounded very panicked. But he still tried to remain respectful and polite and said, "Hello. Hello, this is the 15th Abnormal Biology Research Area. How can I help you?" "I'm looking for Mr. Zhou." The man interrupted the operator in a light tone. The voice was a little cold, but you could tell it was a woman's. Chen Xiao felt dizzy, as if he was sobering up, and a bunch of strange thoughts were gradually fading away. He remembered everything he had just done, including his head being sucked into the mouth of the memory-sucking old man, and jumping around in the corridor, including what Mr. Zhou had just told him about the true nature of the world. He knew that these had actually happened, but it just felt unreal, as if he had just woken up from a dream. What's going on? He began to think habitually, and his mind was no longer as chaotic as before. However, he just couldn't remember anything at all, as if his mind automatically avoided them as soon as it came into contact with them. Soon, Chen Xiao inexplicably gave up recalling this matter. At this time, Mr. Zhou, who was sitting opposite him, also found that he seemed to have changed a little. Although his eyes were still confused, it was more because his thinking was too agile and people could not keep up with his changes. It was no longer the madness that made people dare not look directly at it. Mr. Zhou frowned and was about to ask, "What's wrong with you?" But he quickly gave up the idea because he felt that he had talked enough with this brat, and he would be executed tomorrow morning. The order was issued before Mr. Zhou came to the interrogation room. "Okay, now that you have finished your story," said Mr. Zhou, "I might as well tell you that tomorrow you will be executed." After saying this, Mr. Zhou felt very happy, so he added, "Enjoy the last moments of the night." While he was talking, Chen Xiao was quickly collecting information from all around him. "There are 2 guards outside the door. I can get the key, but there are obviously cameras in this interrogation room. Although I can use the thumb dislocation method to break free from the handcuffs without attracting the attention of the camera. But since the execution is tomorrow, I can just wait and see. If I'm not mistaken, I should be taken to a solitary cell in a while, so I can roughly guess the architectural structure here." Thinking of this, he glanced at the vent above his head and sniffed the air around him. This should be underground, but not deep, so there are probably 3 ways to escape. First, sneak in and escape by your own ability. This process involves facing surveillance cameras, night patrols, and having to find ways to obtain various access cards, which is very difficult. Second, although hostage-taking will make the process simple and brutal, considering the contempt for life of the people here, the danger is not much less than suicide. Who knows who might give the order to kill me and the hostage together? Third, disguise is the best way, but at this stage I don't know much about the situation here. Whether it is clothing or escape route, they need a lot of information support to be established. Otherwise, as long as one link is exposed, it will be a complete failure. So, we still need intelligence. Fortunately, the decision is tomorrow, so we should have a chance. Chen Xiao thought about it without any panic. He completed the observation and the above thinking in just 1 second. At the same time, he made several escape plans in a hypothetical way as a backup. At this moment, he even felt a little bit of anticipation for what was about to happen under the noses of these guys with real guns and bullets. His thoughts in that second were keenly captured by Mr. Zhou, but Mr. Zhou believed that Chen Xiao was afraid of being executed. Even a mentally ill person would be afraid of death. After all, everyone has only one life. So Mr. Zhou is very satisfied now, and he wants to taunt this bastard boy. Suddenly, he frowned and took out a mobile phone from his pocket. Chen Xiao noticed that the phone was all black, the old-fashioned type with a small screen and buttons, without any trademarks, and was placed in a small compartment in the lower half of the shirt. These showed that the phone was rarely used, but had to be carried with him at all times. Mr. Zhou looked at the phone, looking a little confused. He didn't know why the phone was ringing, but despite his confusion, he immediately picked up the call. This phone was obviously special, so Chen Xiao couldn't hear any sound coming from it. But he could see Mr. Zhou's expression. "Hello," said Mr. Zhou. "Respect and fear," Chen Xiao thought in his heart. "Yes." Mr. Zhou answered the question and lowered his head unconsciously, as if he was bowing. "The top people in the organization have great power." "Yes, he's here." Mr. Zhou was stunned for a moment and looked at Chen Xiao with confusion in his eyes. It's related to me?" At this moment, Mr. Zhou heard something. The look he gave Chen Xiao was no longer just confusion, but directly turned into fear. "Damn, what's going on?" This look scared Chen Xiao. Mr. Zhou said, his tone still sounding panic-stricken and confused. "What's going on?" Chen Xiao was also confused. He saw Mr. Zhou put his cell phone into the pocket of his shirt, then looked at the floor. He maintained this posture for about 2 seconds, then raised his head and stared at Chen Xiao blankly, as if he was thinking about something that he knew he couldn't figure out at all. Chen Xiao didn't know what to do for a moment. He felt that even if he had told Mr. Zhou on the phone that I was his biological son, he might not show such an expression. So Chen Xiao carefully moved closer to Mr. Zhou and asked tentatively in the smallest voice, "What's wrong?" Mr. Zhou blinked and was silent for a while, as if waiting to wake up from the dream. After about 5 seconds, he swallowed and said, "Take a shower tonight. Someone will take you to report to the field team tomorrow." After saying that, he stood up and staggered out of the interrogation room. During this time, he scratched the back of his head for no apparent reason. After hearing this answer, Chen Xiao was a little at a loss. Many speculations came to his mind, but the only answer that could explain the meaning of Mr. Zhou's words just now was that he had heard it wrong. Therefore, it was not until Mr. Zhou walked out of the interrogation room that Chen Xiao came out of his state of rapid thinking and sudden freeze. Hey, what the hell is going on? Didn't we agree to shoot him?" he shouted. 20 minutes later, Chen Xiao stood at the door of a room with a painful look on his face. He turned around to look at the guard wearing a riot helmet behind him and asked, "Hey, big brother, is this a special treatment before the execution?" The guard immediately responded, "Sir, this is a temporary lounge reserved for field team members. All facilities have been disinfected and updated. You can use it without worry." Chen Zhao's eyes twitched, and he couldn't adapt to this role change. 20 minutes ago, he was still wearing handcuffs, thinking about how to escape, and now the guard started calling him sir. "Isn't this funny?" "Brother, what does the field team you were talking about do?" Chen Xiao asked again. "Report to the commander." The field team is the frontline combat unit of the Order Foundation, mainly responsible for containing or eliminating abnormal things and handling some emergencies. Chen Xiao nodded and thought to himself, he speaks so fluently. He must have memorized it by looking at the instruction manual. Then why was I suddenly included in the field team? Report to the commander. "I don't know." Chen Xiao nodded again. "It's amazing. You can speak so powerfully even if you don't know something. It's really different after receiving professional training." So what is the model of this field team? Is it a team-based or individual one? Are missions assigned, or do you apply for them yourself? Is there an independent department? Can you refuse to carry out a mission? Blah, blah, blah. Chen Xiao asked more than 10 questions in one breath, then hesitated for a moment. It was obvious that he had many more questions and saved them for the next wave. This time, the guard was a little panicked. He felt that Chen Xiao might really stand there and keep asking 100,000 questions, so he hesitated for a second. Sir, there is a communication device in the lounge dedicated to the field team. You can preview all the information you want to know on it, and you can also look through all the tasks within the execution range. Oh! Chen Xiao pinched his chin, with an expression as if to see what was happening. The guard saw the opportunity and said quickly, Sir, please go to bed early. I will pick you up tomorrow morning. After saying that, he stood up straight, put his heels together, and punched the left side of his chest with his right hand. Chen Xiao understood that this should be the salute posture here. Sure enough, after the guard saluted, he immediately turned around and marched in step, disappearing around the corner of the corridor, fearing that Chen Xiao would call him. Chen Xiao shrugged and walked into the luxurious temporary lounge in front of him. Chapter 20 Life must be interesting. With the financial and material resources of the Order Foundation, the prison cells are well equipped, so this temporary lounge must not be much worse. It can be described as a small presidential suite. Chen Xiao bent over with his hands in his pockets and walked around the room. He thought, how did I go from being a guinea pig to be executed to being a field worker for this organization? No matter how incredible it is, it really happened. Who called on the phone? What did they say? The whole story of this matter, we have to find a chance to find out. Chen Xiao thought as he came to the bed. This bed is so soft that it can be used as a trampoline. Chen Xiao thought, and immediately took action. He really jumped onto the bed and jumped up. It's softer than I thought. After finishing the meaningless task of testing the elasticity of the bed, Chen Xiao sat down contentedly. He picked up something similar to a writing board at the head of the bed. This thing looks very high-tech, he said to himself, and then he spread out his 5 fingers like the old Taoist priest in the movie when he summoned a magic weapon, pressed on this writing board, and shouted, "Open!" With a faint light, the electronic screen of the writing board lit up. Fuck, it actually turned on. Chen Xiao secretly complained in his mind. Of course, he knew that this was actually a touch-to-wake setting. This is most likely the communication device the guard mentioned. Chen Xiao muttered to himself, and then began to carefully look through the documents on the light screen. The content displayed on the light screen was very simple, without any colorful background. The first item was personal information. Chen Xiao clicked it, and a page appeared asking him to enter his fingerprint. Chen Xiao frowned and placed his index finger on it. No access. A column of red fonts appeared on the screen, and a red cross was flashing. Chen Xiao nodded, which meant, oh, that's it. A normal person would know that it cannot be opened after seeing the no access authorization sign appear for the first time, but God knows what Chen Xiao was thinking. Anyway, he tried all 10 fingers. Of course, this would be useless, and Chen Xiao hesitated for a long time and gave up the idea of using his toes. It may be because I haven't reported yet, he muttered. Then he clicked on the second option, Data Query. There are 3 sub-options in this option. Field Team Information. Search for stored items files. Introduction to the Containment Zone. Chen Xiao clicked on each option several times, but none of them could be opened. But he didn't have any negative emotions, and then he opened the third option. Mission Submission. In this option, there are 4 menus. S, A, B, C, and D. As expected, none of them could be opened. Now let's look at the last one, which is the option that Chen Xiao pays most attention to. Points Redemption. When he looked at these 4 words, he felt a bit like a shopping mall selling goods that were about to expire. After that, of course I couldn't click on it. Chen Xiao calmly put the completely useless electronic screen back to its original place and began to organize the information. First of all, it can be confirmed that this field team should mostly be in the form of small teams. Of course, it does not rule out the existence of guys who like to work alone. As for the form of each team, the number of personnel, and whether there are level distinctions, it is not yet known. After that, the level of SD containment items is worth paying attention to. So, things like D391 should be the lowest level of danger. So what are S-level containment items like? I really want to see it. Chen Xiao thought of this and chuckled to himself. Next, there is the option of Points Redemption. As early as in the Orphanage, he had witnessed Mr. Zhou's extraordinary skills. If he guessed correctly, This exchange system can greatly improve and enhance various attributes of human beings, and there are probably a lot of black technologies that can be exchanged. What are points? Even a fool can figure it out, just completing tasks. Thinking of this, Chin smiled, put his hands behind his head, and fell comfortably on the bed. He was very excited at the moment. There were all kinds of strange, abnormal objects. I don't know what exactly is in this exchange system, and this mysterious order foundation. Like I said before, Chun Xiao is a man with great aspirations, and what he pursues is fun. And now, it seems that fate has placed him in the most interesting place in the world. So he was very happy and excited. Heh? Chuckle, chuckle. Ha ha ha. He laughed excitedly, and the sound was as unpleasant as it could be. Fortunately, this temporary lounge was soundproof. Otherwise, I would have thought that a monster in a containment room had escaped again. It's so funny, he couldn't help but shout. Early morning, sunshine. Okay, this part was cut out because Chun Xiao was underground at this time and could not see the sunshine at all. He was so excited that he didn't sleep the whole night. The excitement made him feel like he was injected with chicken blood. He tossed and turned all night, wandered around the house, scratched the wall, jumped on the bed, and picked up the useless display screen and poked it, then put it down, and then picked it up and poked it again. Oh, by the way, during this period he obediently took a bath. After all, for Qin Xiao, this process of stepping into an interesting world is extremely sacred, so bathing and changing clothes are still very necessary. At 8 hours, 7 minutes, and 45 seconds in the morning, there was a knock on the door of the temporary lounge. Yes, that's right. Chen Fan counted the seconds all night because he really couldn't sleep and had nothing to do. Sir, are you awake? The guard outside the door shouted in a standard reporting tone, with the energy flowing through his dantian, so powerful and sonorous that even the guy who wasn't awake was woken up. But Chun Xiao didn't care. He had been waiting for this moment for a long time. He couldn't wait to open the door and stared at the guard in front of him. His excited expression was a little ferocious. Let's go. Let's report. The guard made an expression that said, "Is this guy crazy?" He was wearing a riot helmet, so the other party couldn't see it anyway. Yes. Although the guard felt annoyed, he still hammered his chest in a standard posture and said, "This way, please." Chun Xiao also followed happily. After turning through several almost identical corridors, the two came to an electronic door. "Report to the commander. This is the registration office for new field personnel," the guard shouted. Chun Xiao nodded without asking any more questions. He took a step forward, and the electronic door automatically opened to both sides. This new field staff registration office is actually not very big, just a small room. However, this small room was separated from the others by a radiation-proof door similar to the one in the CT room of a hospital. Chun Xiao was now standing on this side of the room. In front of him was a simple small table, and behind him sat a plump lady in a white coat. The elder sister saw him coming in and asked casually, "Chun Xiao?" "Yeah," Chun Xiao agreed. From the layout here and the tone of this elder sister, it can be seen that there are basically no people coming here. The eldest sister didn't even look at him. She just tapped a few times on the keyboard in front of her, and then the radiation-proof door opened. "Go in," she said casually. Chun Xiao didn't care about this casual service attitude. He chuckled and walked in. Hua, here it is still pronounced as Hua with 3 tones. Chun Xiao looked inside and couldn't help but sigh with a long tone. Although this small half of the house is not big, the machines placed inside are really big. How to describe these machines? They're just messy, like a bunch of broken electrical appliances piled together, and then connected together with wires and pipes and placed here, filling the entire space, leaving only a small aisle that can barely accommodate one person. "Sit on it." I heard my elder sister's impatient voice from behind. "Where should I sit?" Chun Xiao muttered to himself. After searching for a long time, he finally found a place among the pile of junk that seemed big enough for a person to sit. Then he squeezed himself into the small gap with great effort and shouted, "Sit tight." As soon as he finished speaking, a large glass cover was dropped from somewhere. Then, a light green liquid began to fill the glass cover under Chun Xiao's feet. Fuck, what the hell is this? Chun Xiao was stunned. For half a second, he thought he was going to be executed. This was all a trap set by Mr. Zhou to prevent him from causing trouble. This strange liquid filled the hood almost instantly. At this moment, the big sister outside stretched her neck and yelled, "Gasps!" After hearing this, Chun Xiao tried to take a breath. No, he took a sip of water. The light green liquid flowed directly into his lungs with this action. But the magical thing was that he didn't feel any choking or coughing, and he found that the liquid directly supplied oxygen to the lungs, so he didn't even have to breathe. This order foundation has a lot of black technology. Chun Xiao sighed in his heart. Suddenly, all the liquids began to gurgle and beams of light shot out from the top of his head, shining rhythmically on Chun Xiao's body. He didn't know what all these messy things were used for, but he didn't resist anyway, so he just let the machine do what it wanted. At this time, more robotic arms came out and attached themselves to Chun Xiao's body. Electric currents traveled through the muscles. It seemed like many tiny needles had penetrated into the skin, and I didn't know whether they were absorbing or injecting something. A dizzy feeling appeared in Chun Xiao's consciousness, soft and very comfortable. He gradually put away that disgusting smile and closed his eyes quietly. He wanted to take a nap, and when he woke up again, interesting stories were waiting for him. Just like what I said in the first chapter, life must be interesting. Chapter 21, a boring chapter. Chun Xiao opened his eyes. This ceiling, I've seen it. It's speechless to say, but in the past week or so, every morning when Chun Xiao opened his eyes, he saw an unfamiliar ceiling. Either the location had been moved or he had forgotten about it. He struggled to hold up his body. Every muscle was so sore that he could not hold on for more than a second in the semi-sitting position and had to lie back down. By the way, what did that machine do to me yesterday? Chun Xiao stared at the eaves motionlessly. The half second he just supported himself seemed to have used up all his strength. Now he even had trouble grinning. At this moment, the door of the temporary lounge made a click sound. Then the door was pushed open, and a person walked in wearing high heels. Chun Xiao wanted to tilt his head to take a look, but he really couldn't move at all. That sound of shoes. Could it be? He already knew who had come in. Sure enough, a familiar face entered Chun Xiao's sight. Not really familiar. Maybe he had only seen him for about an hour. And when they met that time, Chun Xiao couldn't move. I didn't expect that the new member of the field team they were talking about was you. Ms. Liu said lightly. Chun Xiao tried hard to put on a smile that he thought was pretty good, but in fact it was extremely ugly. I didn't expect that. Ms. Liu showed no expression, but said coldly, "From now on, you are under my control." As he said that, he threw a black cell phone to Chun Xiao. "I'm very busy. I'll give you an hour tomorrow morning. Come to my office and meet me." Then Ms. Liu turned around and walked out of the room. "Aren't you going to say anything to me today? Am I going to be left here all day?" Chun Xiao felt a little depressed. The footsteps fade away. "Hey, you didn't even help close the door?" It was a really bad day because Chun Xiao could not do anything. He could only lie there feeling pain all over his body. It was not until night fell that he tried to move his arms slightly. "Well, it should be able to move." He nodded with satisfaction, and then began to wriggle on the bed like a big meatworm. His target was the communication board by the window. This process was very difficult. First of all, Chun Xiao's limbs could only move slightly. Secondly, the bed was a bit soft and lacked support. So Chun Xiao needed to use all the muscles in his body to twist, but these muscles would become terribly sore as soon as he moved. But Chun Xiao must get that communication board, because he couldn't stand having nothing to do. Finally, with his unremitting efforts, Chun Xiao reached that thing. His fingers were straining at the communication board. 3, 2, 1, go. Then he exerted his strength and used the inertia of his shoulder to swing his arm over. I finally got it," he shouted in his heart, and then couldn't wait to click it. Item 1. Personal information. Sure enough, after fingerprint recognition, this option was turned on. Name, Chun Xiao. Position, Field Staff of K-City, 15th Abnormal Biology Research Area. Grade D. Previous missions, none. Honors, none. Points, 0. Capability Overview. Details. Chun Xiao looked at the page and said, It seems that this level can be promoted, but I don't know how to promote it. It may be related to the points or honors below. Since each containment item is divided into levels, it means that each level can only accept tasks of the corresponding level. If points are obtained by completing tasks, then what is this honor? Chun Xiao knew that it would be unreliable to make blind guesses here, so he decided to ask Ms. Liu tomorrow. Then he clicked on Details behind Capability Overview, and another section popped up. Strength 4. Agility 5. Thinking 2. Seer no. Weapon exchange none. From this data, it seems that the Foundation has roughly summarized the abilities of each field team member with values. Although it looks like the setting of a computer game, it can indeed give a more intuitive understanding of each person's tendencies. Based on his understanding of himself, Chun Xiao can roughly infer that the value of an ordinary person should be capped at 10. For example, this guy with a strength of 10 is probably something like a governor and a weightlifting champion. Agility of May 10th be equivalent to practicing Shaolin Kung Fu for more than 20 years and climbing to the second floor in 2 steps. So the question is, what does this thinking two mean? Chun Xiao stared at the two with an expression that said, "Are you guys kidding me?" He thought, if the average score of normal people is 5, doesn't that mean he is mentally retarded? Chun Xiao stared with dead eyes and expressionless face, thinking that he should find time to talk to the staff who tested these values. No matter how depressed you are, the story still has to go on. Then the next 2 words, serum, are very suspicious. Thinking back to Mr. Zo's speed that almost exceeded the visual range, this serum is most likely used to increase the ability value. So what are the limitations of its use? You can't just pop bang bang dozens of tubes and create the Hulk. There was no point in thinking too much, so Qin Xiao glanced at the weapon exchange at the bottom. That's literally what it means, nothing more to think about. So he opted out of the first option and directly clicked on the points redemption column, because he couldn't wait to see what the serum and weapons contained. After clicking it, he found that the only item he could query was D-level exchange. Even the exchange items are limited to the corresponding levels. It seems that this level is very important, Qin Xiao thought, and opened the serum column. Then he uttered his signature exclamation, 3 times. This is basically an enhanced version of a supermarket selling banned drugs. Qin Xiao didn't think of this, but he just shouted it out regardless of the pain all over his body, because there are so many strange medicines here. Although the column is called serum, it includes many oral medications, topical medications, and portable injections. At this moment, Chun Xiao was very excited, and he read through the entire serum column in the D-level area at a glance, like a reading addict. This took him more than 2 hours. Now let's summarize. These medicines can be roughly divided into 3 categories. The first one is serum, which is also the most expensive, generally costs about 200 points. After using this thing, it almost permanently increases the user's ability, such as muscles, reaction speed, vision, hearing, etc. Qin Xiao even saw a serum that could enhance a person's taste bud sensitivity. Who would use this thing? Are you going to grab a handful and try it wherever you go when you're doing a mission? The second type is fast-acting drugs. As the name suggests, these things are strong and come on quickly, but they only last for a short time. You can imagine the side effects, which must be very serious. For example, an injection can instantly increase the user's strength and stimulate the sensory center for a short period of time, making the user feel no pain. It's really a man's fault after using this thing for 10 minutes. Once the effect of the drug wears off, the muscles can't withstand such a huge intensity. I guess breaking a few tendons is the least of the problems. The third type is some first aid medicines, such as painkillers, anti-swelling sprays, hemostatic gels, etc. Qin Xiao looked at the instructions and found that although the names were very ordinary, the efficacy of the medicines was really explosive. Take the hemostatic gel, for example. It can stop bleeding instantly and penetrate directly into the wound tissue to form a layer of protective tissue similar to regenerating muscle. To put it bluntly, the wound will heal in a few hours after you spray it, leaving a scar at most, and most of them are very cheap. Black Jade Continuation Cream. Chun Xiao complained in his heart again. Next, Chun Xiao clicked on the weapons column. Although he had prepared himself mentally in advance, the corners of his eyes still twitched involuntarily. Why hasn't this organization conquered the world yet? Do they think conquering the world is too easy and there's no sense of accomplishment? He said to himself. So, what are the weapons that can be exchanged for D-level weapons? First of all, the things here can't be simply summarized as guns or knives. There's a mess of everything. Qin Xiao looked at it quickly and kept complaining. Is this a pistol? For shooting elephants, right? A silenced Barrett for 150? Do you still need to shout out a 20% discount? Are you sure the Barrett can be silenced? What the hell is this portable howitzer? It looks like it can be kicked into a trouser pocket. And what does he usually put this titanium alloy vibration dagger in? It feels like it will cut the scabbard into pieces. Qin Xiao finished looking through the weapons and started looking at the protective gear. I feel that the things here don't look so thrilling. Qin Xiao calmed down a little and clicked on an item called Light Bulletproof Vest. Then, what appeared in front of him was a suit that looked very ordinary. Also, does that mean this suit is bulletproof? He squinted and muttered, "Look at the thickness of the fabric. It seems like it can even resist wind." It also comes with pure leather suction climbing gloves with fingerprint recording function. Is this the wrong way to open it? There's a booster installed in this shoe. The nitrogen fuel can sustain 200 kilometers per hour for 3 minutes. A human Ferrari. And what the hell is this bonus of injecting cyanide into the dorsalis pedis artery, guaranteeing instant death within 5 seconds? Is this organization's mission so difficult? Chun Shao looked at almost all the exchange items with a painful look on his face. He looked up and found that there was already some morning light outside the window, and his body seemed to be barely strong enough to walk. Why don't you go check in with Ms. Liu first? You can also ask more about the field team. Chun Shao thought about this, rubbed his face, which had been sore all night, and laughed. I'm really looking forward to the days ahead. He. This chapter is actually quite boring. I don't want to write about the points redemption system, but it will be difficult to deal with it later if I don't write it, so let's leave it like this. Chapter 22, I wish you a happy life. In the corridor, Chun Shao, wearing an unbranded black suit, prepared after the physical examination, fiddled with his cell phone and asked several guards in succession, and finally found out the approximate location of Ms. Liu's office. Let's talk about this phone first. It's the one that Ms. Liu threw to Chun Shao yesterday morning. It can be regarded as a combination of a mobile phone and a message board. In addition to the functions of searching for information, buying and selling items, and making and receiving calls, there are also functions for positioning and emergency assistance. Chun Shao studied them one by one on the way. This positioning function is basically set up for the team, and it can display the specific location of the team members. Since Chun Shao has not joined any team, there are still many functions that cannot be tested. After clicking the emergency help function, the call will be connected to a human operator. The staff here will provide you with some of the assistance options available for your current level. For example, D-level permissions can apply for emergency helicopter evacuation, the delivery of some small objects and weapons. You can also invite other field crew members to rescue as a team, etc. Of course, this will require spending points. Finally, Chun Shao found a button with a dollar icon on the screen of his mobile phone. When he clicked on it, he was stunned. Well, this foundation is really rich. This money is enough for a person to live a carefree life for several years. Well, if you don't buy a house. Soon, Chun Shao arrived in front of Ms. Liu's office. In these corridors that all looked exactly the same, this office was easy to find because there was a piece of paper pasted on its door which said, "Do not disturb unless necessary. The consequences are at your own risk." Chun Shao thought about it and decided to knock on the door politely first. Knock, knock, knock. After a long while, Ms. Liu's voice came out. Enter. Busy, cold, and inhumane. Chun Shao gave a very pertinent evaluation and then opened the door. This office is very simple. There are only 2 things in it, a desk and files. But when anyone comes in, they will think, oh my God, why is it so messy? Because there were so many files. All 4 walls were filled with bookcases. These files were sealed in pale yellow folders, filling the room to the brim, leaving only one door for entry and exit. You have 1 hour. If you have anything to say, hurry up. Ms. Liu spoke coldly while fiddling with the documents in her hands. Chun Shao looked at the mud on his shoes and the boarding pass on his wrist that he hadn't had time to tear off and couldn't help but sigh. Is this woman so busy every day? No wonder she's still single. Since there is only 1 hour, Chun Shao naturally has to make good use of it. First of all, the first question, which is also the issue that Chun Shao is most concerned about now, is, no, it is not how to upgrade his level. Although this issue is also very important, what he is most concerned about at the moment is why his thinking evaluation is 2. The answer I got was, it was set by the system and cannot be changed. But this is no wonder. Chun Zhao's mind was always thinking about all kinds of messy things. So much so that when he was evaluated in the machine that day, the mind scan could not go on at all, and could only give a rough 2 points. But this is very embarrassing. Although this book is not well written, the protagonist is a person who makes a living by his brain. However, after flipping through the files, his thinking is 2 points. This is a bit hard to accept, but in fact, it's a good thing that Chun Shao was in a hypnotic state during the test. If we conduct another test now while he is awake, the machine might get stuck. So, just like Ms. Liu said, if it can't be changed, it can't be changed, and Chun Shao can only accept his fate and curse a few words in his heart. Next, let's talk about the issue of level promotion. After Chun Zhao's long-winded questions and Ms. Liu's concise and indifferent answers, Chun Shao learned. If a D-level player wants to be promoted to a C-level player, there is only one way, and that is to complete a C-level task. What if the D-level field team can't check the C-level tasks? It's easy. Just work hard to complete the D-level task. Generally, if you perform well, the organization will think you have the ability to complete the C-level task, and naturally a staff will assign it to you. This is something that cannot be forced or hidden. because it is not easy to find field personnel for the Order Foundation, and more people have died than new members in recent years. So you want to be promoted, but you don't have the ability, and the organization will not let you die. Of course, if you are afraid and stay at the D-level stage, passive and lazy, and the leader finds out, maybe he will be angry and kick you out to be a guinea pig. So what are the benefits of a higher level? Of course, the higher the level, the better the items that can be exchanged, and you can also use more permissions. It is said that after reaching a certain level, you can also use some approved containment items and some more powerful serums. Of course, this is all a long time in the future. To sum up, the field team usually takes on missions, earns points, and then continues to take on missions after arming themselves. This kind of boring and monotonous job where you have to put your head in your pants every day and you never know when a task could cost you your life. Most people would run away as soon as they hear about it. But Chen Xiao was not an ordinary person. The more he listened, the happier he became. He kept laughing and even wiped his saliva several times. Oh, by the way, some people may ask, if the work of the field team is so dangerous, why are there so many people doing it? This has to do with the strange green liquid that Chen Xiao was soaked in yesterday. This liquid can not only record a person's physical condition and analyze various data, but its most important function is to inject a genetic toxin throughout the body. This toxin can turn a person into a pool of mindless rotten meat in an instant, so you have to do it whether you want to or not. Not only the field team, but almost all the employees of the Order Foundation have been injected with this toxin. Otherwise, what if the guard steals a few dangerous containment items and runs away? Then, we have to talk about this honor. Honor is something that is difficult to obtain. It is only when there is a very major emergency, or someone has completed a task that is far beyond their ability, that there will be special people to evaluate this person to see if he or she is qualified to receive some honor. Honor means the organization is optimistic about you, the organization needs you, the organization gives you special treatment, and the organization lets you in through the back door. So, what exactly can honor be used for? According to Ms. Liu, there are some props to exchange and some special documents that can only be previewed with honor. Therefore, wait until you have achieved honors. As a guy with a thinking rating of 2, it is basically impossible for you to achieve honors. Chen Zhao's human brain automatically filtered out the sarcasm, and then he asked a few random questions. For example, he now knows that people in the field team do not have to go to work every day. Individuals will be notified when there are tasks, and these assigned tasks must be completed, otherwise, you know. As for the tasks posted in the task area, you could take them if you want to, and if you don't want to take them, just sit there and do nothing. No one will care about you. Of course, if I did nothing, I might fail in the assignment. For example, the entire organization does not provide any living services. To put it bluntly, they can't build an apartment or a cafeteria. They are busy saving the world every day and don't have the time to take care of the daily lives of their employees. Therefore, this organization simply gives you money, and you can do whatever you want with your food, drink, defecation, and accommodation. For the rest of the time, Chen Xiao kept asking questions nonstop. He really didn't waste a single moment of the entire hour. His questions made Ms. Liu want to strangle him to death. Okay, your questions are almost over. I still have things to do, Ms. Liu said, staring at Chen Xiao with an extremely cold look, thinking, why don't you get out of here? Chen Xiao completely ignored the cold, disgusting, scornful, nauseous, and impatient look and said with a grin, Well, one last question. Yesterday morning you said that I would be under your care from now on. What did you mean by that? Ms. Chun said coldly. From now on, I will complete all your mission evaluations, and I will also write the files of the items you contain during the mission. Finally, if you violate any strange regulations, then I will also activate your genetic toxins. Having said that, she took out her cell phone and waved it in front of Chen Xiao. Chen Xiao heard this and said, Fuck, you can start it with your phone? Who knows if you get drunk one day and click the wrong button? I'll be screwed. Of course, he shouted these words in his heart. In reality, Chen Xiao immediately smiled awkwardly and nodded. Ms. Liu, you're busy now. I wish you good luck in your work. Take care of your health. Stay young and find your partner soon. As soon as he finished speaking, an invisible murderous aura instantly enveloped Chen Xiao. His heart tightened and cold sweat broke out on his back. Then I'll be leaving first. Bye. Chen Xiao bowed extremely quickly, then ran out of the office without looking back and did not forget to close the door before leaving. In the corridor, the frightened Chen Xiao slowly exhaled. Women are indeed the most terrifying creatures. The breath just now was even more terrifying than the scene in D391 when the old man opened his mouth and was about to hold my head. It seems that she really cares about the fact that she is still single. At the same time, it should also be possible to make sure that she would not activate the genetic toxin casually, otherwise I would have died 10,000 times by now. Chen Xiao thought. So, I am now a Glorious Order Foundation field staff member. So, what am I going to do now? Chapter 23, The Invisible Tenant. On the streets of K City, a thin man with a pale face was strolling aimlessly. He put his hands in his pockets, hunched over, with a cut scar on the corner of his mouth. Occasionally, passers-by would stop and stare at his disgusting face for a few seconds before hurriedly walking away. Of course, Chen Xiao wouldn't care about these things, as he is currently experiencing something very depressing. Speaking of which, although Chen Xiao has a lot of knowledge that other people don't have, and his observation ability and thinking speed are much higher than ordinary people, but in the end, his memory was blank. Now he knew nothing about himself, except his name. He didn't know his birthday, his parents, whether he had brothers or friends, where he was from, whether he had been to school, and what he had done before. In short, he didn't even have a way to prove his identity. This directly led to many difficult problems, such as now, he found that he could not rent a house. In the past few hours, he first walked out of the K-City Disease Prevention and Control Center, also known as the Number 15 Abnormal Biological Research Area, and then stood on a small road in the suburb for half an hour, and finally waited for a taxi that dared to take him. There's nothing I can do about it. It's just that I don't look like a good person. Brother, where are you going? Downtown. Where in the city? Casual. After a few brief conversations and an awkward and boring journey, Chen Xiao arrived at the center of this prosperous yet fucking city. Then he began to face the rental problem. Oh, I must think of a way. If I do this, I might be detained as an illegal immigrant. Chen Xiao sat on the side of the road, frowning and muttering. If it weren't for this suit that looked decent enough, he would look like a homeless person. Maybe it was because Chen Xiao was lucky, or maybe it was because he wanted to keep this unpopular story going. In short, at this moment, the black cell phone in Chen Xiao's pocket suddenly vibrated. Huh? What's going on? Chen Xiao was stunned for a moment and took out his cell phone. Then he saw this message on the screen. New optional tasks. Naturally, he clicked it casually. D-level optional tasks. A new D-level abnormal reaction has occurred in Block XX of City K, 3 kilometers away from your location. No relevant information has been found yet. Do you accept this task? Yes. It's so close to me. It feels like it was specially prepared for me. Chen Xiao muttered and nodded yes without thinking. I didn't expect the first mission to come so soon. To be honest, there were basically no field staff who took the initiative to accept the task. And the only person who was very happy about accepting the task was probably Chen Xiao. He smiled from ear to ear, and even his depressed mood due to not being able to rent a house was swept away. At this moment, the phone screen flashed a few times, and a map-like screen appeared, marking Chen Xiao's current location. 2 streets away from him, a small red that was flashing. Well, the design is very user-friendly. Chen Xiao praised in his heart, and couldn't wait to get up and walk according to the direction of the map. A few minutes later, he arrived at the foot of an apartment building. Chen Xiao looked up and saw that the overall decoration was pretty good. It was close to the street. There was a row of small shops on the first floor of the apartment building. People were coming in and out, and there was nothing wrong with it. Well, at this moment, I feel that I am the most abnormal person in this scene. Chen Xiao complained out of habit. In fact, most newly discovered D-class anomalies are like this. At first glance, there is nothing wrong with them. The anomalous phenomenon detectors scattered by the Foundation in various locations and the detection satellites in the sky can only give an approximate location and cannot clearly identify what the abnormal object is. This is also the most difficult part of most D-level missions. For example, there was once an abnormal object, a cup. Whenever someone drank the liquid in the cup, no matter what it was, even if it was just urine, it would be the drinker's favorite flavor. In order to find this abnormal object, the poor field staff spent a whole week, and in the end, after all the hard work, he only got 20 points as reward, which was not enough to buy a few titanium bullets. Therefore, most people who carry out D-level tasks wait until the special nature of the object has become very obvious before embarking on the task, so as to avoid wasting effort. But Chen Xiao obviously didn't care about these. Since he had no clue, he would use the incomparably great ability that humans have possessed since evolution. Language. That's right. You can't tell at first glance. Why don't you ask? So, Chen Xiao walked straight into the nearest coffee shop without thinking. The shop is not big, with a few tables placed by the window. The sunlight shines on the floral fabrics, and there is a sweet and tranquil smell in the air. Chun Xiao walked slowly to the bar counter, and in the process, he habitually took in all the details around him. "Is there any cake?" he asked, trying to suppress his lips. Behind the bar was a man in his 20s, a little fat, wearing a light pink apron, which made him look a little cute. He looked up at Chun Xiao's face, frowned slightly, and then immediately put on a smile. "Yes, sir. Which one would you like?" He pointed to the menu on the bar. Chun Xiao didn't even look at it. The sweetest. After a while, the fat clerk placed a small cake in front of Chun Xiao. Chun Xiao tried very hard to put on a polite smile, but a hint of disgust still flashed across the little fat boy's eyes. Chun Xiao didn't care. He scooped up a little cream with a spoon and put it in his mouth, seeming to enjoy it very much. Suddenly, he asked out of the blue, "By the way, has anything strange happened recently?" The little fat boy was stunned. His eyes flickered slightly, and he blurted out without thinking, "No." Afterwards, he glanced at Chun Xiao's eyes covertly and added, "Nothing strange." Chun Xiao took another spoonful of cream, smiled, and said, "Thank you." Then he took the small piece of cake and sat at the innermost table. This position allows you to look at the flow of people outside the window in reverse, and also take in the entire coffee shop within your sight. I didn't expect that something strange would really happen. Moreover, the clerk answered me without even thinking about it, which means that he has been thinking about this matter all the time. He is just a little confused, but not panicked. Is it none of his business? Is there always a strange customer visiting this store these days? Chun Xiao thought as he stuffed a big bite of cake into his mouth. The flow of people outside the window gradually thinned out, and the sun was bored and released its remaining radiance. Chun Xiao was still sitting in the same position, with 4 empty plates on the table. He has been sitting here for nearly 3 hours, during which he has been observing the clerk's expression. In the past 10 minutes, the fat boy has been looking at the clock on the wall intentionally or unintentionally. This is the 17th time, and it is happening more and more frequently. It seems that the strange guest is coming, Chun Xiao thought. Sure enough, after a while, the door of the coffee shop was pushed open and a young girl walked in. Around 25 years old, with a simple ponytail. "If you remove the freckles on my face, my hair is pretty good overall. I live alone and stay at home for a long time. I sit in front of the computer for at least 10 hours a day. I have irregular eating habits. I just moved to a new living environment recently. I am very distressed and tired." All this information suddenly appeared in Chun Xiao's mind. He excitedly took a big bite of cake and unconsciously grinned, but fortunately, he restrained himself immediately. "A cup of coffee," the girl said lightly. Her voice was almost inaudible, but the little fat boy obviously knew what she wanted and turned around and started the coffee machine. "She comes here often, at least every day recently," Chun Xiao thought, and then he saw her sitting very close to the door with her back to him, and took out a very new but very thick notebook from her bag. "Student?" "No, a writer. She recently started writing a new novel and is still thinking about the plot, or is stumped by some plot. But what she is worried about is not this, but—" Chun Xiao frowned slightly. "No, I can't think of it." At this time, the waiter brought a cup of coffee to the girl. She nodded politely without saying anything, just indicating to put it on the table. Then she put a hand in her hair and exhaled deeply in annoyance. Chun Xiao hesitated for half a second, picked up the half-eaten cake, stood up, and walked towards her, and sat directly opposite her. This was a very abrupt behavior, coupled with Chun Xiao's uncomfortable face. Most people would instantly become alert and ask about the situation or leave directly at this moment. But the girl didn't. She just glanced at Chun Xiao out of the corner of her eye, without even asking a question. Hey, are you just ignoring me? Doesn't this person have any sense of self-defense? Or are all novel writers a bunch of abnormal people? Chun Xiao was stunned when he saw the girl's indifferent attitude and couldn't help but mutter a few words in his heart. The awkward scene lasted for a few seconds. Finally, Chun Xiao felt that this was not a solution. I can't estimate this woman's thinking mode for now, but she is most likely a natural idiot. Why not get straight to the point? Chun Xiao thought to himself. Then he cleared his throat, meaning to tell the other party again. Listen carefully, I'm going to start speaking. Instead of chatting, the girl opposite suddenly raised her head and looked at Chun Xiao with a puzzled look, as if he had just sat here. Who are you? She asked warily. Chun Xiao's eyes twitched, and he thought, hey, you have a single cell, right? Are your reactions so slow? Despite all the complaints, he immediately straightened the collar of his suit to make himself look like a positive character. At this moment, he decided to abandon all the dialogue processes he had already thought of in the early stages, such as setting up traps and rhetoric. because he had a feeling that this girl would most likely be out of her mind and not follow his own routine during the conversation. Therefore, Chen Xiao said directly, without beating around the bush, "Hello, miss. I'm here to help you." Chapter 24. The Invisible Tenant 2. In front of the door of room 603 in the apartment above the cafe, Chen Xiao and the girl stood side by side. The girl's name was Qiumujin. Just as Chen Xiao had guessed, she was a mediocre writer, but her works were actually pretty good. But because of her lack of common sense, laziness, and innocence, her books just don't become popular. But such a person can still be an author, and it's good enough that she didn't starve to death. "Is this the apartment you just rented a few days ago?" Chen Xiao asked, looking up and down at the apartment door and the surrounding environment. Qiumujin glanced at the house number again and nodded with certainty. Chen Xiao frowned, put his fingers into his mouth to get some saliva, then rubbed them hard against the door a few times and said, "It doesn't feel anything special." The girl watched Chen Xiao's actions without knowing what the purpose was. She didn't pay much attention to them. She just seemed to be afraid that he would think she was lying. She emphasized anxiously, "It's really haunted." Chen Xiao nodded thoughtfully. He recalled the conversation between Qiumujin and himself in the cafe just now. In this conversation, Chen Xiao learned the simple course of events. Then, with just a few words, he established himself as the best employee of the National Ghost Exorcist Association for 3 consecutive months. The most important thing is that the little girl believed it. A week ago, the girl had to move out of the house she had lived in for a whole year due to various reasons. According to Chen Xiao's guess, it was probably because the landlord couldn't stand this girl breaking a bowl today or forgetting to turn off the gas tomorrow. It just so happened that I was in the early stages of writing a new book and didn't have much spare money. So it was natural that I noticed this cheap apartment with a great location. The girl was so happy that she moved in that same day, as if she had found money. You should have thought that such an apartment, and it was so cheap, must be a trick. Sure enough, on the night of moving in, something strange happened. First of all, the first strange phenomenon the girl discovered was that the faucet that she had just forgotten to turn off actually turned off by itself. This was not the kind of shut-off that would stop the water from flowing, but the faucet valve started to rotate blatantly under her gaze. The girl was a little bit stupid, but she definitely didn't believe in ghosts, so she didn't take it seriously and simply attributed the phenomenon to the room's waterproof function. But after that, she discovered that the luggage had been moved at some point when she was not paying attention. Then more and more strange things happened. The cup on the table disappeared at some point and was found in another place later. The door always opened or closed suddenly by itself. The pages of the book began to turn without wind. Moreover, he heard faint footsteps. All these strange phenomena seemed to be telling her impatiently that the house was haunted, and they were afraid that she couldn't see it. The girl started to feel something was wrong at this time. Did she just realize something was wrong? Immediately, she decided to just stay overnight. Sure enough, fools are bold. That night, Qiumujin didn't sleep well. Well, in fact, she was very inhumane for daring to stay here. There was always the sound of someone walking back and forth outside the bedroom door. Things were moved every once in a while, and there was always the bang-bang sound of the walls being banged. But fortunately, this phenomenon never occurred again after midnight. Did you call the police the next day? Chen Xiao squatted down, began to check the gap in the eaves of the door, and asked. Qiumujin nodded and said, "Well, but the police thought I was making harassing calls." Chen Xiao stared with dead fish eyes. "You said your house was robbed. Just say it's haunted. Only a psychopath would pay attention to you." Qiumujin nodded thoughtfully. "Oh, it seems to be true." Chen Xiao looked at the girl speechlessly. "After that, have you decided to stay in the cafe until midnight every day and then go back to sleep when that ghost stops making trouble?" Qiumujin nodded confidently, which meant, "Look how smart I am." Chen Xiaomian continued to remain expressionless. This woman was more than just a little bit stupid. It seemed that if she continued her studies, she could become his fellow patient. "Well, let's go in and take a look first," he said calmly, making room in front of the door and motioning for the girl to open it. Chen Xiao has already categorized this girl as someone who is 3-0 and almost mentally retarded. You see, people who get a 2 in physical test thinking are definitely like her. The door was opened, but there was no cold air coming out like in novels and movies. It is about 60 square meters, with 2 bedrooms and a living room. The kitchen, living room, and balcony are integrated. It is equipped with a refrigerator, TV, pots, and pans. It looks quite cozy under the lighting. Chen Xiao sniffed the air in the room out of habit, then looked down at the crack under the door and saw the white ash from the burn oil paper. A ritual was performed about half a month ago. It seems that the landlord is also very distressed. He thought to himself, then walked into the house with his hands in his pockets and bent over. Since the doors of both bedrooms were open, Chen Xiao was able to take in all the details inside the house. But he felt that there didn't seem to be anything special about this apartment. When do the hauntings you're talking about usually happen? Chen Xiao asked. Qiu Mujin glanced at her watch. Right now. As soon as she finished speaking, as if to verify her accuracy, a bedroom door slowly closed under Chen Xiao's gaze. Huh? Quite punctual. Chen Xiao didn't show any nervousness and even took the time to complain. In fact, at this moment, Chen Xiao felt that the girl's description of the haunted, most likely, it was just an illusion caused by the interaction of some strange factors, like crying in the dormitory bathroom late at night when no one was there. In fact, it might be a girl who has broken up with someone and is hiding under the sink making a phone call. There are also community street lights that flicker and all pets roar like crazy when they pass by. Isn't that a leakage of electricity? You can't feel it because you are wearing shoes, but cats and dogs walking by will definitely be shocked and scream. So, Chen Xiao walked calmly to the closed bedroom door. Because he had just seen the situation in the bedroom, he was very sure that there was no one inside. There is no airflow, and the door bearings are not deflected. It seems that there is really an external force pushing it, Chen Xiao thought and muttered quietly. It must be haunted. Suddenly, the table in the living room made a bang, and Chen Xiao turned around immediately. It was moved. Judging from the direction, it looks like something hit the leg of the table. At this point, most people would be panicking, and the timid ones would be running out of the door with terrified eyes, howling. But the two people present at the moment, one was half stupid and the other was completely crazy, and neither of them made any big moves. They just watched this strange incident happen quietly. Chen Xiao laughed sharply a few times, and his expression was like a child who had found a new toy. He ran to the corner of the living room and sat down. Qiu Mujin looked at Chen Xiao, not knowing what to do, and asked, what about me? Chen Xiao immediately made a hush gesture, then waved his hand, signaling her to go out and not disturb the ghost. Qiu Mujin nodded blankly, walked out of the apartment, and closed the door. Now, in the entire space, only Chen Xiao was waiting quietly. Sure enough, not long after, a chair on the ground moved a few times with a creaking sound. Then the plates on the dish rack began to shake violently. The faucet turned on and off. The wall was hit by something, and all the sounds mixed together, just like a scene from a horror movie. Chen Xiao quickly observed every strange phenomenon in extremely tiny detail. The direction in which the chair fell, the speed at which the cup moved, the frequency of the tableware colliding, with his eyes wide open and his mouth wide open with extreme excitement. He looked like he was just missing a bucket of popcorn. Suddenly, there was a click sound, and the switch on the wall was pressed. The light bulb went out, and the sound stopped abruptly. The whole room was instantly plunged into darkness. Then, in the darkness, Chen Xiao laughed happily. Although he tried hard to hold it back, the sound was still sharp and piercing, and extremely creepy. Great! It really is haunted. Well, Chen Xiao is really happy now. Just then, he faintly heard the sound of footsteps. Da-da-da. It was very slow, but becoming clearer and clearer. Coming closer and closer. It is walking towards me. Finally, it stopped in front of him. Chen Xiao did not panic. Instead, he excitedly waved his hands and grabbed the air in front of him. But there was nothing there. It has no entity, but can exert force on objects? Could it be the legendary thoughts? Chen Xiao thought. Suddenly, a piece of paper slid down from the table beside him and landed right in front of Chen Xiao. Chen Xiao picked it up and took out his cell phone. In the pale light from the screen, he saw a few crooked words written on the paper. Who are you? The handwriting is ugly and the spaces between the characters are far apart, like a child who has just learned to write. At this moment, the door of the apartment was opened. Qiu Mujin poked her head in timidly and asked, "Are you okay?" Just now when she was outside the door, the sound in the house suddenly disappeared, and when she looked through the peephole, the light in the house was also gone, so she was a little scared. Could something have gone wrong? After thinking it over, she decided to go in and take a look. Chen Xiao didn't answer her. All his attention was on the paper. She's left-handed, with very poor strength, and can't even hold a pen. But she's not a child. The strokes are very wide, and her fingers are very long and slender. She must be a woman. Chen Xiao thought. Then, without even looking up, he shouted, "Turn on the light!" Qiu Mujin was stunned and immediately turned on the light. Chen Xiao held the paper up to the light. It wasn't written with an ordinary fountain pen or ballpoint pen. It was a kind of ink, but it has completely dried up and the smell has long since dissipated. It looks like it has been written for many years. He put down the paper, glanced at the girl standing at the door who had no idea what was going on, and smiled a disgusting smile. Of course, the silly girl didn't care about Chen Zhao's expression, which didn't look like a good person. Do you have a pen? Chen Zhao asked excitedly. The girl nodded dumbly. Yes, yes. Then he started to look through his bag and asked worriedly, What are you going to do? Chen Zhao laughed. I want to talk to this ghost. Chapter 25, The Invisible Tenant 3. Are you a ghost? Chen Zhao wrote these words on the paper. Soon, the old handwriting appeared crookedly, stroke by stroke, under the line of words. No. Chen Zhao stared at the slowly appearing handwriting and touched the path of the strokes with his hand, and found no pen marks. The words appear without the paper touching anything. No one knows what is going on in this psychopath's head. Anyway, he began to try to understand these phenomena. First of all, no matter what this thing is, one thing that can be confirmed is that it can be communicated with, and it understands the meaning of words. Another form of human or other intelligent life. Is it really the so-called soul? Or is it some kind of higher dimensional existence? Secondly, it can affect things around here, such as footsteps, moving objects, and even writing. But it has no entity. This phenomenon seems difficult to explain with today's science. It may be because the field of science and technology is not perfect enough, or the technology tree chosen by humans is simply off track. But for now, let's put this aside and assume that people's understanding of science is correct. Then one possibility is that it has entity, but the entity is not here. Could it be the intersection of spaces? For example, this room is located at the intersection of two spaces. Just like what is often written in science fiction novels, some non-physical things can communicate with each other. Chen Xiao thought. That is to say, the sound can be transmitted, but the object that produces the sound is not here. The handwriting can appear on the paper, but it is not written on it. So the word no that appears in front of you is not just ink, but represents the transmission of a message. The movement of the door or the table also occurs without any contact between objects. To explain it in a very mysterious way, it is here and not here. Chen Xiao was thinking wildly, but his hands did not stop at all. As soon as the word no appeared, he immediately used a pen to write another sentence under the word no. You are an idiot. For the next 5 seconds, Chen Xiao held his breath and concentrated, looking extremely serious. However, nothing happened. It seems that I really can't touch objects directly, he thought. At this time, the handwriting on the paper appeared again. Come over. After about 1 second, question mark. A question mark appeared after come here, turning the two words into a question sentence. Chen Xiao was stunned for a moment, staring at the words that had just appeared with a frown on his face. At this moment, he thought a lot, including the meaning of these two words, were in the past. How do I get there? Why does it want me to pass through? Why does the question mark look like it was added later? Why do we have to ask ourselves whether it really understands what we say, etc.? But just as everyone thought, no matter how weird and messy Chen Zhao's ideas were, in the end, he would write them down on paper. The word good. Chen Zhao's pen tip left the paper. Or rather, the paper left the tip of the pen and disappeared right under Chen Zhao's gaze, without him even seeing how it disappeared. Chen Zhao still maintained a sitting posture, with the pen suspended in the air and his sight passing between his legs, but what he saw was not the floor of the apartment, but pieces of very old wooden boards. The light was dim and the temperature was a little cold, and there was a smell of old wooden furniture. It was a strange feeling, as if he had been sitting here all along, and all the scenes in the apartment just now were just his imagination. Chen Xiao raised his head and looked around. This was a very old small bedroom. He could kick the wooden wall opposite with his feet. The door was tightly closed. There was a wooden table next to it with a few books on it and a pile of bottles and jars. There was turbid liquid in the jars. They should be soaked in something, but he couldn't see clearly. At this moment, he was sitting on a simple wooden bed, and he habitually touched the sheets under his butt. The fabric was a bit hard, and the area under my butt was completely cold, as if I had just sat here. Is this what the word come here means? Chen Xiao muttered to himself. Then he raised his hand and slapped himself in the face. This time there was no mercy at all, with a crisp pop sound. Ah! Chen Xiao howled shamelessly at the top of his lungs, his cheeks becoming a little swollen. After wailing, Chen Xiao thought with a serious expression, well, I don't know if this is some strange space or a ghost world, but at least the basic rules of gravity, sound, etc. are still the same, and the body's feeling, strength, and coordination are also normal. Chen Xiao muttered to himself and took out his cell phone. As expected, there was no signal. He nodded with an expression of as expected and continued to sit in meditation. 2 minutes later. No one shows up here? He muttered, then grinned. Hide and seek. Chen Xiao stood up and pushed the door open. The sound of friction between the wood was particularly harsh. Outside the door was a dark horizontal corridor. The line of sight could only see about 5 meters ahead, so it was unknown how long this corridor was. Chen Xiao didn't rush out. Instead, he turned around, picked up a bottle on the table, and looked inside carefully with the light from his mobile phone. Inside was an incomplete fetus, probably only 4 to 5 months old, which looked particularly creepy under the light of pale blue. It's unexpectedly complete. The umbilical cord is very full and comes with a small piece of placenta. It looks like it was taken out while the mother was still alive. Chen Xiao muttered to himself and laughed a few times. Next, he opened a book on the table. However, it was full of incomprehensible text. Chen Xiao flipped through it and found several hand-drawn illustrations. They are all human tissues. What is worth noting is that in one illustration, there is an eye with 2 arms directly connected below. In proportion, this eye is as big as a sewer cover. Chen Xiao licked his lips out of habit and commented, "Your understanding of medicine is very unique." After that, he stood there with a very interested expression and read all the remaining books on the table. Since I couldn't understand the text and was just looking for illustrations, this didn't take too long. About 3 minutes later, Chen Xiao couldn't help it anymore and complained with a look of pain on his face. This doesn't seem to be a unique insight into medicine anymore. It's obvious that the entire technology tree is wrong. In these books, at first there were only some diagrams of cutting the brain or human anatomy. Later, this person seemed to start to combine various human organs, such as the eyeball with 2 hands that I just saw. In the end, Chen Xiao even saw some papers. A circular pattern similar to a summoning circle was drawn between the densely packed words. Well, anyway, this person should be classified as a genius, Chen Xiao said as he put down the book in his hand. Just then, slow footsteps were heard in the corridor behind him. Chen Xiao frowned, because he could easily tell a person's height, weight, and even gender from the sound of footsteps. But this sound of footsteps was obviously a little strange. I'm about 1 meter tall and weigh only 20 kilograms, and my center of gravity is very high. Without thinking, he dodged and hid in the corner of the room, staring at the dark corridor with a narrow vision. No way, is it really possible to make something like that? Chen Xiao thought in disbelief. Sure enough, the footsteps were getting closer and closer. In the darkness, a huge eyeball gradually appeared. The scarlet blood vessels below connected the 2 arms that were broken at the shoulders. The bones protruded and inserted into the bottom of the eyeball. With every step I take, I can hear the gurgling sound of bones stirring in my eyeballs. Chen Xiao's eyes twitched. The power of science is indeed infinite. He muttered to himself and hid himself in the blind spot. After a while, the sound of footsteps, no, the sound of hand steps slowly faded away, and Chen Xiao quietly poked his head out. Apart from its hands, it has no other points of support. I guess it doesn't have much fighting power. And it doesn't even have ears, so it must be unable to hear anything. Otherwise, it should have heard my shout just now. After seeing such a thing beyond common sense, Chen Xiao did not feel afraid, but was hesitating whether to kill it on the spot. As mentioned before, when a choice is made, Chen Xiao's behavior is unpredictable. Even he himself doesn't know what he will do. Fortunately, this time the confusion dial in his mind stopped at the option of stay still. Otherwise, there might really be a drama of a mentally ill patient abusing a defenseless and curious little monster. Chen Xiao walked out of the small bedroom. He found that the corridor was not very long. The direction from which eyeball came was a hall, and the other side of the corridor was a wooden staircase leading to the upper floor. At this moment, eyeball had obviously gone upstairs. Chen Xiao stamped his feet and knocked on the wall beside him a few times, each time with a very solid and dull dong-dong sound. Oh, the basement, Chen Xiao thought, and with his hands in his pockets, he strolled to the hall in front of him. There was almost no light here, but Chen Xiao's eyes gradually adapted to the darkness, and he saw on the wall of the hall. There were countless strange symbols of different sizes densely painted with some unknown paint. On the floor, there was a huge circular magic circle with several burnt candles piled around it. Is this a story about a geek who devotes himself to studying black technology in order to summon a succubus? Chen Xiao complained lightly and took a step forward. Suddenly he stopped. There was nothing in front of Chen Xiao, but he obviously hit something. So that's how it is. Chun Xiao laughed. Chapter 26, The Invisible Tenant 4. Chun Xiao walked into the magic circle drawn on the ground. Just as he thought, this strange pattern connected the two spaces together, and the other end of the link should be the apartment. However, it may be due to incomplete painting or some problems. In short, this is obviously a half-finished product. You can feel that you have touched something in the last second, but you can't touch it in the next second. Occasionally, you can see a soft light from a specific angle, but as soon as you blink, it disappears without a trace. Most people would think, what the hell is this? Is this space magic? When they see this strange sight. Well, it depends on your definition of magic. 100 years ago, if you said, give me some iron sheets and some copper wires, I can let you talk to people thousands of miles away, it would definitely be magic at that time. If you dare to say that, you would most likely be hanged and burned to death. But now everyone has a mobile phone, and no one thinks it's anything special. Light beams attached to a projection screen can display extremely realistic images, and radio waves corresponding to fixed frequencies can receive distant sounds with a small radio. Not to mention many years ago. Even now, if you were asked to explain the principles, most people would only be ambiguous, but no one has ever thought that these things are magic. So, what this means is that if you wrap wires around electrical wires, give a bunch of iron sheets wings, and let them fly in the sky, or if you put wheels on them and let them run on the ground, that's science. But if someone uses pen and ink to draw a symbol and slightly shift the space, that's magic. Isn't that a bit too unreasonable? This may be because a monkey stabbed a tiger to death with a piece of wood hundreds of thousands of years ago. So everyone thinks that tools made of wood are very powerful. But what if the monkey burned the tiger to death with fire? Maybe everyone would start studying elements? This has gone a bit too far. Actually, I say all this mainly to explain that Chun Xiao is squatting, staring at the magic circle on the ground and laughing strangely. It is not the meaningless behavior of a mentally ill patient, but he feels that this should be another carrier of science. So even though he didn't know what it was for, he still memorized the strange symbols drawn on the ground. And this took him a full 5 minutes. This pattern was really too complicated, and there was no pattern to follow. Plus, Chun Xiao was always trying to understand the connection between these strange symbols, so it took him a long time, and in the end, of course, he didn't come to any conclusion. Chun Xiao was not the least bit frustrated. Of course, if he was allowed to look at it for 5 minutes, he would be able to study the other technology tree, and then this story would not be able to be written. Now he hummed with satisfaction and stood up. I seem to have forgotten the important thing. He muttered softly. Now, there was nothing good to see in the entire basement. Chun Xiao turned around and went straight up the stairs, although he really wanted to sit down and study the pile of books carefully. But the most important thing now was to meet the one who pulled him into this space. Who knows what kind of ghost thing it is? Pushing open the door of the basement, there is a living room in front of you. The structure is similar to the basement. The living room is connected to a narrow corridor, and there is a room next to the corridor with the door closed. Through the gap in the door, you can see a pale yellow light inside. Chun Xiao frowned. This was a small space. From the current angle, except for that small room, he could basically see everything. However, there was a very unreasonable phenomenon in this building. That is, there is no door. Not only was there no door, there weren't even any windows. The entire structure was just made of wooden boards. This is hard to explain. Could it be that the door of this building is in the small room next to the corridor? But judging from the structure, it must be a study or bedroom. But who would put a door in a place like that? Chun Xiao thought to himself, and suddenly, he understood something. Oh, if that's the case, then it can be explained. So, that magic circle is used to... At this moment, the small door beside the corridor suddenly opened, and Eyeball staggered out. Unfortunately, its sight was directly facing Chun Xiao, and the two eyes crossed. Although Eyeball does not have organs such as face, nose, and eyebrows. But Chun Xiao clearly felt that it was stunned for a moment after seeing him. Then, it used its two hands to support itself on the ground and quickly ran over here. Chun Xiao looked at a huge eyeball moving towards him. He did not show much panic, but was slightly annoyed. He thought, what is this thing doing? Is it going to make me cry? As he thought about it, he reached into his pocket and grabbed the only weapon he had now, which was the pen he used to write on paper. Looking at the speed at which he's running, he seems very anxious. Is he coming to attack me? Is he going to jump up and slap me in the face with his foot? Should I poke him? At this critical moment, Chun Xiao was still daydreaming. He even imagined the disgusting scene of inserting the pen into his eyes and the thick white tissue inside gushing out. Only a moment passed, and Chun Xiao was already immersed in his own world of thoughts while preparing several countermeasures. eyeball had also arrived in front of him. After, it didn't do anything aggressive. It just jumped on the spot and looked at him with its big, watery eyes. In fact, it seems that it can't do anything else except watching. It seems they're not here to attack me, Chun Xiao thought. For a moment, he didn't know what to do. Eyeball shook left and right, trying desperately to make Chun Xiao understand its intentions. Then, it turned around and ran back to the door of the hut, jumping a few more times at the door. Are you letting me pass? Chun Xiao thought, and walked over cautiously, ready to poke it down at any time. Arriving at the door of the small room, Chun Xiao took a look inside. Grass! It didn't matter that he took a look. He didn't even say the hua that usually expressed surprise. Instead, he cursed loudly in his heart. If the image of this eyeball Kuan is a bit scary and bizarre, then compared with the scene in this little house at this moment, eyeball Kuan can even feel a hint of cuteness. This room is located right above the room in the basement, but it is obviously much more spacious. There's a row of bookcases on one side of the room near the door, and a lot of books are piled haphazardly in the corners. In the direction opposite to the door, there is a wooden table. It is very long and takes up the entire wall. There are many large and small hollow shelves directly above the table. There were some bottles and jars and things that looked like surgical instruments inside. Between these jars, there was a small pink table lamp that emitted a warm yellowish light, which seemed out of place with the surrounding atmosphere. In fact, the environment and furniture were really nothing. What made Chun Xiao curse out loud was the person sitting at the table. This person can be said to be crazy about curiosity and full of creativity. She was wearing white clothes that looked like a bed sheet with a hole cut in it and put over her head. Her long black hair reached her waist. Her back was facing Chun Xiao, so her face could not be seen clearly, but from the back, it can be seen that it should be a woman. At the moment, she is working hard to draw something, and the ink pen makes a rapid rustling sound. On the wall next to her, there was a dirty, transparent bag with some turbid liquid inside, and a lung soaked in it. Well, it was a lung. This lung had a rubber tube sticking out of it, hanging outside the bag. It rose and fell with the rhythm, and it was obviously breathing. Some thick blood vessels stretched out from the bag. Some of them extended into the man's clothes, and some of them were connected to a glass jar, which contained a beating heart. Next to it was a relatively large, transparent tank, in which was a pale yellow brain. Some messy blood vessels and white linear tissues were inserted into the man's black hair. His brain was covered with electrodes, and from time to time, sparks would pop up with a clicking sound as if there was a leakage of electricity. Chun Zhao's eyes twitched. It seemed that this guy had moved all his organs outside. He had a strong urge to complain. Wouldn't you feel empty if you put these things outside your body? And these lungs, can they be directly connected to an air pump so that you don't even have to breathe? What's the point of putting the heart so close to you? If you think it's not beating fast enough, can you just pinch it? And why is there so many electrodes plugged into this brain? Do you think it's not smart enough and needs some stimulation? I feel like you've made yourself into this state. You've made yourself too smart. After a long paragraph of complaining, Chun Xiao still felt unsatisfied. So he silently added a simple and clear word fuck in his mind to ease the shock brought to him by this body modification maniac. At this moment, because this lady was so absorbed in her work, she didn't notice that Chun Xiao had arrived at the door of the room. And Chun Xiao didn't know for a moment whether he should knock on the door or say hello, so the atmosphere was awkward. Eyeball on the side stared at the two of them blankly and probably felt that this was not going to work, so he swung his eyes and slammed them hard against the door panel on the side. There was a bang sound, and it was obviously painful, but it didn't have the hands to rub it. At this time, the curious lady finally realized it and turned her head. To Chun Zhao's surprise, this woman looked very young, probably in her 20s. Her skin was unhealthily pale, and the veins under her skin could be vaguely seen. Her eyes were bloodshot, and it was obvious that she hadn't rested for a long time. But if you put all that aside and ignore the mess of organs hanging next to her, she can be considered a pretty fresh and cute girl. Oh, you're here, I didn't notice. The girl scratched her head embarrassedly, then smiled slightly. His eyes narrowed beautifully, and the corners of his mouth rose slightly. Chun Xiao looked at her and was stunned for a moment. Chapter 27, The Invisible Tenant 5. Chun Xiao hesitated for a moment, wondering why this curious style of painting did not match that refreshing-looking smile. Coupled with the weird atmosphere in the room and a big eye staring at me, I don't know how to start the conversation. Isn't it impolite to ask directly if you're a human being? What if someone gets angry and throws his liver, gallbladder, spleen, lungs, kidneys, or something at me? But despite what he was thinking, Chun Xiao still tried his best to avoid a dull moment. After careful consideration, He made a very ordinary, practical, and polite opening remark. Hello, my name is Chen Xiao. The girl changed her posture and continued to draw quickly on the table with a pen while looking at him. Chen Xiao took a glance and found a thick pile of papers scattered all over the table, each of which was painted with various magic arrays. Hello, I'm not used to using names. You can call me Angel. Oh, nice to meet you. Chen Xiao nodded with a grin, but he was roaring in his heart. What the hell is this? What the hell is an angel? Even if there really are angels, this guy's image has nothing to do with an angel. Okay. The angel sister looked at Chen Xiao and scratched her cheek with her free hand, looking distressed. I know I don't look like an angel now, and I don't know how long I can use this body, but please don't mind it. When she said these words, the angel sister was calm and composed, as if she was talking to Chen Xiao wholeheartedly. But the hand holding the pen was still drawing on the paper at a very fast speed, which was very uncoordinated. Chen Xiao continued to smile and responded, Oh, so that's how it is. As he said this, I was thinking, how can I not care? And after you said the words, this body, it's even harder for me to not care. Finally, why do you sound like you can see through what I'm thinking? The angel sister nodded. Yes, but you can only see a little bit. If the thinking is too complicated, it will be very exhausting. A moment of silence. How long have you been here? Chen Xiao asked, but she didn't say it out loud. Instead, she thought about it silently in her heart. The girl frowned. I can't remember clearly, but it must have been a long time ago. Chen Xiao gradually retracted the smile on his face. At this moment, his expression was extremely serious, even a little cold. Even when Mr. Zhou was about to execute him and his life was at stake, Chen Xiao had never shown such an expression. The mind is the most secret place of a person, because it is a territory that others cannot touch, and it is also Chen Xiao's greatest reliance when facing danger. So when a person with the ability to read minds stands in front of Chen Xiao, no matter whether this person is friendly or not, he is extremely dangerous to him. Seeing that Chen Xiao stopped talking, the angel's sister seemed a little at a loss. She obviously knew what Chen Xiao was thinking. I'm sorry. This is a very bad habit, but I can try to control it. Chen Xiao continued to stare at her expressionlessly. Are you kidding? You said you would control me, but how could I possibly believe you in this situation? First of all, it is easy to guess that this cabin is a closed independent space. This girl who calls herself Angel should be in prison here. She was also working hard to study something similar to a magic circle in order to escape, but she had not yet been completely successful. So, what exactly is the angel she is talking about? Is it the angel in religious stories, or something else? If she is really an angel, why is she in prison here? Since she can pull herself in, why can't she get out? Although this place similar to a log cabin looks simple, it is obviously not built casually. So what created such a prison cell, and why was this angel imprisoned? The most important question, what exactly does this person want to do by pulling me in? Chen Xiao had many questions. Usually at this time, he would habitually collect information and then analyze it. But at this moment, he didn't. He even gave up on any unnecessary thinking and entered a thinking mode similar to daydreaming, where he only received information but did not process it in depth. Since the other party can read people's thoughts, Chen Xiao doesn't have to hide it anymore. What do you want me to do? He asked directly. The angel sister looked surprised, as if to say, how could I forget the important matter? I want you to help me, she said, before adding. Help me out? Chen Xiao nodded. It was indeed the case. Why are you looking for me? He asked again. The girl also looked like she knew what he was going to ask. She continued to draw while answering, I didn't specifically look for you. You know, the magic circle below me connects your world. Just now it looked at Eyeball, happened to find that you seem to be able to be pulled in, so it pulled you in. Chen Xiao raised his eyebrows and looked at Eyeball. I can be pulled in? Does that mean not everyone can be pulled into this place? And what I mean by listening to you is that the ghost that was wandering around in the magic circle and talking to me with pen and paper before actually had these big eyes. The girl looked at her liver, gallbladder, spleen, and lungs hanging around her and said, I haven't left this room for a long time. Chen Xiao nodded thoughtfully. In fact, when he first saw the angel girl like this, he thought it was a little unrealistic for her to carry all those bottles and jars into the magic circle in the basement. But he never thought that the one he would be talking to would be Eyeball Kuan, because he had a question. How does it right? Chen Xiao asked cautiously. That's how it's written. The girl looked at Eyeball with an expression that said, why are you asking this? And it seemed to understand what the girl meant. After that, it sat down on the ground with a plop and used its two lower hands to make a gesture of holding paper in one hand and a pen in the other. Chen Zhao's face was filled with pain, and he opened his mouth slightly. Fuck, there is actually such a thing? The girl saw Chun Xiao's expression and seemed to find it very interesting. She pursed her lips and smiled. To be honest, it looks pretty good. Chun Xiao calmed himself down. He felt that no matter how strange and bizarre things happen next, he could accept them. So, what about the people you pulled in earlier? Didn't they help you? In fact, there are many people that can be brought in. The last person who came here was very panicked and couldn't communicate properly. It just so happened that my health wasn't very good at that time, so I just used him. The angel, sister said, pointing at her body and staring with her innocent big eyes, as if she was talking about something very ordinary. Chun Xiao subconsciously glanced at the crude surgical instruments and bottles and jars on the shelf, and sweat broke out. Fortunately, he behaved very politely. Otherwise, this cute little sister might put some magic circle on me and turn me into the next backup body. Don't worry about whether she is reading my mind or not. Just try to make your expression look natural. What kind of people can be pulled in here? Chun Xiao asked. The angel sister thought for a moment and said, probably just people who are not closely connected to their own world can be pulled in. Chun Xiao frowned. The connection is not tight? I can't quite explain it, but there are a lot of things that don't really fit in with his world, and they're generally weird. For example, some of you are psychics. Some people always think they have seen this scene before their eyes, and there are also blah blah blah, and so on. Angel's sister tried hard to explain, but in the end she found that the more she explained, the more confusing it became. Chun Xiao frowned, not paying attention to the girl's increasingly clumsy explanation. So, I'm also a person who is out of tune with the world? Is there something wrong with me? The angel sister hesitated for a moment and pointed to her head. The problem should be here? After saying that, she stuck out her tongue embarrassedly. Chun Xiao looked at her, who was obviously doing terrible things but always behaving like a little girl. He wanted to complain madly, but he held it back. So, how can I help you, he asked. After hearing this question, the angel's sister immediately turned around and rummaged around on her desk, leaving the drawing papers all over the floor. Afterwards, she finally found a piece of paper with a strange formation drawn on it and handed it to Chun Xiao. Just bring me some items that are not strictly prohibited from connecting to your world. As I just said, unusual items? Chun Xiao interjected. Yes, that's right. That's what I mean. The girl's face was full of admiration, with an expression of wow. You're awesome. Just put them on this painting. Chun Xiao looked down and found that this formation was the same as the one in the basement. Chun Xiao snorted, and no one could understand what he meant. In fact, from the beginning till now, it has always been this little sister who calls herself an angel, who has been talking to herself, because Chun Xiao couldn't verify whether what she said was true, and if the other party really had the ability to read thoughts. Then Chun Xiao would not be able to observe and analyze this angel sister, because doing so would only give the other party more chips to confuse their vision. So at this moment, his thoughts had to follow what the other party said. However, Chun Xiao still tried not to think and recorded the other party's every move, every word, every expression. He even took a look at the eyeball standing beside him during the conversation. However, even in this low-thinking state, Chun Xiao still felt very clearly that this person was deceiving him. The angel sister obviously knew what Chun Xiao was hesitating about. So, she said in a cute voice, actually, you don't have to think too much. Even if I said that I was imprisoned here by the devil and that I was really a beautiful and kind angel, you wouldn't believe it. You even have a deep suspicion of the words angel and devil, right? She said this and smiled that beautiful smile again. Chun Xiao did not answer, because he did not try to guess what was hidden behind this smile. You're smart, so I think you can help me. And that's why you're still standing here. The girl still kept smiling and continued. Among the knowledge I am studying now, there is a very basic theory called equivalent exchange, so your efforts will be rewarded. I didn't lie to you about this. Chun Xiao still had no expression on his face. He was even just listening at this moment and subconsciously stopped even thinking. The angel sister was stunned for a moment, and then seemed to be particularly happy all of a sudden. You are smarter than I thought, she continued in a girlish tone and said happily. Well, it seems that it is time for you to go back. Think about it carefully. Whether we are friends or enemies, the choice is in your hands. As she spoke, she narrowed her eyes again and raised the corners of her mouth. This was the expression she showed when Chun Xiao saw her for the first time. And, exactly the same, it's like it was painted there specifically for others to see. Only then did Chun Xiao realize why she had to squint her eyes during this smile. Is she really smiling? Chun Xiao couldn't help but have a thought. Then, I felt dizzy, and my vision seemed to be covered by a layer of fog. Chapter 28, The Invisible Tenant 6. The dim room in front of Chen Zhao's eyes gradually disappeared, and a soft light pierced through the fog. It was the light from apartment 603. He found himself sitting on the sofa in the apartment, and everything around him was the same as when he wrote the word good. But the dull-witted writer is gone. Chen Zhao did not feel the slightest bit of unreality about the change in the scenery before his eyes. He showed a slightly mocking smile. "Do you think you can fool me like this?" For 10 seconds, nothing happened. Then, Chen Zhao stood up, touched the sofa under his butt, took out his cell phone, and opened it directly. At the same time, he reached into his jacket pocket with his other hand, took out the piece of paper with the formation drawn on it, glanced at it, then walked to the living room window, opened it, took a deep breath of air, revealed a very comfortable expression, and licked his lips habitually. And then, bang, he hit his head against the window frame. "Ah!" he yelled. And while yelling, he did not forget to glance at the time on his phone. After that, he quickly stuffed the phone into his pocket, took out the pen, and threw it directly out of the window. After the pen fell to the ground with a pop sound, he sat back on the sofa contentedly, posing as if he was about to start thinking. This set of actions, with each action connected very closely, took about 5 seconds. Any normal person, after seeing Chen Zhao's inexplicable and meaningless behavior, would think, "This guy must be a psychopath." Well, this idea is not wrong, but it is only half right. Chen Zhao is indeed a mental patient, there is no doubt about that. But his behavior at this moment, how should I put it, still has some meaning. First of all, when he opened his eyes and saw the scene in apartment 603 in front of him, he had a guess, which was, is this space the real apartment 603 ? In other words, could this place also be an independent space like that cabin? If that so-called angel sister can really see people's inner thoughts, then she can most likely also see people's memories. Because thinking is based on memory, she must know all the details of apartment 603. Then another question arises. In the conversation with the angel sister, she was always intentionally or unintentionally guiding Chen Zhao, making him think that this space was a cage, and that she was imprisoned here, and that she studied those symbols in order to escape. Putting aside the truth or falsity of the independent space setting, now assuming that the cabin is really an independent space, how can we verify that the angel sister is locked up? Is it possible that she used this independent space to hide herself? She was afraid of or avoiding something, and those magic circles were not used to let herself out but to pull other things in. If that was the case, then it was entirely possible that she had created a space that was exactly the same as the apartment 603 in Chen Zhao's memory to confuse herself. Although I still don't know her purpose of deceiving me, this kind of verification is necessary. Otherwise, Chen Zhao would never be able to get out of the low-thinking mode. So he immediately put on a mocking expression, acting as if he had seen through her tricks. But this is just a test. After all, when facing someone with the ability to read minds, tricks carried out by one person are basically useless. So Chen Zhao then touched the bottom of his buttocks, in order to confirm whether my consciousness had just wandered or whether my body and I had gone to another space together. And the message he got was that there wasn't much warmth under the butt. This is the same situation as when I appeared in the cabin. Then, of course, I had to check the time and whether the piece of paper with the array on it was still on me. There was nothing much to say about this. Then, in order to verify the authenticity of apartment 603, Chen Zhao opened the window again. After confirming that the air and the indoor and outdoor spaces were connected, he threw a pen in with concern. Only after seeing the slight difference in seconds between the pen falling to the ground and hearing the sound did he feel relieved. Of course, while doing all this, he did not forget to give himself a pain test, using the old method, and yelled, "Where's that naive writer?" he muttered, but didn't take it too seriously because she basically wanted to call the police. Of course, if a person suddenly disappears, even the most naive person would have some reaction. But now, Chen Zhao had no intention of caring about these trivial things. He couldn't wait to recall the situation when facing his angel sister. After nearly half an hour of suppressing his thoughts, Chen Zhao was really anxious. Let's recall the first time I saw her. Those internal organs floating outside her body were obviously soaked in a special nutrient solution to extend their lifespan. Just like she said, her body was just a container, and it seemed that she could replace it at will. Thinking of the curious image of eyeball next to her, okay, for the time being, let's assume that she really has this ability. Then the girl Chen Zhao saw was not her at all, even though her subtle movements and demeanor were like that of a young girl in her 20s. But this doesn't mean anything at all, and because of the protective color of body. So what Chen Xiao saw might be what she wanted Chen Xiao to see. In other words, her observation was actually meaningless. And during the conversation, she said this almost without concealing it, which was to tell Chen Xiao that you can't see through me, so don't waste your energy. When Chen Xiao thought of this, he laughed a few times like a nervous he, appearing to be very happy. Now, let's recall the conversation again. During the conversation, Chen Xiao gave up thinking and just followed the other person's pace. So there was no way to set a trap or setup, but in the low thinking mode, Chen Xiao still had a lot of doubts about what she said. First of all, Chen Xiao doubted the authenticity of the ability to read thoughts. Although he verified it by asking questions in his heart at the time, and it seemed that the other party really had the ability to read minds. Why did she tell me about this? If I don't say anything, then she can know my thoughts at will, right? But if I say that she's like a 20-year-old girl, innocent and spilling the beans, then she won't believe it even if you beat her to death. Therefore, it is almost certain that the other party deliberately told me this so that I would actively lower my thinking ability in order to cover up something. Of course, if the other party really wants to conceal something, then Chen Xiao cannot make random guesses. Not only will he not get the correct answer, he might even be led astray. But if it wasn't mind reading, how did she know what I was thinking at the time? Chen Xiao thought for a while and found that he couldn't get an answer. Or rather, there were too many possibilities and he couldn't be sure at all, because I have no idea about her ability system. Now I only know that she has knowledge of alternative medicine and similar magic arrays. At the end of the conversation, she did not forget to mention the word equivalent exchange, which is clearly telling me that what she is studying is alchemy, and stuff like that. Of course, even these were things that the other party let him see. When he first appeared in the cabin, those books and bottles and jars were placed next to him, as if they were afraid that he would not look through them. Besides that, the problem with the eyeball is also huge. I just saw it from beginning to end, but never touched it at all. So is it really what it looks like? Just a strange creature made up of alternative medicine? There is also the setting of independent space and magic circle. Even if the angel girl is telling the truth, with my current understanding, I am completely unable to study these things in depth. Besides, she doesn't seem to be telling the truth. Thinking of this, Chen Xiao discovered that he could not be sure of anything except the things that his angel sister had told him. Looking back, it seems that she was trying her best to make me follow the route she directed from the beginning to the end. It seems that she even went to great lengths to do so. Chen Xiao thought about it and took out the piece of paper with the strange formation drawn on it. He found that it was very tough. It should be made of hard grass mixed with animal fat. You went through so much trouble just to get me to put those anomalous items into this pattern? It sounds like a sacrifice. You even added that I would be rewarded. Huh? Next, Chen Xiao stared at the strange pattern carefully for a long time. He was so good at drawing this magic circle with his eyes closed that he could draw it exactly, but he still couldn't see any pattern. So he simply put the parchment in his pocket and gave up studying it. At this time, a full hour and a half had passed since he wrote the word OK on the paper. Oh, let's go. Who knows if that idiot got lost by himself? He muttered to himself and walked straight to the door. But at this moment, he found a piece of paper stuck on the corner between the door eaves and the wall. The position where Chen Xiao was sitting was a blind spot, so he didn't see it. It says, "This apartment is given to you as a gift. So Mr. Chen Xiao must be a friend." Qiumujin, smiley face. This simple line of words made Chen Xiao think of a lot of things in an instant. From the phone call Mr. Zhou received in the interrogation room of Biological Research Area number 15, to the taxi that brought him to this area on the road, to this D-class anomaly that suddenly appeared only a few blocks away from him, to that angelic sister, and finally to this piece of paper taped to the wall. All this information appeared in his mind all at once, but he didn't seem too surprised. I said, "How can there be such a coincidence?" Chen Xiao laughed and muttered to himself, "What an interesting person. Haha." He laughed. His voice was sharp and piercing, so unpleasant that the voice-controlled light outside the door turned on. The neighbor next door was startled, and the cat downstairs stood up its fur and meowed and burrowed into the corner of the closet. Well, actually this story is mainly about how Chen Xiao finally has a place to live. Regarding Dr. Clef's answer, the four great leaders of Apocalypse cannot appear directly in the text. There might be some messy copyright issues. Didn't you see that I didn't even dare to use the 3 letters of SCP in the text? But it will definitely be there, just a different name. Finally, thank you all for your support. Come on, Mr. Eyeball, show us some cuteness. Eyeball? Chapter 29 Meeting. A small living room with an old carpet and warm lighting. Two single sofas were placed diagonally, with a small wooden coffee table in the middle and a small bench a little further away. The charcoal burning in the fireplace occasionally produced crackling sparks. A man and a woman sat on the sofa. The man was in his 30s, of medium build, with black hair casually spread across his forehead, and wearing a jacket that could be bought anywhere. Although his face was too angular, he was still handsome. At this moment, he was fiddling with the teacup in his hand out of boredom. The woman looked a little older, but no more than 35 years old. She was wearing everyday home clothes and had a very ordinary face, but she gave people a feeling of elegance and luxury. She was holding a book in her hand and nestling in the sofa in a comfortable posture. Oh, and her hands were very beautiful. Neither of them spoke, only the sound of pages rubbing against each other and charcoal burning. After a while, the black-haired man probably felt too bored and asked, "What's going on in the Black Realm?" The woman flipped a page of the book and answered casually, "There are not enough volunteers, so there is not much progress." "Oh," the man said lightly and couldn't find any other topic to talk about. So, silence fell again. Another 5 minutes passed in silence. Suddenly, the man felt something blocking the light from the fireplace. He slowly raised his head and found that a boy had appeared not far in front of him. He was no more than 15 years old, short and fat, wearing a youth sportswear that should be the largest size but still looked a little small. "Oh, you're here," the black-haired man said simply, then lowered his head and fiddled with the teacup in his hand, as if the boy's sudden appearance was a very normal thing. The boy took a few steps forward and sat directly on the carpet. "You're here so early," he said casually. His fat body, obviously due to overnutrition, made his sitting down action look very clumsy. "I don't like making people wait," said the black-haired man. The woman had been reading a book and had no intention of joining in the conversation. The boy didn't care about the woman's indifferent attitude. He took out a lollipop from his pocket, put it in his mouth, and looked at the man, asking if he wanted one. The man shook his head and asked, "What do you think of this proposal?" The boy took a bite of the lollipop, took it out and looked at it, and said nonchalantly, "It's pretty good. What else can I do?" As soon as the words fell, a small space on the carpet twitched, like a TV screen with poor signal. Then, a burly figure stood there. This is a man, at least 2 meters tall, wearing a loose black suit. Through the clothes, one can still feel the strong muscles wrapped in it. But what doesn't match his body's shape is that his face is a little chubby. Hi. Everyone is almost here. Let's talk first," the man said, clapping his hands, seeming a little impatient. The woman next to him frowned and tried hard to look away from the book. "Aren't you going to wait for him?" She looked a little depressed, apparently having just read the interesting part. That kind of stubborn old man. Wait until he comes, and then slowly persuade him." The man said, "Besides, he is very busy recently. I don't know how long I have to wait." The boy didn't say anything, but nodded with the lollipop in his mouth to show his agreement. The woman sighed helplessly. Although she felt a little unhappy, she felt that what the man said made sense. So she folded the page with reluctance and closed the book. The boy looked at the woman's nonchalant look and couldn't help asking, "You were the one who proposed this proposal, but why do you seem to not care at all?" The woman moved her body, which was a little stiff from reading for a long time, and answered absent-mindedly, "You are not stupid." The boy smiled while holding the lollipop in his mouth. "Actually, I think you should discuss it with us first. After all, this is not a trivial matter." The burly man said this with a low voice that revealed a sense of calmness. The woman looked helpless. "I told you last time that he was going to be executed. There was no time to discuss it then." The boy sucked the lollipop hard, and at the same time quickly pulled the stick to pull the candy out, making a pop sound. He smacked his lips and said, "So, you think those idiots in the abnormal biology research area can execute him, right?" Although the boy looked like he was concentrating on the lollipop, everyone present could hear the underlying message in his words. "Why are you in such a hurry?" The woman didn't care at all. She looked at the boy with a smile in her eyes. But the others clearly felt their hair stand on end. "What are you doing again? Are you two going to quarrel again?" The man stopped the two people who disliked each other with an impatient look on his face. Suddenly, the space in the corner of the room flashed again. An old man appeared and walked straight towards the crowd. He was very short and had a severe hunchback, so he looked much smaller than the boy. "They're arguing again," he said absent-mindedly, as if he saw his juniors bickering and wanted to say something but was powerless to do anything. Tiredness in my eyes. "Okay, now that everyone is here, we can get started," the man shouted. "I think this proposal is good." He raised his hand, as if he were attending a family meeting to vote on where to go for the weekend. The old man brought the small stool from the corner. I think everything must follow the rules, otherwise there will definitely be trouble, he said slowly and seriously. The woman knew he would definitely say that, so she rolled her eyes helplessly, with an expression as if she was talking about fashion trends with an old man who was out of touch with the times. Rules? Then what do you want to do? Execute him? And then wait for the next madman to appear? Or lock him up and sink him to the bottom of the sea? She said. If that worked, we wouldn't have to go through all this trouble. The old man was silent, thoughtful. Seeing that the old man was silent, the boy interrupted and said, Now isn't this good? There's someone watching him, and he can't get out. The woman curled her lips. In fact, she liked children very much for a long time until she met this guy. This is only temporary. He will be infected sooner or later. What you are doing is just making up for a mistake with a mistake. Then we may have to face two terrible guys. Everyone present frowned, as if recalling a very bad memory. The woman rubbed her head and said, Look at what you have created. Now people think he is dead. I cannot imagine the moment when his lie is exposed. The boy pursed his lips and sucked on the lollipop, making a slurp, slurp sound, and said, Actually, as long as you put. No, veto. The old man and the man said it almost at the same time, without even thinking about it. Even the burly man who had always been taciturn shook his head. The woman frowned and stared at the boy. That little blue fat guy can destroy the world. Did you know that? She said a little angrily. We have already agreed that the dimensional manifestation proposal has been terminated and will never be started again. The black-haired man also chimed in. Exactly. We already have enough to worry about in this world. He had a look of deep resentment. The boy said in a low voice with a wronged look on his face. Oh, I see. It was just a sudden thought at the time. Who knew it would turn out like that? The old man's brows relaxed a little, and it was obvious that he also felt that what the woman said made sense. But he was always used to following the rules and always felt a little uncomfortable. So, he asked again, how can we guarantee that he will behave himself? We don't even know what he is thinking. The woman pursed her lips and smiled. No, we don't need to know his thoughts. We just need to know what he is pursuing. The boy followed up with, Interesting. Yes, interesting. The woman nodded. The atmosphere became quiet, and people seemed to be thinking about something. The man looked at the other three people who had fallen silent, and hurriedly urged them, Okay, since you can't do anything about him, just go along with him. This is a very simple and effective way to deal with it. In fact, you all think this suggestion is not bad, right? There is no need to waste time. He doesn't really like this way of thinking that requires careful consideration of everything. It's not that he has no brains, but he is just a very direct person. The old man's temper was obviously the opposite of his, so he still hesitated and said, I still think it's not a good idea to take in such a dangerous person. In fact, we can promise him. The woman interrupted him before he could finish. Come on, there is no such thing as promise in his mind. Control and suppression will not help him. We can only give him what he wants. And speaking of recruiting dangerous people, who among the Omega team isn't a dangerous person? As she spoke, she turned her head and glanced at the black-haired man sitting next to her. The man smiled, as if he thought this was a compliment. Even if there is really no other way in the end, we still have a last resort, right? The woman added, striking while the iron is hot. The old man thought for a while. Well, okay, the old man nodded and said. The man was very happy to see the old man give in. He immediately raised one hand and said, I agree. The woman also smiled, raised her hand and said, I agree. The boy crunched the broken lollipop and raised his hand. I agree. The old man thought for a while and finally raised his hand. I agree. At this time, everyone looked at the burly man who had remained silent. In fact, everyone knew that he would agree. Sure enough, he had raised his hand and said in a steady voice, I agree. In this cozy little living room, everyone said the same three words and raised their hands in the same way, as if it were some kind of ritual. The proposal is passed, said the man, his tone obviously more relaxed. It's finally done. I have something else to do. I'm leaving now? Well, I'm leaving too, said the boy as he crushed the last piece of lollipop. The flames in the fireplace twisted greatly as if blown by the wind, and then went out with a whoosh. The small living room had become empty at some point, as if the five people who had just been there had never been there at all. There were still golden red embers remaining on the black charcoal, and green smoke was slowly drifting away. Still warm. Quiet. Chapter 30 Daily Life. Room 603, 6th floor, apartment 221 Shell Street. An old lady was blocking the door, holding a small notebook in her hand and nagging at Chen Xiao who was inside the door. This lady can be aptly described in 4 words. fat and flat. But she always likes to wear girlish clothes. For example, now she is wearing a slim-fitting beige coat with her sleeves and shoulders looking round and round. The huge breasts and the fat around the waist form an amazingly tight valley, which is so tight that you probably wouldn't be able to pull the little notebook out even if you clamped it. The tight jeans on her lower body also wrapped her soft and plump buttocks very conspicuously. Chen Xiao stared at the precariously stretched threads on the trouser line and dared not breathe, fearing that the aunt's whole pants would burst if she exerted too much force. Oh, by the way, she also wore light pink lipstick and eyeshadow, which is, well, pretty scary. 6 months, 8,000, 15,000 for 12 months at a time, the aunt said with a smile on her face. Chen Xiao was glad that she didn't wear false eyelashes. Otherwise, they would have been squeezed off by her thick eyelids, and that would have been so embarrassing. I'll pay for half a year. Chen Xiao was holding the door handle with one hand and had the other hand behind his back, speaking carefully. Seeing this, you should have thought of it. Well, yes, you guessed it right. The female writer named Qiu Mujin didn't pay the rent at all. She even told the landlady nearly a week in advance that a young man named Chen Xiao would pay the rent to her today. Well, yes, you guessed it right again. The taxi that took Chen Xiao out of the abnormal biological research area number 15 was designed. The fact that he was dragged to this neighborhood was also planned, including the coincidental appearance of the D-class anomaly, the room 603 that the female writer rented a week in advance, and her appearance in the cafe downstairs. All of this was planned. Well, it's not bad. You actually guessed it right again. In fact, all of this was arranged to get Chen Xiao to come to this room and meet the little sister who calls herself an angel. Well, everyone already knows the rest. Of course, Chen Xiao understood it instantly after he saw the paper that Xiu Mujin posted on the wall. He certainly hasn't figured out the specific reasons behind this. But don't worry, the truth will eventually come to light. Now, what made him depressed was, didn't we say that this room was given to me as a gift? I even have to pay the rent myself, so this is considered a gift. The aunt saw the depression in Chen Xiao's expression and thought that he had some opinions about the rent, so she immediately put on a smile that was even brighter than before. Oh, young man, don't hesitate. This price is half the price of other rooms. Look at the location, the decoration, the floor, and the housing prices in recent years. I rent it to you because you look honest. Otherwise, it would be strange if you could get such a low price in another place. Blah, blah. As she said these words, she gently waved her strong hands and slightly raised her fingers. Chen Xiao listened to the aunt's words and put on a smiling face with great effort. He thought to himself, "Sister, are you talking about yourself again? Clothes can't hide your real age, aunt. And you have to rent this place at this price because it's clearly haunted, right? Why do you make me sound like I got a bargain? Most importantly, how did you know I look honest? Have you even thrown away your conscience just to collect rent?" Chen Xiao roared in his heart. The aunt continued speaking, as if she was reciting a stand-up comedy piece that she had practiced countless times. There is not even a hint of hesitation in the connection between the words. I see you're single. There is a cafe downstairs. There are many girls in their 20s there after get off work. So you are not single? That's even better. The couple can sit in a cafe, chat, drink, and improve their relationship. How nice. You look so skinny, you need to exercise more. There is a gym in the next block. You can go and have a look. There are bus stops and subways nearby, so it's very convenient to travel. There are supermarkets and restaurants, blah blah. The aunt continued talking without stopping, showing no intention of leaving. Chen Xiao still tried hard to keep smiling, and his hands behind his back tightly grasped the folding fruit knife again. How about I poke him? I can't help it, Chen Xiao thought. Look at this guy's greasy face. Will the fat burst out if I poke him with a knife? Sister, sister. Chen Xiao gritted his teeth and forced out this name. I've been studying for a year. When the aunt heard this, she was stunned for a moment, thinking that her persuasion had worked, and immediately smiled. Look, brother, I knew you were a smart guy. You can be sure that you won't lose money on this business. This year you have to pay for water and electricity. Young people don't know how to live. If you calculate it, it's actually not a small amount of money. Blah, blah. The auntie kept talking and dancing, and her fat and thin hands touched Chen Xiao's body from time to time. Chen Xiao smiled stiffly. Sister, I have something urgent to do. I see you still have a few houses to collect rent from. Why don't you go and do it first? When the aunt heard this, she smiled slyly. Hey. What are you doing at home alone on this weekend? She raised her eyebrows and pointed at Chen Xiao, with the corners of her mouth raised evilly. I understand that young people are hot-tempered, but they should exercise restraint. It's not good to waste a good time in broad daylight on that kind of thing. How about I introduce you to some girls in our neighborhood? Speaking of the old Lee family, blah blah, Chen Xiao almost wanted to die. Hey, you've achieved your goal. Why don't you leave? And why do you think so dirty? And why do you always touch me? Can't you see that I look fierce? Do I have to yell at you to get out? Chen Xiao roared in his heart. No way. Judging from the way this person talks, she must be an old hand at cursing at the crossroads. I angered her. What if she brings a group of sisters to attack me later? Then there will be no peace for me. What if I knock her out? It will be even more difficult to deal with her when she wakes up. When Chen Xiao thought of this, he clenched the folding knife behind him and made a caw-caw sound. Hold on. Don't be impulsive. Although there are no cameras here, it's impossible that no one knows that she's here to collect rent. If I poke her now, I'll definitely be the first suspect. Although I could imitate the handwriting and forge a small notebook that showed that he had not received the rent yet, I also had absolute confidence in proving that she had never been to the 6th floor. But the corpse and bloodstains are difficult to deal with. I'm not familiar with the environment here, and it is difficult to get sulfur and oxalic acid. So I can only use soapy water and a large amount of potassium iodide. Considering the size of the body, at least 5 buckets are needed. Add in brushes, rags, spray bottles, leather clothes, and boots, etc. It will definitely attract attention. Even if the bloodstains can be cleaned up, it will be difficult to dispose of the corpse afterwards. Judging from the current situation, I can only boil it in boiling water and take it out in batches. The bloody smell can be neutralized with scale powder and niacin, and the doors and windows can be sealed to conceal it. But with this body size, 24 hours is not enough time to file a case, and fat can easily clog the sewers. The sudden large-scale use of gas and water meters is simply telling everyone that I am going to disappear again. Chen Xiao was just thinking about it. Well, okay, I admit that this is just padding the word count. In fact, Chen Xiao just gave the ant his signature disgusting smile, and the other party frowned and left. When he left, he kept muttering, "Psycho." Chen Xiao closed the door and fell onto the bed carelessly. It was a Sunday, the weather was bright, and the temperature was just right. Just 2 days had passed since Chen Xiao left the cabin, but even during these 2 days, he was already getting bored of staying there. That night, he found that his task had shown the green, task completed, and opened the profile. The discovery has become: name, Chen Xiao. Position, field staff of K-City, 15th Abnormal Biology Research Area. Grade D. Previous mission, 1 D-level mission. Honors none. Bonus, 25. Capability overview, details. Chen Xiao looked through all the items in the D-level exchange area and found that there was nothing worth exchanging except some painkillers and bullets. So he decided to save them first based on the principle that every penny counts. Later, because he was really bored, Chen Xiao imagined the relationship between the little girl who called herself Angel and Xiao Mujin, the taxi driver, and others. Obviously, these are a group of people who are trying their best to assist the Angel sister. There should be quite a few of them, and they are organized and disciplined. Some of them even have connections with the Order Foundation. Believers? Exploit? Control? Collaborate? Without any basis, these questions simply cannot be answered. In short, they should have chosen me, but it is still unknown why. Forget it, it's boring to just think about these unanswered questions. So next, the day after leaving the cabin, Chen Xiao began to look through the Order Foundation information on his phone that he had not had time to read. However, with his unconventional reading style of reading 10 lines at a glance and skipping, inserting, inferring, and supplementing with his imagination in the middle, these materials with only the lowest level of reading authority are simply not enough to read. Unfortunately, the D-level mission area was empty and there was no one to take the task. So, after sending the landlady away, the current situation occurred. Chen Xiao lay on the bed tossing and turning, feeling bored and anxious with nothing to do. "Give me a task," Chen Xiao shouted and picked up the phone again. So, the plots in novels are good. Whenever ordinary daily life becomes boring, new plots will appear. Sure enough, with a ding sound, a new task appeared in the D-level task area. Chen Xiao sat up suddenly and nodded to accept without thinking. Hee. He laughed neurotically twice and clicked on the task introduction. Chapter 31, Sticky Mission 1. Mission Brief. Grade D. Location. See map for details. Description. After being reported by residents in the area, a suspected homicide case in the Villa area in the eastern suburbs of K-City attracted the attention of the Order Foundation agent stationed at the East District Police Station in K-City. When heading to the crime scene, a D-level abnormal reaction signal was detected in the area. For new anomalies, please ask the field staff who accept the task to immediately go to the task-marked location to conduct relevant inspections. contain the anomaly, or directly eliminate it if necessary, and complete the file. Mission funds, 80. Containment bonus funds, plus 60. It seems that this is the proper mission introduction. The mission introduction about this room the day before yesterday had nothing at all. Only the words, no description yet. It's obvious that it was crudely made just to lure a newcomer like me here, Chen Xiao muttered to himself. Then the bonus for this mission is only 80, but the shelter bonus is an additional 60 on top of completing the mission. It seems that the Foundation encourages the containment method. This is understandable. Catching them alive can at least be handed over to the group of people in white coats in the organizational force group for research. Chen Xiao finished reading the task introduction and exited the page. At this moment, he noticed that the team information option on his phone was flashing. He clicked on it with a curious look on his face. In this option, there are already 4 black avatars with no visible faces, and at the end, there is a big plus sign lit up. Chen Xiao clicked on these avatars one by one, and each one was marked with no permission to view this person's information. So that's how it is. He looked as if he knew something and clicked the last lit plus sign. An option appears. Do you want to allow others to view your information? Whether. Chen Xiao thought about his extremely conspicuous thinking, too, and resolutely clicked the no option. Sure enough, a 5th black avatar was added. It seems that this is a team task, Chen Xiao thought. An hour later, a taxi stopped in the Dongbei district of K-City, and Chen Xiao got out of the car. In fact, it doesn't take that long to get here from Shell Street. But Chen Xiao's appearance was so good that the drivers had no desire to step on the brakes and pull him over. So, he stood on the street for half an hour. During this time, he even thought about whether he should wear a mask, otherwise it would be inconvenient to do anything. Stop talking nonsense. The environment of the villa area must be good, and you can tell at a glance that the people living there are either rich or noble. At this time, not far in front of Chen Xiao, he could see a group of people gathered in front of a 2-story villa. There were several police cars parked next to it, and there were red and black cordons. Look how easy it is to find the mission location. You don't even need to use your phone to locate it. Chen Xiao ran over there, looking excited, as if he was going to watch the fun. Chen Xiao squeezed through the crowd and came to the cordon. Hey, standing there, can't you see that something's happening? Why are you moving closer? A policeman pointed at Chen Xiao and said loudly. Chen Xiao was stunned. Fuck, what the hell is this? Do you think I'm an ordinary citizen? At this time, a man in his 40s came over. Chen Xiao looked him up and down, and it seemed that he was a team leader of the police force. The uncle motioned to the policeman to stand aside and looked at Chen Xiao, as if he was waiting for him to do something. Chen Xiao looked confused. The uncle was also stunned for a moment, then looked at him carefully, blinked and said, "Let me see your phone." This time, Chen Xiao understood, nodded knowingly, and took out the black mobile phone specially made by the Foundation. The uncle glanced at him calmly and gave him a look that meant, "Follow me." Chen Xiao followed the uncle out of the crowd and came to a police car, where 4 men were standing. 3 of them were wearing black suits with metallic luster on the folds, and the remaining one was wearing a lightweight riot suit, holding a shotgun that looked unusual. But he didn't wear a helmet. When the 4 saw Chen Xiao coming, they all casually hit their left chest with their right hands. This was a unique action of the Foundation, and Chen Xiao suddenly realized that the uncle was waiting for him to do this. He immediately did as he was told, and at the same time habitually glanced at the 4 people. "Everyone is here," the uncle said, and took out a police badge from his pocket and handed it to the man in the explosion-proof suit. "Please don't make too much noise. We can't always use the excuse that we are filming a movie, right?" At this moment, he had a miserable look on his face, with his hands clasped together, as if to say, "Isn't it enough for me to beg you bastard uncles? Try your best." The man in the explosion-proof suit took the police badge and said casually. He didn't pay much attention to the team leader because his eyes were always on Chen Xiao. In fact, not only him, but the other 3 people also ignored the uncle. They all frowned and looked at Chen Xiao. The team leader shrugged helplessly, implying, "Okay, do whatever you want." Then he turned and walked back to the crowd. At this time, a man in a suit with very short hair came over and stretched out his hand to pinch Chen Xiao's suit very rudely. "Newbie!" He raised his eyebrows. Chen Xiao knew that these people could tell from their attire that they definitely had no mission experience. After all, D-level field personnel didn't have any powerful serum support, and he seemed to be letting his teammates down by coming out to perform a mission in ordinary clothes. "I want to see your information," the man in the explosion-proof suit frowned and said, as if it was an order, and his tone revealed that it could not be refused. This request was actually quite excessive, but Chen Xiao could understand it. After all, a drag person can easily make a simple task very complicated. In fact, Chen Xiao wouldn't care even if the request was more excessive, because now he just wanted to start the task quickly. I didn't want to care what these people thought of me, so I just used my fingerprint to open the personal information in my phone. Chen Xiao has no serum, has never exchanged for weapons, and has completed a 25-point D-level mission. He read out with a serious expression, and then suddenly froze for a moment. Thinking evaluation, 2? After hearing this, the other 3 people were also stunned. 2. Obviously, he didn't quite believe this number. Are you kidding me? Can such a person be accepted into the field team? Chen Xiao didn't pay any attention to what they said. He just grinned and laughed a few times. The man in the explosion-proof suit looked disgusted when he saw his expression. Okay, what's your weapon? An ordinary pistol, a homemade stun baton, or something like that would also be fine. He asked, and his expression was actually quite friendly at the moment. But then, Chen Xiao's action strangled the last bit of his kindness. Chen Xiao slowly took out a folding fruit knife from his pocket, the same one he wanted to use to stab the landlady. He put it in his pocket after hesitating for a long time before going out, thinking it was a bit impolite to go on a mission without taking anything with him. He pressed the button on the handle, and with a whoosh, the blade popped out. Chen Xiao shook the knife and grinned, as if to tell the other party, "This is not a toy, look, it can pop out." The short-haired man next to him couldn't hold it back any longer and burst out laughing. "Haha, I said the 4 of us were enough, but here comes an idiot who doesn't work and only wants to share the profits." The man in the explosion-proof suit felt a surge of anger in his heart. He thought that one more person would provide more protection, because people who are not sure of their abilities generally won't take the initiative to accept tasks. But who would have known that there would be a pervert like Chen Xiao who would lie in bed bored and complete tasks every minute? Moreover, this pervert has no other weapons or equipment except a small knife. Looking at the shape of the knife, it would be difficult to cut an orange. "Are you here for tourism?" The man in the explosion-proof suit roared angrily in a low voice. He reached out to grab Chen Xiao's collar, but finally suppressed himself. "Just stay here, do you understand, silly boy?" he said, suppressing his anger. "Captain Li." At this time, another man in a suit behind him interrupted him and winked at him. The man was very short, had no hair or eyebrows, and his skin was an abnormal bluish-gray color. Chen Xiao saw that look clearly and understood what he meant instantly. He was saying, "If something happens, let this kid be a pathfinder." The man in the explosion-proof suit, known as Captain Li, stared at Chen Xiao and hesitated for a long time. Said, "Rat, give him a gun." After he finished speaking, he walked towards the crowd angrily. The short-haired man codenamed Rat quickly pulled out a gun from his back, twirled it around his fingers deftly, and handed it to Chen Xiao with a mocking look on his face. "Don't cry when you see something scary," he whispered, with a sneaky look in his eyes, really like a mouse. Chen Xiao still didn't care about his ridicule. He took the pistol, weighed it, and found that it was heavier than an ordinary pistol. He stared at the pistol, and it made 2 miraculous sounds, which made Housie frown. "He's really sick," he muttered, turned around and followed. Finally, the man who had been silent from beginning to end glanced at Chen Xiao without any expression. He looked very ordinary, with no special features at all, the kind that you would not be able to find in a crowd. But Chen Xiao noticed that he was wearing a black glove on his left hand. "Old Zhao, let's go," the rat in front shouted. Old Zhao took one last look at Chen Xiao, said nothing, and followed him. Chen Xiao stood there, looking at the gun in his hand, looking very happy. He started fiddling with it almost without thinking, loading the gun, cocking the bolt, and ejecting the bullet. His movements were so skillful that it seemed as if he used to swing these things every day. If Housie saw this scene, he would definitely be surprised, because the proficiency of the said action is almost as good as the effect after he was enhanced by the serum twice. No matter what I did before, but this feeling is so familiar. Chen Xiao muttered softly, pushing the magazine back gently, as if he had found a toy that had been lost for a long time. He looked up and found that the 4 men had walked to the front of the crowd. Captain Li took out the police badge given to him by the uncle and showed it to a policeman next to him. The policeman immediately made way respectfully. Chen Xiao quickly put the gun behind his waist and ran over. That look was like a child who was afraid of missing the bus to the amusement park. Chapter 32, Sticky Mission 2. When he pushed open the door of the villa, a foul smell hit him in the face, and Captain Li almost fell down with the stench. "Fuck," he cursed lightly. Although it was daytime, the curtains in the house were drawn for some reason, so the room was a little dark. Captain Lee turned on the portable flashlight on the shoulder of the explosion-proof suit without hesitation, and a large and bright light shone out. This special flashlight can provide uninterrupted lighting for more than 10 hours, so it can be used almost without restraint. He walked into the room. The floor was sticky, and when he stepped on it, his shoes could be pulled out long silk threads, like glue. "What is this?" asked the short and stocky man without hair, with a look of disgust on his face. "It should be the mucus secreted by some weird thing," Captain Lee whispered, and took the lead to walk into the house. I don't know how many guns Howsey had on him. Anyway, he took out 2 more from his back and followed carefully. "So, this mission is just a man-eating monster or something like that, right?" As he spoke, he looked around carefully. To be honest, in D-level missions involving mutant creatures are relatively easy to handle, because usually all you have to do is shoot at them. Then the gloved man also walked into the house. He did not take out any weapons, nor did he pay much attention to the sticky liquid under his feet. He just followed the 3 people in front of him. It was not until this time that Chen Xiao poked his head into the house. "How this smell? It must have been rotting for a week. Can't people nearby smell it? Why did they call the police today?" Chen Xiao was thinking about it and did not go into the house. Instead, he squatted down and poked the slime on the ground with his fingers. "It's very thick, and the adhesion is stronger than glue, and it doesn't taste that good," he whispered. "Don't worry, he didn't eat it, he just smelled it. Although I feel that he is completely capable of slurping it in and smacking his lips at the same time. Looking at the viscosity, there is no sign of drying up. It should be newly pasted here. The toxicity is not yet known, but it is not corrosive, which means that if you fight with this thing, you won't be at a disadvantage with a knife." Chen Xiao muttered. I don't know what he was thinking. Who would go up and fight something that can secrete such disgusting mucus? After looking at the mucus in front of him, he looked at the nearby floor, trying to find out if there were any strange footprints, to judge the weight and height of this thing, and to speculate on things like muscle density and strength. However, because the mucus covered such a large area, it seemed that no trace was left. At this time, the rat, who had walked a distance, turned around and saw Chen Xiao still squatting at the door. He shouted at him impatiently. "Hey, you idiot, hurry up and catch up." Chen Xiao didn't care at all. He chuckled and took the time to look at the wall beside him and the ceiling above his head. Then he followed quickly. "Don't even think about hiding in the back. Do you hear me?" Howsey glared at Chen Xiao and said. In his eyes, Chen Xiao was clearly just an idiot who came here to complete the mission. "Go, open that curtain over there," he yelled and flicked the light switch on the wall. Sure enough, the light didn't come on. Chen Xiao walked to the window, rubbed the fabric first, then smelled it, and then pulled open the curtains. It's so thick," he exclaimed. The entire window in front of me was covered with the same thick mucus as the ground. This results in only a small amount of light being able to pass through. Then he was stunned for a moment, as if he had discovered something very strange, and quickly ran to another window and opened the curtains. Sure enough, like the previous door, it was also covered with thick mucus. "Strange," he frowned and muttered. At this time, the mouse looked over. "Damn it, why is it even on the window?" he cursed with a disgusted expression on his face. Then the other 3 also looked over here. "Do you want to smash it?" asked the hairless man, raising his gun casually. Captain Lee patted his arm and shook his head. "It's no use. The glass will stick together. Unless you take that whole thing off, the sun won't get through much. And whatever that thing is, it's not moving at all. Shooting it might scare it." What Captain Lee said made sense, but Chen Xiao ignored the conversation. He just stared at the curtains, deep in thought. Judging from the thickness of the mucus and the shape of its spread, it must have been sprayed on layer by something. He reached out and touched the mucus on the window, most of which had dried up. Judging from the dust, the curtains have only been drawn for a few days. That means that when the curtains were drawn, the room was already full of corpse stench and mucus. How could this person still stay in the room? Or is it this guy who sprays slime everywhere who draws the curtains? That must be considered quite intelligent. Just as he was thinking about it, the voice of the hairless man came. "Hey, you guy, don't stand there. Come here." He pointed to the center of the living room. From the very beginning, he disliked Chen Xiao, especially the disgusting smile that was always on his face, which made people feel inexplicably uncomfortable. "Just stand here and don't move, understand?" he said fiercely. "Keep your eyes on the surroundings and shoot if you see anything strange." Chen Xiao ignored him, still thinking about the curtains. The bald man looked at him in a daze, seeming to be lost in thought, and curled his lips in disgust. He cursed, "Trash." He turned around and followed the other 3 people to search this floor separately. Although this is a villa, it is not too big considering the single-story layout. It only takes a few minutes to check out the entire first floor. Chen Xiao can grasp the basic situation with just a casual glance. First of all, from the family portrait on the wall, we can tell that this is a family of three. The man is in his 40s and works in the medical field. There is a book covered in mucus on the sofa, with a CT image of the human brain on the cover. Basically, no one would have the time to read that kind of book. There are not many pairs of women's shoes on the shoe rack at the door, but there are 3 pairs of women's slippers at home. There are also 2 sets of folded aprons in the kitchen, and the arrangement of oil, salt, sauce, and vinegar is very reasonable. It can be roughly inferred that the hostess should be a housewife or have an easy job. As for the boy, one could tell from his age that he was at most a high school student. There was a calendar on the refrigerator door. The date 9 days ago was circled, and a note saying it would rain was written next to it. It was probably because the male owner was going on a long journey or had something important to do that required him to stay outdoors. The leather shoes he took off when he came back were placed at the door, which means that the male protagonist never went out again after returning home. So the body should be in one of the rooms of this villa, judging from the smell. He died about 2 or 3 days after returning home. So could it be that he went out and brought something strange home? There were no signs of fighting around, so this anomalous object must have killed the person quietly or quickly. But what about this mucus? Chen Xiaochu stood there thinking aimlessly. In fact, these thoughts only took him a few seconds. At this moment, the hairless man had just pushed open a bedroom door next to the living room. Ew, he frowned and made a face as if he was about to vomit. Found it! He shouted softly, holding his nose. The moment he opened the door, Chen Xiao knew that there was a corpse that had been rotting for at least a week in the room. It was hard not to smell the stench. So, he was the first to approach with excitement. Not a waste at all. This was the second exclamation Chen Xiao made within just 5 minutes. Fortunately, he had seen the curious appearance of the angel sister before. Otherwise, he would definitely not be able to help but complain a few more times now. The corpse in front of him was just as Chen Xiao had commented. Not a single bit of food was wasted, and it was eaten very cleanly. No, it should be said that it was sucked cleanly. His entire body was shriveled, with only a layer of human skin hanging on the skeleton. The remaining skin on the surface had long since rotted away like a newly blooming flower, and the yellow-white bones could be clearly seen between the rotten flesh. What is worth noting is that there was a hole on the side of his head, and it looked empty inside. Captain Lee walked into the bedroom with a gun. He's been dead for at least a week, he said calmly, and stepped on the corpse's shriveled belly. There's nothing left. It must have dissolved and then been sucked dry. The rat frowned and looked at the hole in the corpse's head. Did it get sucked dry? A super big mosquito? As he said this, he must have thought of the situation where a sharp mouthpart was inserted into his brain and then his flesh and blood was slowly sucked out bit by bit. My whole body shuddered uncomfortably. Almost the same, and there are no signs of fighting. The target might be moving very fast. Captain Lee said, "Let's go. Let's leave the first floor as it is. Let's go to the second floor and have a look. Everyone be alert. This guy might be quite dangerous." As he spoke, he looked up at Chen Xiao beside him and hesitated for a moment. "Sure to. You go ahead," he said. Chen Xiao could see that he just wanted her to go in front. But I don't know if I felt it was a bit unkind to let a newbie like me with no equipment go in front. He still felt that if he went ahead, he would not only die, but might also delay things. In short, he thought it over again and didn't say it out loud. What surprised Chen Xiao next was that the bald man with bluish-gray skin called Stone nodded immediately. Seems like he accepts this arrangement. By the way, if Captain Lee's speculation is correct, these big mosquitoes that secrete mucus all over the room should be very dangerous. Most people would definitely not be happy if they were asked to go ahead when they were clearly told there was danger, because you never know what would happen if you were killed the second you opened the door. But Stone obviously had no emotion, as if he should just walk in front. Chen Xiao narrowed his eyes and looked at his bluish-gray skin again, with an expression of "I see," and nodded. Chapter 33, Slimy Mission 3. This short and stocky man called Shirtu has almost no pores on his body, so he has no hair, eyebrows, or even sweat hair. His epidermal blood vessels must have migrated deep into the subcutaneous tissue. That's why his skin color looks like it has been smoked for a long time. This can reduce the risk of bleeding in the event of an injury. By the way, didn't Chen Xiao look through the D-level fund exchange system several times when he had nothing to do a few days ago? Actually, not only did he read it, but he also memorized it as if he had nothing better to do. So when he saw the appearance of the stone, he compared it with the idle fart database in his mind And you wouldn't believe it, it really matched the serum. 1. Intensive exfoliating serum. Grade D. Required funds, 170 points. Description. It can greatly enhance the strength of the stratum corneum of the human skin, increase keratin production, and delay its metabolic cycle. After the first injection, the thickness of the epidermal keratin can reach 3-5 cm within 2 weeks, and the hardness and toughness can be close to 4 FR, equivalent to about 1.5 of birch bark. It can withstand most impact forces, reduce the risk of being scratched by sharp blades, and even increase the chance of survival after being hit by ordinary bullets. Note: due to the working principle of this serum, the user's epidermal tissue will be alienated, the sense of touch and sweating system will be affected to a certain extent, and multiple injections may lead to kidney failure. Use with caution. Recommended exchange combinations. Hardened bone reconstruction, click for details. Muscle electrode implantation, click for details. Portable dialysis machine, click for details. In order to avoid suspicion of making up words, I will not go into detail about the following exchanges. In short, when Chen Xiao read this, he felt that this foundation was pretty good at doing business. Not only is the sales promotion so humane, but also it provides safeguards after kidney failure. First, they tell you not to inject too much serum, or something will happen. Then they tell you that it's okay to inject too much serum, and they can even replace the kidney with a machine, which may be better than the original one. The after-sale service is really thoughtful and considerate, and everything is for the customers. Then let's look at this stone brother. At first, Chen Xiao felt that this guy had a big head and a thick neck, and was short and strong, which was a bit weird. But after all, I'm also a person who has seen the world, Angel Sister, and ordinary bone wonders are no longer in Chen Xiaofa's eyes. So I didn't pay much attention to it. Now I see that this guy is not strong. What is under his clothes is not muscle, but a thick layer of keratin skin. To put it in a metaphorical way, he is a standing human-shaped rhinoceros. According to the description of the keratin-activating serum, if this person puts on a bulletproof suit, he will not be stupid enough to plug the bullet hole, so his survival should not be a problem. Judging from his appearance, he seems to be developing into a powerful cannon fodder. Although water is refreshing, it is not a long-term solution, so let's stop talking about it. Actually, Chen Xiao wanted to squat beside the corpse and examine it carefully, but Brother Shurdu saw him poking and stepping on it like a child digging an anthole, and he got very angry. People who just distribute rewards and do nothing but make random noises are really annoying, so Chen Xiao was dragged out of the room without mercy. The group of 5 quickly arrived on the 2nd floor. There was a small episode in between. When Mouse discovered the body, he also found a door under the stairs, which obviously led to the basement. But it was locked. Captain Lee didn't think much about it, and decided to leave it alone until he finished checking the 2nd floor, because kicking it open would make some noise, and it would be bad if it scared the big mosquito. The 2nd floor is slightly smaller than the 1st floor. It is covered with carpet and has an L-shaped corridor connected by stairs. There are 3 bedrooms. The doors were all open, and at first glance, there seemed to be nothing inside except puddles of mucus. It looks like that thing is in the basement, Captain Lee whispered, and motioned Mouse and Brother Stone to go to the first 2 rooms to take a look. Afterwards, I and the gloved man who had been silent all the time walked towards the innermost bedroom. And what about Chen Xiao? No one paid any attention to him. No one cares about him, so be it. Chen Xiao always likes to have fun on his own. So he just crouched down with his hands in his pockets and followed Mouse into the first room. This looks like the boys' bedroom, with a single bed and a study table with textbooks scattered around. Halsey glanced impatiently at Chen Xiao, who was following behind him. He was too lazy to say anything more and casually opened the closet, and found that there was nothing worth paying attention to inside except for the clothes piled up randomly. But Chen Xiao noticed the single bed almost the first moment he came in. He laughed a few times, as if he had found something interesting, and walked over. Halsey felt very uncomfortable when he heard Chen Xiao's laughter. He turned his head and gave him a blank look and was about to yell at him. Then he inexplicably saw Chen Xiao lift up the neatly folded quilt and then touch it all over. Hey, what are you doing? Asked Halsey with a pained look on his face. Something is hidden, Chen Xiao said casually, and turned the quilt over and continued to fumble around. Finally, he took out a switchblade and cut the quilt open with a swish. Halsey had no idea what the boy was doing. He yelled, "What the hell are you doing? How do you know he's hiding something? I think you're mentally ill." This was originally just a complaint from Halsey, but unexpectedly, he was actually right. At this time, Chen Xiao had already taken out the entire sheet and the cotton inside, and they were all over the floor, mixed with the sticky liquid, making it look even more disgusting. Housie couldn't stand it anymore. He took a step forward and tried to grab Chen Xiao. Seeing this, Chen Xiao quickly grabbed the pillow on the bed and reached into the pillowcase at an extremely fast speed. "Ah, there's something," he cried. Then he exerted force and took out the things hidden inside. There was a quiet and awkward second. "Oh," Chen Xiao spoke first, and then showed a very disappointed expression. The mouse on the side stood there in a daze, his hand still trying to grab the other person's collar, looking a little at a loss. 3 short stockings, 2 long stockings, and a pair of underwear. Chen Xiao stared at the things in his hand with dead eyes, then threw them on the bed in boredom, muttering, "It turns out he's just a little brat who loves his mother. I thought he was hiding something." Housie looked at the stockings on the bed in disbelief, blinked at Chen Xiao, and thought, "Do children nowadays have such special preferences? And how did this idiot know that there was something hidden in the pillow?" Just when he was puzzled, the sound of stone came from the next room. "Hey, you guys have to come over and see this." Short story. The Man of Origin, Part 1. David Charles has devoted most of his life to biology. When he saw the floating spots under a microscope at the age of 7, he was destined to be deeply involved in this for the rest of his life. At the age of 15, he was pondering in the gene sequence, and at the age of 30, he was running rampant among cells. At the age of 40, he made a great name for himself in the field of biology. Now, scholars from all over the world come from far and wide to gather in this lecture hall just to listen to David's class. Just 2 hours of contact with this slightly hunched 55-year-old bearded man is enough to keep him and his colleagues in the laboratory blowing for several months. David slowly closed his notebook. After a moment of silence, thunderous applause broke out, shaking the chairs in the classroom. To the students in the audience, this was a feast for the biological community, but in David's eyes, this was at most a boring recitation, with annoying lights and boring words. This kind of applause would be meaningless even if it happened 10,000 times. David did not say thank you, but just hunched over and slowly walked out of the noisy classroom. 15 years ago, the 40-year-old David was already a rising star in the field of biology. He seemed to be omniscient and conquered the criticisms of countless senior industry veterans. However, just as he was about to reach the pinnacle of his academic career, he stopped on a problem. The blind spot of the theory of evolution, a demon standing in the way of scholars from ancient times to the present, a mystery without an answer. The origin of mankind, that 1.5 million-year blank period, is like a terrible black hole that is impossible to enter or escape from. As usual, David walked into the quiet cafe at 3 p.m. and ordered a cup of coffee in the most inconspicuous corner. The sunlight shining through the frosted glass scattered on the table, mixed with the aroma of coffee. David liked to think in such a hazy atmosphere. Next week is the birthday of his disappointing son, but David doesn't want to spend any more time on it. In his eyes, anything other than academics is useless. The coffee here is very good, a little bitter, but every sip leaves a strong aroma. You don't have to make an effort to savor it, and it is refreshing enough. David took a sip, licked his lips, and opened the notebook that had been with him for many years. The fuzzy leather wrapped around the yellowed pages. The scribbled handwriting records David's 15-year, almost crazy pursuit of the answer to the origin of mankind, from pride to confusion to near despair. Now he is old, and his brain, which has been spinning for more than 50 years, is no longer able to bear the burden. David knows that in just a few years, his genius thinking will become increasingly dimmer, and he will never be able to touch the secrets that no one has ever explored. David was unwilling to give up. Only the answer to the origin of mankind was worthy of his brilliant life. Otherwise, he would be just another Darwin, another failed coward. As the day progressed, it was another fruitless afternoon. David put away his notes in frustration and was about to get up when a woman sat down in front of him. She claimed to be a biology professor, a student of Dr. C. Of course, David had never heard of Dr. C. But during the conversation with the girl, David discovered that many of Professor C's views were very bold. He seemed to have grasped a key to unlock the treasure. At the end of the conversation, the girl handed David a letter. In the letter, Dr. C claimed that he had some ideas about the origin of mankind and hoped to communicate with David. David naturally agreed happily. Just when David was looking forward to meeting Professor C, an unmarked military helicopter flew into a no-fly zone in the Indian Ocean. A deafening roar accompanied by the churning sea water, a helipad rose from the sea surface. The helicopter landed slowly, and Dr. C got off the plane. A dozen task force members armed with guns and nuclear bombs quickly surrounded the unarmed hunchbacked uncle. After some instrument testing, the soldiers escorted Dr. Kai into this huge underwater fortress. 3,500 meters below the surface, 1.5 meters thick titanium-rich metal is under pressure enough to destroy any hope. There is no light, no sound, and more than 400 people work in this indestructible underwater prison for just one thing: watching an old man. As the name suggests, this person is very old, older than anyone could imagine. In his nearly endless life, the old man has never been as excited as he is now. In the past 55 years, the old man has been in a state of excitement all the time, sometimes laughing wildly, sometimes crying, pulling out handfuls of his scabby long hair, suddenly jumping up and throwing himself to the ground, or banging his head against the steel wall frantically for weeks. His eyes were bloodshot from sleepless nights. The long-term, almost self-abuse behavior only left shallow bruises on his body. Dr. C walked through a corridor filled with monitors and pressure sensors and came to the room at the deepest part of the base. After a full-body scan, the door opened. An old man in the room was warming his right hand with a fire. His hair covered his face, but it couldn't hide the excitement in his scarlet eyes. After discovering Dr. CQ coming in, the old man frantically used his hands and feet to crawl to the doctor's side, pointed at his right hand, which was still steaming but not burnt, and said, "Look, the skin is red and it hurts." After saying this, he laughed wildly, rolled over on the ground, banged his head against the floor, and tears and saliva splashed all over the ground. Dr. C took out a watch, pointed to the shortest hour hand, and said, "There are still 24 hours left, and this hand will make 2 circles." The old man knelt up from the ground, took the watch tremblingly, stared at the dial, and cried like a beast, muttering in an unintelligible language. His hair soaked with tears was tangled together, revealing the old man's face, which looked very similar to David Charles. The sound of the bus's engine was drowned out by the heavy rain. The suburban roads are always muddy in this kind of weather. The 6-hour drive and heavy rain did not affect David's expectations at all. A voice in his heart told David that this conversation was the key to unlocking the secret of human origins. After the doorbell rang, it was Dr. C who opened the door. No one knew how he could travel halfway across the world to meet David in such a short time. Of course, no one would have thought that from the moment David was born 55 years ago, he was designated as an extremely important containment item, numbered S021. David omitted all the politeness and could not wait to start the academic discussion with Dr. C. The conversation gradually became more and more interesting. David was so shocked that he was speechless until Professor C expressed his opinion about the origin of the emergence of human intelligence. The evolution of organisms itself has no direction. Chance will become inevitable over a long period of time. The surviving organisms will pass on the mutated genes to the next generation, and the survival of the fittest will form a vector line similar to evolution. But what if there is a guide that has already been formed in the evolutionary process, a finished product that has gone through a long evolution? What would it be like if a person with a huge brain and intelligence stood in front of a creature at the bottom of evolution? David's mind seemed to explode, because if this were the case, there would be no forks in the road, no coincidences. A guide would make everything an inevitable result, and all doubts would be resolved. But another question arose. How did this guide appear? David looked at Professor C for an answer. Professor C did not explain, but asked David to make a choice. Abandon his current life and look for the ultimate answer to the origin of mankind, or like all losers, give up in his pursuit of knowledge. David had no doubts about this strange choice. The answer to his lifelong struggle was right in front of him. Naturally, he would not give up and chose the former. Professor C took David to open a wooden door at a corner. In the middle of the small room stood a strange old iron machine that looked like an armchair. A rusty dial was embedded on the back of the chair, and several pointers were trembling as if they were about to fall off. Professor C motioned for David to take off his clothes and sit on it, and David did so with a hint of doubt. Professor C turned around and pulled a switch similar to the switch in the last century. The dial slowly turned faster and faster, shaking the whole machine as if it was about to fall apart. David wanted to stand up, but was pressed down on the seat by an invisible pressure. There was a bang, a puff of thick smoke, the vibration stopped, and the machine fell to the ground with a crash. David was nowhere to be seen. Chapter 34, Slimy Mission 4. Hearing the sound, the 4 of them walked into the room where Brother Shirtu was. It was obviously the master and mistress bedroom, with the walls and windows covered with mucus. And at this moment, Stone was standing in the gap between the double bed and the wall. As he was blocked by the bed, no one knew what he was looking at. So everyone walked over. Sure enough, it was another dead body. It was that little boy. He was still wearing his school uniform, and he looked a little skinny, but he was much better than the one downstairs. Except for one I'm missing, the rest of the body is still intact, and the skin is not rotten, so it seems that it died not long ago. Captain Lee moved forward and tried to poke the body with his gun. Well, he's not hard yet, and he's been dead for less than 2 days at most. Never mind for now, let's go to the basement. The target should be there. Let's get it done quickly, he said casually, then turned his head to look at his teammates. Huh? Captain Lee was stunned for a moment because he saw his teammates were looking at him diagonally behind him with surprise and a little disgust. What the hell? He thought to himself and looked in the direction of everyone's gaze. Fuck. It didn't matter what I saw. I was shocked. What the hell are you doing here? He yelled, also showing a disgusted expression. At this moment, Chen Xiao was lying on the bed, holding onto the edge of the bed and stretching his neck to look at the corpse on the ground. The key point was that the bed was covered with sticky liquid, but he didn't seem to care at all. He stretched out his hand with excitement and scratched the hole without the eyeball. Look at the corpse. He answered as a matter of course and grabbed the boy's collapsed skin on his stomach through his school uniform and shook it, then patted the corpse's head as if he was buying watermelon at the night market. Captain Lee was stunned. Half a second passed. Of course I know you're looking at a corpse. I'm just asking fuck. Captain Lee is usually a serious person, so he was so angry that he didn't know what to say. In the end, he said, Isn't it disgusting for you to lie on top of this? Chen Xiao had almost finished observing, desecrating, the corpse, and then he crawled away, with the mucus on his body stretching out like long threads. Well, it's a bit uncomfortable when it gets stuck on clothes, but fortunately, if it dries, it should be able to be buttoned off, he said, and rolled his eyes at Captain Lee in annoyance, as if to say, It's all your fault. It's such a small place, but you blocked it all, and I can't see anything. At this moment, Captain Lee actually understood what he meant and roared. This is a fucking corpse, not a zoo. Can he come to see it later? The others were shocked, their mouths slightly wide open. This kid actually made Captain Lee so angry that he learned how to complain. Seeing that the other party was about to go berserk, Chen Xiao quickly made a hush gesture and signaled, Don't yell, don't yell. There is a monster in the basement. Captain Lee tried hard to suppress his anger. Let's go, finish this mission quickly, or he'll get mad just by looking at him. Having said that, he pushed through the crowd and walked out of the house. No wounds. Just as Captain Lee was about to step out of the room, Chen Xiao muttered something in a low voice. He stopped. What did you say? Captain Lee turned around and asked. Chen Xiao used his hands to scrape off the large pieces of mucus on his body and said, His internal organs have been eaten almost completely. What about the wound? As soon as these words were spoken, others immediately noticed something was wrong. In fact, they were not stupid. They were just frightened by Chen Xiao and did not notice this detail. They all reacted immediately at this moment. Yeah, where's the wound? The mouth parts must have been poked in through the eye hole, right? Said the rat. But he glanced at the broken eyeball gurgling softly beside the corpse and immediately denied his idea. That's not right. The eyeball is outside. Chen Xiao had almost scraped off the large amount of mucus on his clothes and began to pick out the remaining mucus with his fingers. Who called the police? He asked without raising his head. Captain Lee was stunned for a moment. Call the police? Chen Xiao's hands were covered in mucus, so he simply found a relatively clean piece of wall and started rubbing his hands up. Didn't you read the mission briefing? Didn't it say that someone reported the case this morning, which attracted the attention of the Foundation? Captain Lee nodded in confusion. He had seen this sentence in the mission brief, but it was completely insignificant. The mouse standing by also looked puzzled. What does this matter? He asked. Chen Xiao had almost wiped off the mucus on his hands, so she started buttoning her clothes again, looked at him with a somewhat surprised expression, and said, Of course it matters. Captain Lee frowned. From the very beginning, this brat named Chen Xiao had inexplicably started to mobilize everyone's thinking. He stared at Chen Xiao, his expression still full of confusion, but finally took out his cell phone and pressed a few buttons on the screen. Hey, who called the police this morning? He asked directly. Judging from the tone of his voice, the other party should be the police team leader who gave him the police badge. Since the black phone was specially made, no one else knew what the person on the other end said. Okay, send me the recording, he said, and hung up the phone. After only a few dozen seconds, Captain Lee said, Here they come. At the same time, he also clicked on the public playback of the recording of the police call. Operator, Hello, this is the East District Police Station in K-City. Voice. I'm calling the police. Murder. The voice sounds like a child, but not very panicked. Operator. Oh. Voice. This is not a harassing call. My parents are dead. Come. Save me. Operator. Okay, please tell me. Somewhat flustered. Voice. I am at number 39, East Villa District, K-City. Operator. So, beep, beep, beep. The phone was hung up. After listening to this very short recording, everyone looked confused and incredulous. Are you kidding? Was it this kid who called the police? Halsey said, looking at the corpse on the ground. In other words, this child was standing in this place filled with the stench of corpses and mucus this morning, and he called the police in such a calm tone, asking someone to rescue him. And then on the way here, he was sucked to death by a big mosquito. After listening to the recording of the call to the police, Chen Xiao stopped removing the mucus from his body and stared at Shirtu, who was standing beside him. There are no mouth parts to suck out internal organs, and there are no big mosquitoes. He said lightly, that thing is actually, it has always been inside their body. Captain Li still couldn't figure it out, but he heard Chen Xiao say, inside the human body. When he heard these words, he immediately raised his gun. The others followed suit and raised their guns, aiming at the corpse. What's going on? Is that thing inside the body? Captain Li asked in confusion, but his expression was very serious. As long as the body showed the slightest difference, he would shoot without hesitation. But Chen Xiao did not answer his question, but slowly took out a gun from his waist. But the gun was not aimed at the body, but it is the stone standing aside. Everyone was shocked. Hey, put down the guns. Halsey immediately turned his guns and pointed them at Chen Xiao. Captain Li also quickly aimed his gun at Chen Xiao, remained silent, and stared at his finger on the trigger with a faint white light in his pupils. The taciturn man held a gun in one hand and raised his gloved hand at the same time, with his 5 fingers slightly opened and pointed at Chen Xiao. Put down your gun, Captain Li said calmly, his tone terrifyingly calm. Chen Xiao remained calm under the aim of the black gun muzzles, as if nothing had happened. He grinned habitually, rubbed his mucus-covered fingers on the clean part of his pants, and spoke to Shirtu in his unique sharp voice. Would you like to sing a song with me? Chapter 35, Slimy Mission 5. Little kid, don't be naughty. The weird uncle will find you, tear off your head, peel off your skin, drain all your blood, and chop you into mud. I don't know where he learned this song, but he started humming it in this extremely tense atmosphere. The atmosphere became even more tense after that. I'll count to 3. Put down your gun, or I'll blow your head off. Captain Li still spoke in his indifferent tone, but it gave people a feeling of no doubt. 1. Chen Xiao still looked at Shirtu nonchalantly. What's wrong? Don't you know how to sing this song? The stone remained silent. 2. Strange. It seems that you haven't spoken a word since we entered this room. Captain Li frowned. After Chen Xiao said this, he found that Shirtu seemed to have suddenly become silent. Although he was confused, now was not the time to worry about it. He stared at the psychopath in front of him, and his finger touched the trigger. 3. While saying 3, Chen Xiao also spoke. Come on, smile. Are you afraid to open your mouth? A critical moment. Captain Li did not pull the trigger, as if he suddenly thought of something. His brows were furrowed, and it was obvious that he was struggling internally. After, he actually slowly turned the muzzle of the gun towards Stone. This scared the rat. Hey, what's going on? Captain Li, what are you doing? He said in panic, looking at Chen Xiao and Captain Li with 2 guns in hand, not knowing who to point at for a moment. Captain Li ignored him and said calmly, Shirtu, open your mouth. The stone stood there, motionless. This time the mouse and the man with gloves also noticed something strange about the stone. Halsey was not stupid either. He suddenly thought of something and said to Shirtu anxiously, I don't know why you should open your mouth, but just open your mouth. The man in gloves turned his gun slowly towards the stone with a worried look on his face. Even so, Stone remained expressionless, did not speak, and of course had no intention of opening his mouth. Damn it, Captain Li cursed quietly. No one knew who he was cursing. What the hell is going on? The rat shouted. What the hell is going on? Shida's eyes swept across everyone, without any emotion in them. He slowly opened his mouth. A pool of mucus flowed out and fell to the ground with a plop sound. Captain Li's pupils shrank, and he instantly roared, Stay away from him! But it was too late. The rat was too close to him, and he had no time to react. Stone just stretched its head forward, and a large amount of mucus spurted out, directly onto the rat's face. The mouse was also knocked over by the huge impact force. Things happened so fast that Captain Lee subconsciously looked at the rat, and Stone took the opportunity to spray a large amount of mucus at everyone. And while everyone was dodging, he rushed out of the room at a rapid speed. The man in gloves had an anxious look on his face. The moment Shirtu rushed out the door, he hesitated for a moment. It was this moment that made him miss the opportunity to shoot. Immediately afterwards, there was a loud bang on the door downstairs. Boom! As soon as I heard it, I knew it was a stone hitting the basement door. Although I didn't know what he was going to do, the fragile wooden door could not withstand the power of the stone. The second sound was heard, and the door was knocked open. Then there was a vomiting sound that lasted for 5 or 6 seconds. Then it became quiet. The man with gloves wanted to chase after him, but he knew that he didn't know what dangers he would encounter if he went out alone, so he looked at Captain Lee in pursuit. Captain Lee had no time to care about all this at the moment. He was kneeling beside Mouse, desperately trying to wipe off the mucus on the mouse's face. "Don't worry about him. Save the rat first," he roared. The man with gloves immediately came over to help, but the mucus was too thick. The mouse struggled desperately, and some of the mucus was even sucked into its mouth and nose. The mouse was about to suffocate. At this moment, there was a pop sound. A ballpoint pen was thrown in front of Captain Lee. He looked up and saw Chen Xiao standing at the door. He didn't know when he went out. Anyway, he should have taken a pen from the next room. Captain Lee immediately understood, quickly pulled out the pen refill, and inserted it into the mouse's trachea without thinking. Huff, huff, huff. There was a sound of air being sucked into the small space, and the mouse finally saved its life. "Thank you." Captain Lee breathed a sigh of relief and looked at Chen Xiao with some gratitude. "What's going on?" he asked, continuing to try to wipe the slime off the rat's face. Chen Xiao put his hands in his pockets and said, "This thing is similar to a parasite. It stays inside the host body and eats their internal organs. Moreover, it can control the host behavior to a certain extent." "How disgusting," Captain Lee interjected with a frown. Chen Xiao probably thought that talking was boring, so he started to focus on picking the almost dried mucus off his body. In fact, I was a little confused when I first entered the room, because before the door was opened, I didn't smell any smell of a corpse, and all the curtains in the room were drawn. So who called the police? Even if the neighbors saw a piece of slime on the glass and felt disgusted, they would at most raise their opinions with the community management, but they would never report a murder case directly. Captain Lee also nodded when he heard this. But I didn't care about it at the time because it might have been a coincidence or some random reason. Anyway, someone knew about it. This kind of situation does happen. Chen Xiao continued. Then, when I saw the man's body, I had another question because there was very little of his internal organs left, and the only wound on his body was a hole behind his head. Although it's easy to imagine something being inserted into the back of the head and sucking out the internal organs, to be honest, due to the structure of the human skull and neck, this is actually quite difficult to do. At this point, Chen Xiao tore off a whole piece of dried mucous membrane on his body with a sizzle, smiled, looking very accomplished, and continued. Then we went upstairs and saw the body of the little boy. And after seeing his ruptured eyeball being poked out of his body by something, it was easy to connect the dots that the hole behind the man's head was not made from the outside, which meant that something was trying to get out. So, if this awful sucker is inside a human body, it's easy to associate it with the mysterious person who called the police. Captain Lee's eyes twitched, thinking, now that you've said it, I have to think about it for a while, but at that time, I thought of the person who called the police in the mission brief with just one eyeball. Is this fucking easy? After that, we heard the recording of the little boy calling the police, so this speculation is more valid, and it can also explain why the curtains downstairs were drawn, but not stained with slime. After all, drawing curtains is not something a monster that sucks human organs would do. Recently, since Housie has recovered the ability to breathe, he has been busy cleaning the mucus off his face. The three of them worked together and finally cleaned up most of the mucus. He asked as he spat out the mucus he had just sucked into his mouth and pulled out the pen tube inserted in his throat. In order to prevent blood from flowing into the trachea, he deliberately kept his head down, and it seemed that he was very experienced in this. Chen Xiao continued, since this parasite can control human actions to a certain extent, then it must have some thinking ability. I personally even think that it can improve its intelligence by eating human brains. Therefore, it will do things like making phone calls, which is something that only humans do. By this time, Housie's wound had almost bled out, so he took out a bottle of something that looked like a spray from his pocket and sprayed it on his throat. The wound stopped bleeding immediately at a speed visible to the naked eye. Then why did he call the police? Housie asked, trying to speak. It needs food. It has almost finished eating the food in this family. Of course it has to find the next one, Chun Xiao said. Captain Li finally caught up with Chun Xiao's train of thought. In other words, the parasite ate the male owner, then drilled out of his head and entered the little boy's body, controlling him to call the police in order to lure more prey into the room. And just now, it drilled out of the little boy's eye socket and entered the stone's body, right? Chun Xiao nodded. Then how did he get in? The skin of the stone is not. Captain Li had just asked when he thought of the answer. Oh, in the mouth. Because when I was looking at the corpse, I smelled the smell of rotten meat in Shirtu's mouth when I passed by him. I thought it was coming from the corpse, so I didn't pay much attention to it. No, Shirtu is in danger. He picked up the shotgun on the ground and said, we can't let that thing stay in his body. We have to save him. At this moment, Chun Xiao tore off another piece of mucus with a sizzle sound and said lightly, there will be no problem for the time being. Such a parasite will not harm the host when facing danger, because the stone is now its only protection. Captain Li imagined that this was indeed the case and breathed a sigh of relief. Then couldn't he just walk out of the room? I think that would be much better than calling the police. Chun Xiao shook his head. It doesn't dare to go out. Captain Li seemed to understand something and nodded. Is it because it is afraid of light? No, in fact, he is more afraid of sound than light, Chun Xiao said. Huh. Captain Li looked a little confused. At this moment, Chun Xiao tore off another piece of mucus with a sizzle sound. At this time, his clothes were almost clean, but just looked wrinkled. In fact, the purpose of it spitting out this mucus is not just to build a nest, but more to isolate the sound. From the adhesion of this mucus, we can see that it is thicker in places with weak sound insulation such as glass, and there are very few places that do not make sound, such as the floors of all the rooms on the second floor. The mucus is so elastic that it can withstand considerable pressure and can almost dampen the vibrations of a passing train. Captain Li's eyes twitched again, and he thought, did you climb onto the bed to test the pressure and buffering capacity of the mucus? What should we do now? Captain Li asked. At this moment, he seemed to take the initiative to consult the person with a thinking rating of 2. Chun Xiao did not answer Captain Li's question, but asked, don't you feel that something is missing in this room? Captain Li was stunned for a moment and subconsciously asked, what's missing? Chun Xiao stretched out his wrinkled clothes, feeling quite satisfied, and nodded laughing. The mistress is missing. Chapter 36, Slimy Mission 6. Otherwise, most of the products of the Order Foundation have a taste of black technology. For example, the hemostatic spray that Mouse just sprayed on the wound has a very ordinary name, called hemostatic spray, and the packaging is also simple. It's the kind that would be considered extortion if it were sold over the drugstore counter for more than $10. And it's also ridiculously cheap, with a deposit of 10 points and buy one get one free. And the effect is really good. Within 10 seconds of spraying, the wound on the rat's throat almost stopped bleeding. Moreover, the muscles around the hole began to gather together. And after about 3 minutes, speaking and breathing were no longer affected at all. After this task, I will have to approve a box, Chun Xiao thought secretly. At this time, Mouse was still a little dizzy due to the lack of oxygen just now, but he had recovered. He picked up the 2 guns on the ground and said solemnly, let's go. No matter what, we have to save Shirtu. I feel uncomfortable when I think about the strange bug in his body. Captain Li nodded, indicating that he thought so too, and then looked at Chun Xiao. What did you mean by the mistress of this house? Chun Xiao replied, I have a guess without any basis that is this little guy is in the breeding period now. Breeding season? The mouse had a disgusted expression on his face. Chun Xiao nodded. Yes, and its reproduction method should be host reproduction. That is, it will lay eggs in a living organism and hatch by absorbing the nutrients of this host. Then this host is most likely the hostess whose body has not been found yet. She was locked in the basement, where there is no light and little noise. This also explains why there is no edible food in this house, until now. Although I haven't checked the refrigerator, it is most likely empty, because it has all been moved to the basement to be eaten by the host body. Housie didn't know what to say for a moment, probably because he was almost suffocated to death by the big sticky phlegm. He kept a disgusting grin on his face while talking about this thing. Well, no matter what, let's go to the basement first, Captain Li said. Also, Shirtu's safety is the most important. After saying that, he deliberately glanced at Chun Xiao, meaning, don't shoot randomly. Chun Xiao shrugged and said, you have the final say. Without further ado, the 4 of them arrived at the door of the basement. At this moment, the locked door had been knocked open by this stone, but the entrance was covered with a thick layer of mucus. Chun Xiao didn't even need to look. Judging from the overwhelming vomiting sound that lasted for several seconds just now, it could be guessed that this huge lump is probably so big that even bullets cannot penetrate it. Captain Lee frowned and looked at the wall in front of him. He knew that the bullets would probably be useless against it. So he turned to the man wearing gloves and said, "Lao Zhao, you try it." Only then did Chen Xiao realize that the man's name was Lao Zhao. Old Zhao nodded and walked to the mucus, naturally rolling up his left sleeve to his elbow. From his elbow down, everything was made of machines. Chen Xiao didn't show any emotion when he saw him like this. After all, when he was on the second floor, he spread out his 5 fingers. Anyone could tell that he must have a robotic prosthesis on his left hand. Prosthetic limbs are very common within the Foundation, especially in the field teams. After all, as field personnel, they have to participate in missions every now and then, so it's normal to lose an arm or a leg. Therefore, there is a great demand for prosthetic limbs. Although they are a bit expensive, the Foundation is very considerate and has made many modifications to the prosthetic limbs while ensuring the most basic mobility. Functions such as spraying fire and releasing electricity are available in many in the D-level exchange area. Some people even actively implant prosthetic limbs in order to pursue these effects. So what is the function of the prosthetic limb of this man named Lao Zhao? After a few small metal collision sounds, a small hole appeared on his forearm in the upper, lower, left, and right directions. Then there was a buzzing sound like the sound of a turbine rotating, and the surrounding air was sucked in at a very fast speed. Chen Xiao nodded. He had already found this additional function of the prosthetic limb in the database he had memorized. Compressed air. As the name suggests, it compresses the air and then uses its impact force to cause damage. It is divided into continuous type and powerful type. The continuous type has fast compression and small capacity, while the powerful type is just the opposite, with slow compression and large capacity. The advantage of this function is that it is worry-free and can be used anywhere. It's much safer than filling prosthetic limbs with nitrogen and stuffing grenades in them. If you stuff a bunch of explosives into your arm and a fight breaks out, you might end up killing yourself if you're not careful. It is worth noting that in the recommended combination of a flame spray function, Chen Xiao saw 2 options: emergency fire extinguishing equipment and post-burn medicine package. He was lying on the bed and cursed at me. At this time, Lao Zhao's turbine sound also stopped. Judging from the time, it should be the power type. Sure enough, Captain Lee and Haozi wisely took a few steps back and covered their ears. Chen Xiao also inserted his fingers into his ear holes, but his expression was like that of a naughty kid waiting to set off firecrackers during the Chinese New Year. With a loud bang, a gust of wind swept in. This shot not only broke the wall made of slime, but also lifted up the surrounding floor. Wood chips and gravel hit Chen Xiao with a crackling sound. He looked at this scene in great surprise. Although the instructions said it was a powerful type, he didn't expect the power to be so terrifying. This was almost as powerful as a high-explosive grenade. Of course, this powerful additional function cannot be used frequently. Seeing the hot air slowly coming out of Lao Zhao's prosthesis, it would probably take more than 10 minutes to cool down. "Let's go," Captain Lee said, holding up his gun, and walked into the basement first. The basement is larger than expected, with some cabinets and old household appliances scattered around. If the living room was just covered with slime, then this basement was like it was flooded. Every time you stepped on it, you felt a little unstable. Captain Lee's flashlight shone on the wall, and the light was reflected, so people had to squint their eyes. There were cans, raw meat and food residues everywhere on the ground, and stones. No one knew where they were hidden. At this time, Captain Lee's flashlight shone into a corner of the basement. The situation there made him frown. "Oh my God," he exclaimed. "What is this thing?" Chapter 37, Sticky Mission 7. That thing made a sound similar to the friction of a hard object. It might be because the sound of Lao Zhao's compression cannon was too loud just now, and it was obviously very scared. Captain Lee knew that what he saw was the hostess of this room. But to be honest, her current appearance was not even that of a human, let alone a woman. Her face was relatively intact, which was why Captain Lee could barely recognize her. But the skin below her neck had all shriveled and festered, with pus oozing out from the sores, as if she was a starving person who had been starving to death for a long time and had been thrown there waiting for the corpse to ferment. What was even more disgusting was her stomach, which had been stretched into a huge sphere beyond the limit. The skin was as thin as a layer of flesh membrane, and was bumpy from the densely packed follicles inside, like a spider's big belly, and for some reason it could still hold on without bursting. At this time, This thing was trying hard to crawl towards the corner of the wall. Because her belly was too big, her feet could not reach the ground, so she could only use her hands to support herself and move forward. Halsey followed with 2 guns in hand, and Chen Xiao behind him also peeked inside. "What's wrong? Do you see the stone?" the mouse asked in a very small voice, and then saw the place where the light was shining. Chen Xiao also saw the strange-looking thing, so he was also stunned for a moment. "What is this? An upside-down human-shaped broccoli?" Chen Xiao did not forget to complain at this time. Not to mention, his metaphor was quite vivid. At this moment, a very subtle cracking sound was heard, like a bubble being popped. Everyone else was still shocked by what they saw, but when Chen Xiao heard the voice, his expression froze. "Fuck, my luck can't be that bad," he thought to himself. I don't know if it's because he's too ugly or because he complains too much. In short, it was as if something was deliberately punishing him. Well, yes, your luck is just that bad. After the first exception sounded, the second sound followed, and then a dense network of sounds gathered together, accompanied by a strange, gurgling sound. This time there was no way that other people couldn't hear it. At the same time, they stared with wide eyes, looking at the thing in the corner in surprise as it began to convulse, swinging its arms wildly as if in pain, and scratching its stomach with its hands. She opened her mouth wide as if she wanted to scream, but streams of thick liquid overflowed from her mouth, making it impossible for her to make any sound. This look is really creepy, but what's even more terrifying is her stomach. With the gurgling sounds, her stomach was expanding at a speed visible to the naked eye, until it was as big as a balloon. You can clearly see countless big fat bugs wriggling rapidly inside. Halsey was the first one who couldn't stand the scene in front of him. He showed an expression that was like, "Fuck you, husky." He felt disgusted, helpless, full of regret and disbelief. He felt that his life was fucking bleak from that moment on. "What's the matter with that?" He yelled feebly, his tone as if to say, Okay, you guys are awesome. Go ahead and be disgusting. I won't struggle anymore." Chen Xiao took over the conversation as if answering his question and said, "It must be because Lao Zhao made too loud a noise just now, and it started to hatch." The mouse said directly in a sarcastic tone, "What the hell is hatching? Did it scare it into miscarriage?" Chen Xiao nodded, indicating that you were right. "We have to go, her stomach can't hold it anymore." Captain Lee hesitated for a moment. Obviously, he wanted to rush in to find the stone. Halsey's expression was a bit hysterical. He looked like he was about to collapse. He grinned and said helplessly, "Hey, what does it mean that she can't hold on any longer? Is she going to explode?" The following situation tells us that if you have a bad mouth, you should not speak carelessly. Just as he finished speaking, there was a loud bang. The skin of the hostess in the corner could no longer support the number of big meat worms in her body and exploded. The insects also swarmed out like a tide, and as if they saw food, they crawled towards the crowd frantically. "Run!" Chen Xiao shouted without thinking. Captain Lee gritted his teeth helplessly and said, "Retreat." Then he immediately turned around and prepared to leave the basement. At this moment, a figure quietly flashed out from behind the bookshelf in the basement and pounced on Captain Lee, who had just turned around at a very fast speed. Because the situation in front of him was somewhat creepy and the light was limited, Captain Lee was uneasy and did not react for a moment and was hit by the stone. Then there was a wow sound, and a large amount of mucus covered Captain Lee's legs. Within these few seconds, those densely packed big fleshy worms have swarmed over, looking like they are covering the whole sky and earth. When Shurtu opened his mouth again, the second mouthful of big sticky phlegm was about to come out. The situation was very critical. Although Lao Zhao didn't say anything, he was still very decisive. He raised his gun and started shooting at the sea of insects. Although bullets have little effect on such a large number of insects, fortunately they are afraid of sounds. So when the shot was fired, the insects began to twist in fear, and their speed slowed down a lot. Although Halsey was disgusted, the people in the Foundation field team were not comparable to ordinary people after all. Therefore, his movements were very quick, and he fired from both guns, pulling the trigger at an extremely fast and rhythmic rate. A clip of bullets was emptied in an instant, and he threw them away without a second thought. Then he quickly took out 2 more from somewhere, and the gunfire started again, making the pistols feel like submachine guns. What about Chen Xiao? Although his fighting ability is not very good, he is heartless. When Captain Lee looked at Shurtu and didn't dare to shoot, Chen Xiao directly shot him in the shoulder. His clothes were bulletproof, and coupled with his thick skin catalyzed by the serum, this shot could do almost no harm to him. But it was a gun after all, and the huge impact force still knocked him to the ground. Chen Xiao took out the switchblade, jumped over, and inserted it into the gap between his collarbone beside his shoulder with incredible accuracy. Still, due to the alienated skin, the knife didn't penetrate deep enough. But luckily, it got stuck in the joint of his right shoulder, so the action of standing up became very awkward for him, and the gunshots around him also made Stone feel very scared. So he had to let out a strange cry and retreated into the shadows. Chen Xiao had no intention of continuing to care about Shirtu at this moment. Just kidding, he would never do such a heroic deed as throwing himself into danger to save others. If he wasn't unable to deal with this group of bugs by himself, and if he really turned around and ran away, there was a high probability that these guys would collapse directly. Otherwise, he probably wouldn't even save Captain Li. As I said, Chen Xiao is just mentally ill. He is not stupid. So he still tried his best to help Captain Li get rid of the mucus. Hurry up and go to the second floor. After Captain Li climbed out, Chen Xiao shouted to the two people facing the sea of insects. Although they didn't know what they could do on the second floor, Haozi and Lao Zhao tacitly cooperated and retreated from the basement, while keeping the gunfire going. Chapter 38, Sticky Mission 8. The four of them had quickly evacuated the basement and came to the second floor. Although the insects were afraid of the sound, their instinct to eat made them rush out. The dense sea of insects instantly covered the entire first floor and seemed to be rushing up the stairs. What should we do? Captain Li shouted. Chen Xiao quickly ran into the room where the little boy's body was and shouted, "Carpet! Carpet!" As he said this, he ran to the corner and picked up the carpet on the ground. The other three people looked puzzled, but at this moment, they all had an idea in their minds. That is, no matter what, they should just do what this lunatic said. Maybe it would have some strange effect. So, everyone worked together, whether using knives or hands to cut the carpet in the bedroom. They tore it apart and cut it into pieces, and then piled it in the aisle at the door with the sticky liquid on it. Captain Li looked at the clean floor in the room and understood immediately. These bugs can only move within the range of the mucus. Chen Xiao nodded and said casually, "Looking at the distribution of mucus on the first and second floors, we can probably guess that it is in preparation for hatching. Just now in the basement, they could have rushed over directly, but they just bypassed the cabinets that weren't covered in slime. But this is pure speculation, because they may just like crawling on slime." As he spoke, he pulled off the sheet covered with slime. Then he piled all the relatively clean bedding in the middle of the mucus at the door. "Can anyone start a fire?" he asked. Old Zhao didn't say anything, but simply extended the index finger of his prosthetic limb. Puff, a small flame ignited. Chen Xiao felt a pain in his balls for half a second. Fuck. This thing has a lighter installed, right? Even though it was painful, he quickly said, "Light it up." Old Zhao obviously knew what to do. Without any hesitation, he set the bedding on fire. The flames quickly caught fire, blocking the corridor, and the mucus surrounding it could well contain the fire, preventing it from spreading and setting the stairs on fire. In this way, a wall of fire temporarily separated the bugs from the crowd. Haozi seemed to be relieved. "After this mission, I have to take a few days off," he muttered with a gloomy face, as if he was not feeling well at all. Captain Li also sighed deeply and asked Chen Xiao, "What's next? What's the best solution?" At this time, he was no longer seeking Chen Xiao's opinion, but seemed to be asking Chen Xiao to come up with ideas directly. Although he usually came up with ideas during the missions, after meeting Chen Xiao, he knew very well that he could not keep up with his thinking because he was not a psychopath. And the results showed that the ideas of this psychopath were really effective. Chen Xiao sat down on the ground. He needed to rest. He had consumed a lot of energy in the past period of time. "There are 4 ways," he said. "First, these beddings can burn for about 10 minutes. We can take this time to quickly open the window and then run out," Chen Xiao said, pointing to the window behind him. There was a thick layer of mucus on it, but whether he waited for Lao Zhao's prosthetic limb to cool down before firing at him, or just pushed it down with his bare hands now, there should be more than enough time. But Captain Li immediately shook his head. "No, even though these things are afraid of noise, who knows if they will rush out? If that happens, it won't be as simple as mission failure. We will be killed by the headquarters." Chen Xiao nodded. In fact, he knew this. That's why he didn't just run out from the first floor door. What if these insects get really hungry and rush out to the street? Then Shirtu will open his mouth wide and let his snot clear the way, and there will be so many onlookers outside. In the eyes of these insects, wouldn't it be like a full banquet? So, he directly talked about the second method. The second method is to burn the house. We can use this fire to set it on fire, and then we can run out through the window. Then we can find burning materials outside to block all the exits. Chen Xiao prefers this method. It is simple and effective. At most, it will only cause trouble for a teammate. But Captain Lee didn't even think about it and shouted, "Impossible! What about the stone?" Chen Xiao pouted in frustration and came up with a third solution. "Help! Since we can't run away and have to leave with the stone, we can only wait for help. But we don't know when the rescue team will arrive, and this wall of fire may not really last 10 minutes because..." Just as he said this, he heard a wow sound of vomiting outside. Then, a mouthful of mucus was spit onto the burning bedding, making a hissing sound, and the flames instantly became much smaller. "Well, it seems like we can't wait for rescue," Chun Xiao said helplessly. Captain Lee looked serious. He pointed his shotgun at the door and asked, "What about the fourth option?" Chun Xiao helplessly propped up his still aching body and said, "The fourth option? A head-on fight. What else can we do? You can't run away, and you won't be willing to leave that guy behind. You can only see whether they have more numbers or more bullets." Wow! Another mouthful of mucus sprayed onto the flame, and the burning flame was almost gone. Sure too stood at the door with lifeless eyes, with the knife still stuck on his shoulder, and the densely packed insects around him were already eager to rush into the house and have a good meal. "Okay, now we can only choose the fourth option," Chen Xiao said calmly, and turned to Hausi beside him. "Hey, you still have a gun, right?" Hausi looked helpless, and took out a gun from somewhere and threw it to Chen Xiao. Captain Lee nodded at this moment, seeming to be very satisfied with this proposal. Hausi shrugged helplessly. Although he looked unhappy, he did not show any fear. He turned the two guns in his hands flexibly. As for old Zhao, he always had a blank expression and didn't say a word. Wow! As the third mouthful of mucus was spit out, the flame at the door was completely extinguished. In an instant, the sea of insects outside the door jumped over the stone, twisting their bodies madly and crowding over. They looked like enlarged silkworm pupae, with red and black spots all over their bodies, no eyes, and an open mouth at the end of their thick limbs, similar to a blood-sucking leech. They also seemed to have very strong vitality, otherwise they would not have drilled into a person's skull. But just like Chen Xiao said before, these cute little guys didn't seem to like moving around in places without mucus. So, when they rushed into the bedroom, their speed was obviously much slower. However, due to the densely packed numbers, one layer upon another, it couldn't be any slower. Captain Lee faced the sea of insects without a trace of panic. He pulled the bolt skillfully and the shotgun went off with a bang, directly blasting away the first wave that had just poured in. Flesh and blood instantly scattered and covered the entire wall. Then, he fired the second shot without even loading the gun. Bang! Another explosion occurred. Chen Xiao stared at the scene blankly, cursing in his heart. "Are you kidding me? Can a shotgun of this power fire continuously?" Of course, while Captain Lee was firing, the others were certainly not idle either, since there was only one entrance. So you don't need to do any unnecessary actions like aiming, just shoot at the door. Chen Xiao didn't know if he had always been in contact with guns before. Anyway, he held the gun with both hands and didn't feel uncomfortable at all when he fired. And Hausi, needless to say, had a specially strengthened reaction ability. It allowed him to accurately pull the trigger every time the firing pin hit the bullet, and the sound of gunfire filled the air. The sound of bullets exploding in flesh and blood, and the sound of shell casings hitting the ground merged into one, and gravel from the walls flew everywhere due to stray bullets. Vibrated by the sound, the surging insects began to twist again. Their desire for food and their instinctive sensitivity to sound put them in a dilemma, and the speed of their influx even showed signs of stagnation. At this time, Lao Zhao raised his left arm, and a sound of turbine rotation was heard. The surrounding air was violently sucked into the prosthesis, and the sound of the wind made everyone's clothes rustle. "Get out of the way!" Captain Lee roared. The others immediately stepped back and stood behind Lao Zhao. The next second, the wind stopped, and there was an unreal silence for a moment. Immediately afterwards, there was a loud boom. Because they were very close this time, everyone was dizzy from the sound of the cannon. Chen Xiao shook his head and looked in front of him again. The sea of insects that had just swarmed and had been scattered. A big hole had been blasted in the wall and the corridor outside, and the living room on the first floor could be seen directly. Large pieces of minced meat were slammed on the wall, and blood mist splattered everywhere, dyeing the entire room scarlet. Chapter 39, Slimy Mission 9. Looking through the huge hole that was blasted open, Stone struggled to get up from the pile of insects. The remaining big meat bugs were still affected by the loud noise of the compression cannon. Their bodies twisted, and they hadn't recovered yet. Although Lao Zhao's attack just now destroyed a considerable portion of them, the remaining number is still astonishing. "What should we do?" There are still so many. There must not be enough ammunition. Halsey glanced downstairs and said. Chun Shao calmly unloaded the magazine and said, Actually, we just need to restrain the stone. Captain Lee also took advantage of this opportunity to quickly load bullets into the semi-automatic shotgun. Although he is now in a parasitic state and his movements are not very flexible, but Shirtu has been injected with keratin-stimulating serum twice, and his skin is as hard as a tire. Coupled with the protection of a bulletproof vest, bullets may not be effective. It is difficult to subdue him. Captain Lee began to mutter out of habit. Chen Xiao didn't listen to him much, but interrupted him directly. You can handle him, right? He said to Captain Lee indifferently. Captain Lee was stunned for a moment, looking at this silly boy with a thinking rating of 2, and blinked blankly, feeling as if the other party had seen through him a long time ago. Yes. He hesitated and said, but it will take time. How long? Chen Xiao asked. Captain Lee frowned and thought for a while. Without the interruptions of those bugs, 1 minute. Chen Xiao said casually, Oh, call the uncle outside and ask him to evacuate the crowd as soon as possible, and let all the police cars' horns and sirens make the loudest sounds. I'll give you 1 minute. A few seconds later, the stone and the larvae had recovered, and the people outside the door began to evacuate. Chen Xiao walked nonchalantly to the big hole, looked up at the densely packed sea of insects on the first floor, which people with trypophobia dared not even look at, and smiled at the stone standing in the middle and cursed, Thief! It was not known whether he understood or if the sight of the food rekindled his desire. In any case, the entire sea of insects was boiling, and they crawled up the wall in an overwhelming manner, even faster than before. And Stone let out a strange cry and jumped up directly. Chun Xiao dodged the stone, and Captain Lee was already standing behind him. At this moment, he handed the gun he had been holding to Lao Zhao and took off his heavy explosion-proof suit, revealing his muscular body. He held a field knife in his right hand, and a faint white light shone deep in his pupils. A bulletproof suit like the one Shirtu wears has a built-in tempered mesh that can resist the penetration of ordinary bullets. But after all, in order to be light, there is no ceramic plate, so the protection against sharp blades is very poor. The most important thing is that Captain Lee has absolute confidence that within 1 minute, this guy with alienated skin will completely lose the ability to move. He took a sharp step forward, grabbed the stone while he was still jumping and before his feet touched the ground, and threw it over his shoulder into the room behind him. 1 minute, Chun Xiao shouted. At this moment, the sea of insects in front of him had already surged to the second floor. 3 people fired guns suddenly, and insect corpses flew everywhere. Inside the room, Shirtu didn't care about the pain at all. He turned around and got up. The switchblade was still stuck in his shoulder, but it seemed that the bug didn't know how to pull it out, but just controlled the stone to pounce on Team Lee like a beast. At this time, Captain Lee had entered a very wonderful state, similar to the short-term concentration of table tennis players in tense moments. In this state, all his attention is focused on the things in front of him and is no longer disturbed by the outside world. At the same time, reaction, speed, strength, and observation are all integrated together in a very coordinated way. This is a very powerful state, commonly known as a flash of insight. Lee can enter this state of concentration at any time and even maintain it for a minute or so, thanks to a powerful serum. Whole lobe stimulating serum. Moreover, this serum is the serum that will be exchanged in almost all sea level areas. So why does Captain Lee have this thing in the D-level area? We will talk about it later. Taking advantage of the 1 minute of focus time, Captain Lee rushed towards the stone without hesitation, dagger in hand. He leaned over and pressed himself into the opponent's arms, raised his knees, and pressed against the side of the opponent's thigh, making it impossible for him to lift his legs. Close combat skills. This method of close combat effectively restricted the opponent's movements. Due to the control of the insect body, it was impossible to exert overly precise control over the host. So for a moment, Shirtu could only smash Captain Lee's back with his claws and fangs. This was exactly what Captain Lee wanted to see. The white light in his pupils grew brighter, and he raised his left arm, not very fast, but it was extremely stable and powerful. The hard bone of the wrist directly pushed up the opponent's throat. At the same time, the hips hit the opponent's lower abdomen fiercely. This time, directly pushed the stone and made it stagger. At this moment, the muscles of Captain Lee's right arm tensed instantly, as if he wanted to squeeze out every bit of strength in his muscles and urged the short knife in his hand, and fiercely and accurately inserted it into the gap under the opponent's armpit, which he had not yet had time to close. The skin is thick, but the knife is also very fast. In the blink of an eye, the stone's tough stratum corneum spasmed violently because of the pain, clamping the blade tightly so that it could not penetrate any further. Captain Lee obviously knew the result. His eyes were still extremely calm, without even a trace of expression. His left hand withdrew from the cartilage in his throat, turned his palm into a fist, and hit the stone's throat again with a very small amplitude. The space for this punch to move was very small, and it seemed very light, as if it had trembled a little, and it even looked a little ridiculous from the side. However, this punch gathered almost the entire body's strength from the calves, hips, lower back, shoulders, and arms. The huge impact force was concentrated on the slightly protruding joint of the middle finger, breaking through the resistance of Stone's thick skin and accurately hitting his trachea deep under the skin. A moment of suffocation. It was at this moment that Captain Lee let out a soft roar, and the sharp blade penetrated deep into the joint. He lifted it up and cut the tendon connecting the shoulder to the arm. This set of actions was very quick, happening within just half a minute. And in this half minute, the swarm of insects had already shown a tendency to break through the firepower. At this moment, Haozi and Qin Xiao were holding two guns. Lao Zhao was holding a gun in his left hand, and his right prosthetic arm was holding Captain Lee's semi-automatic shotgun, which was actually quite powerful. But there will always be a time when the gun is out of bullets. Even if Haozi uses the I have money method to change guns, it still takes some time. So, in the gap when the bullets were emptied for the second time, a fat, fleshy worm pounced directly at the mouse, and its leech-like mouth parts tightly sucked on his thigh. Fortunately, the bulletproof vest blocked it, so the worm could not touch his flesh for the time being. But it still had some intelligence after all, so when it realized it couldn't bite that part, it started to drill into the trouser legs. The rat yelled, "Fuck!" He lowered his head and fired a shot, blowing the little guy apart. However, at that moment, a gap was created in the fire blockade, and the swarm of insects rushed over frantically. "Cover your mouth!" Qin Xiao shouted, and immediately closed his mouth tightly, and the other two also clenched their teeth immediately. No one wanted to turn into the second stone. The swarm of insects lost their position and instantly overwhelmed the three people, rushing towards Captain Lee and Shurtu. At this time, Captain Lee had already inserted the switchblade on Shida's shoulder deep into the joint, and his other hand had just pulled out the dagger that had cut the tendon of his left leg. Shurtu was lying on the ground, with only one foot still kicking wildly. The white light in Captain Lee's eyes gradually faded away. After all, he couldn't maintain his concentration for long. Seeing the sea of insects rushing towards him, Captain Lee's eyes flashed with helplessness. Am I going to die here? This thought came into his mind. Just then, a siren suddenly sounded outside the house. Soon after, several car alarms and the sound of several car horns were heard. Some of the sounds were particularly loud. It should be that the man had attached the loudspeaker to the sirens. When the sea of insects heard such a loud noise, they instantly started to panic and twisted their bodies in pain. The three men stood up, with several big fat red and black bugs stuck on their bodies. Done? Qin Xiao asked when he saw Shurtu lying on the ground. At this moment, his clothes were torn and his suit was stained with blood. Captain Lee did not hesitate at all. He did not know how long this sound could restrain the group of seeds. He directly picked up the stone and said, "Get out first." Haozi shook off the bugs on his body, with a disgusted look on his face. Because of the protection of the bulletproof vest, he looked much better than Qin Xiao. "What about the bugs?" he asked. Qin Xiao had already turned around at this moment and quickly jumped from the big hole to the first floor, shouting, "Hurry up and leave." After saying that, he stepped on the twisted bugs all over the floor and walked to the kitchen. He smashed the gas valve with two bangs with the butt of the gun. The others understood and hurriedly ran towards the gate. During this time, probably due to the noise, the leg of the stone that could still move became much quieter. Finally, the four of them ran out of the villa in a panic, and Qin Xiao followed them out. The group of policemen outside were stunned when they saw the group of people. The police chief seemed to be used to seeing the miserable looks of the field team after completing their missions, and his expression showed that he had expected this to happen. Qin Xiao also noticed that he had even prepared an ambulance during this period of time. Captain Lee threw the still twitching stone directly onto the ambulance and shouted to the driver, "Play music." The driver was stunned. "Ah?" Obviously a little confused. "Look at this guy who has 3 limbs paralysis and epilepsy all over his body. Are you playing music to celebrate?" Captain Lee shouted fiercely, "Let me go if I tell you to." Then he threw the loudspeaker in the hand of the person next to him into the car. "Play it for this. It needs to be heavy metal," he shouted ferociously. The driver was obviously frightened and nodded repeatedly. Okay, okay. Just at this moment. Boom! There was a loud bang. Overwhelmed all the alarm bells. Captain Lee looked over and saw that the villa not far away had exploded. The raging flames instantly enveloped the entire building. Some rubble and wood were bounced into the air and fell to the surroundings while burning. Chun Xiao stood in front of the sky full of flames, covered in blood. He grinned, though no sound came out. But the firelight reflected his face, which looked even more disgusting because of the blood. Team Lee saw. He, laughing. Chapter 40 Mission Settlement. K-City Abnormal Biology Research Area. Ms. Liu was still wearing her white coat, and the sound of her high heels could be clearly heard in the corridor. Behind him was Chun Xiao, who had a miserable look on his face. Hey, this is not fair. Why should all the property losses be deducted from me alone? Ms. Liu walked while flipping through the documents in her hand. She was like that anyway, as if she didn't have even a second of free time. You caused the greatest damage. In the end, you fired at a villa filled with gas in front of so many police officers. It was hard to suppress your anger. Her tone was calm, but Chun Xiao could tell that she was scolding him. There was nothing we could do. The situation was urgent. If those things had rushed out, the consequences would have been disastrous. Chun Xiao was still trying hard to explain. The field team is there to prevent things like this from happening. That's your job. Actually, you destroyed the power system of the entire villa area and the gas pipelines on half a street. These are nothing. The key is that you fired and blew up the building in front of 29 guards, and even 3 people took pictures of the scene with their mobile phones. Do you know how photogenic your smile is? A D-level mission can make you look like this. To be honest, I think the bonus for this mission was deducted too little. Ms. Liu said this without asking any questions about human nature. Then he added, besides, the organization will not give you a chance to bargain after the funds are released. This is not a supermarket or a vegetable market, so it's useless for you to tell me these things. Chun Xiao secretly complained in his heart. After reading those weird exchange recommendations, I feel like I'm in a supermarket or a vegetable market. But he still had to smile and say, can you give me some of the bonus from the parasitic person? You see, actually did nothing and caused a lot of trouble. Chun Xiao sold out the stone without even thinking about it. Ms. Liu angrily slammed the document in her hand, turned to look at Chun Xiao, and her face was full of the words, why are you so annoying? No. She stared at Chun Xiao angrily. Chun Xiao looked at Ms. Liu in front of him with an attitude that said, if you dare to talk to me again, I will directly activate the genetic virus, believe it or not, and squinted his eyes. Oh, that's quite reasonable. Then he whispered, you're so fierce. No wonder you can't find a boyfriend. Although the voice was small, it was obviously said intentionally for Ms. Liu to hear. Chun Xiao also instantly felt the pressure, as if the air around him had condensed. Why, Ms. Liu, I hope you'll find your partner soon. He said this at a very fast speed, and then ran away without looking back. At this moment, no matter whether it was because of the house bombing or the collapse of the gas pipeline. Anyway, after deducting the 80 points of funds rewarded for the task, only 55 points are left. He had just gone to the medical technology department, originally intending to simply treat the wounds on his body. But these old medical perverts didn't say a word, pressed him to the bed, applied ointment and bandages to him. And after more than 10 minutes, they had managed to clean up all the wounds on Chun Xiao's body, and it looked like there wouldn't even be any scars left. After that, I collected 20 points of funds. This is fucking force buying and selling. How long have you been open for business? Do you think I'm taking advantage of you? So, now after completing this mission, Chun Xiao only has 35 points left, plus the previous 25 points, a total of 60 points. Fortunately, the Foundation removed a worm from the body of Stone, and the mission was considered a success. Chun Xiao also roughly deduced the habits of this little guy, which greatly facilitated the compilation of the file, so he gave an additional 10 points as a reward. So now, Chun Xiao has a total of 130 points of funds. I worked so hard, and this is all I have left. I should exchange it for something, Chun Xiao muttered as he walked. He had memorized all the D-level exchanges, so he didn't even need to check his phone. I can't move for 30 points, I have to save it for help. Apart from 10 points, it is necessary to change the hemostatic spray. I thought that bulletproof suit was pretty good, but now I can't afford it. The serum is even more expensive. Although the one-time medicine is effective, the side effects are too great, so let's not consider it for now, so I can only change my weapon. He muttered to himself. A high-explosive fragmentation grenade costs 20 each. It's quite powerful, but it's gone in one go. I have just enough money to buy a reinforced semi-automatic pistol, but I don't have any bullets left. Well, After thinking it over, can I only buy an ordinary pistol as a weapon? Chen Xiao lowered his head in frustration and sighed. Buzz. At this moment, his cell phone vibrated. Chen Xiao was stunned for a moment and took out his cell phone. An envelope logo on top. Huh? What the hell is this? A notice of overdue payment? He was stunned for a moment and clicked on the message. Thank you on behalf of Stone. It's just such a simple sentence. But Chen Xiao knew that it was sent by Captain Li. Then there was a flashing attachment under the message. Chen Xiao was delighted. Oh haha, he must think that I helped save his teammate's life, so he gave me hundreds or thousands of funds. He thought, and then clicked on the attachment with great anticipation. Lucky Game Ticket. Description. After use, you will get a chance to participate in the Lucky Game in the D-level area. Received. Chen Xiao was stunned, thinking, what is this? Why does the name sound like something like a carousel in an amusement park? And I have never seen it in the D-level exchange area. So he clicked on the introduction of this Lucky Game. An introduction page popped up. Lucky Game. Description. Foundation field personnel who participate in the Lucky Game and when can randomly obtain a higher level item corresponding to a special skill, strength, reaction, thinking, which includes but is not limited to weapons, armor, medicines, serums, etc. in higher level areas. Note: each employee can only have one chance to play this game in each level area. After participating, 100 points of funds will be deducted regardless of winning or not. Finally, I wish you good luck. Respect to all employees of the Order Foundation. Chen Xiao frowned as he read this hypocritical, official-style game introduction that gave him goosebumps. What is this? Isn't it just taking the things that can't be sold in the high-end area and selling them as good stuff in the low-end area? Well, I have to say, Chen Xiao's guess was right. In fact, after each field team member completes the 5th or 6th mission, if they're still alive, the Foundation will give them a Lucky Game ticket as an encouragement. Because they think you are, well, luck is pretty good. After you use the admission ticket, you will be asked to choose whether to play a power-based game, a reaction-based game, or a thinking-based game. After winning each type, you will be rewarded with a higher-level item. For example, Chen Xiao is now at level D, and after winning, he can draw a C-level item once. Of course, as he had just guessed, most of these items could not be sold in the high-end area, such as the Taste Bud Enhancement Serum. However, regardless of whether you win or not, you must first hand over 100 bonus points, and each area can only be used once. This means that if you want to carry out a simple D-level mission while wearing a C-level serum, there is no way. Therefore, different people have different views on this game. Some people like it very much. No matter how bad a C-level item is, it is still C-level after all. So many people who are very confident in their own level are willing to give it a try. What if they draw a cool anti-gravity grenade? They will be very excited. Some people also think that this is a trap. It is hard to say whether you can win or not. You have to pay 100 points of funds first. Even if you really win, the things you draw may not be good things. Only fools will play this. It seems that Captain Li belongs to the latter. He doesn't want to use him, so he does Chen Xiao a favor. Anyway, no matter what, based on the principle of if you want to play it, don't play it. If you don't want to play it, forget it. This game will always exist. Chen Xiao was also very hesitant at this moment. Logically speaking, it would be safest to exchange points step by step to strengthen weapons. If he lost the game, the 100 bonus points would be completely wasted. So, Chen Xiao chuckled and clicked use. At this moment, his thoughts were simple, because he felt that this Lucky Game might be quite interesting. Chapter 41 Black and White Game 1. Welcome to the D-level area Lucky Game. Please select your desired game mode. 1. Strength. 2. Reaction. 3. Thinking. 3 options appeared on the screen, and Chen Xiao naturally chose Thinking. Because whether it is strength or reaction, for a newbie like Chen Xiao who just joined the Foundation, the attribute values are extremely low. Choosing these 2 items is like giving away money for free. As for thinking, although my thinking rating is 2, Chen Xiao is very dissatisfied and thinks, damn it, I am smart. That mental retardation detection machine doesn't understand my world at all. The game you selected is Thinking. Number of participants, 5 or more. Would you like to attend? Yes. Chen Xiao took a look and nodded yes directly. Almost at the same time, a window popped up. There are 5 black human head patterns on top, and the waiting time is shown below. The longest waiting time is 6 days and 11 hours. My goodness, this lucky draw is so unpopular. It took 5 people a week to get together. In any case, Chen Xiao was lucky because at least he didn't have to wait, so he just clicked to join. System. The number of participants has reached 5. We are asking the participants whether they can play the game. The word prepare quickly appeared under those black avatars, and it seemed that these people were not on a mission. At this moment, with a ding sound, a black avatar appeared behind Chen Xiao and clicked ready. Hey, either don't come at all, or two come together, right? Chen Xiao thought. System. There are 6 people. Please go to the staff entertainment and rest area on the first floor of the K-City Abnormal Biology Research Institute within 1 hour. If you fail to arrive by then, you will be deemed to have given up. Chen Xiao nodded. Okay, let's see how bad this lucky draw is. Next, Chen Xiao walked around here and there, asked for directions several times, and finally found this employee entertainment and rest area. You know what? The lounge area is pretty nice with sofas, TV, billiards, self-service coffee, and drinks. At this moment, there were already 3 people, 2 men and 1 woman, sitting at a round table in the middle of the lounge area. When they saw Chen Xiao coming in, all 3 of them turned their eyes over. A tall and thin man was stunned for a moment and asked, "Are you here to participate in the game?" Chen Xiao nodded and glanced at the man. Although he was sitting and only his upper body could be seen, his height was at least 190 centimeters, his shoulders were narrow, and his neck and face were long. Overall, he looked like a telephone pole. "I don't think I've seen you before," said the only woman. She had her back to the door, so she could only turn around to see Chen Xiao. Compared to the telephone pole, she looked stronger with darker skin, her hair tied neatly at the back of her head, and the muscles on her forearms were much thicker than Chen Xiao's. Chen Xiao pretended to be humble and scratched his head. I'm new here. However, considering his face, this action really doesn't make people feel any good about him. New here? Did someone give you the admission ticket? Said another man. He was a middle-aged man in his 50s with a beard and hazy eyes, as if he was drunk. Chen Xiao nodded and walked over. Yeah. He only said this one word because he didn't know what the current situation was, so the less he said, the better. The uncle scratched his ear and said, "You're playing this right after completing a mission? You're really brave." When Chen Xiao heard this, he immediately pretended to want to speak, but didn't know what to say when he opened his mouth. He was clearly a novice who didn't read the instructions carefully and clicked in at random only to find that 100 funds were deducted. He regretted it but didn't want to admit it. At this time, there were footsteps at the door. Everyone looked back and saw a man coming in. He was quite handsome, with blonde hair, sunken eye sockets, and a mixed-race look. "Oh my, I've been waiting for almost a week, and finally enough people have gathered." As he said this, he walked straight to the table and sat down. And the others obviously knew him. "Hey, who is this?" he asked with some confusion when he saw Chen Xiao. Chen Xiao smiled what he thought was a cute smile and said, "My name is Chen Xiao." The blonde, handsome guy was obviously disgusted by this smile, and he almost cursed for a moment, but luckily he held it back. Hi, my name is Wong Billy." Soon, the last person arrived. He was a young man in his 20s, with a gentle appearance, wearing glasses and smiling the whole time. It is worth noting that no one seemed to know him. Muscle's sister asked him at the time, "Are you new here too?" He smiled and nodded. Now, all 6 people participating in this lottery game are here. Buzz. Everyone's cell phone vibrated. Chen Xiao took out his cell phone and saw a new message on it. Chen smiled and clicked it. Black and white game. Detailed rules of the game. Each player will be assigned a color in each round. Black or white. The color is completely random, and players cannot know their own color. But you can check the colors of other players on your phone. Every 5 minutes, the system will ask the players in turn what color they have given. If you answer correctly, you can proceed to the next round. If you answer incorrectly, you will be eliminated. During the inquiry, other players must choose a color through their mobile phones and tell the player. Right or wrong is acceptable. You are not allowed to give your phone to other players to look at or peek at other people's phones. Otherwise, you will be considered out of the game. Time limit, 60 minutes. When the game time ends or there is only one player left, the system will equally divide all the rewards of this game among the players who have not been eliminated. Chen Xiao read the rules of the game carefully 4 times and then counted 5 seconds in his mind. Then he raised his head, frowned, and glanced at the others. He found that among the remaining 5 people around the table, except for Wong Billy and the bearded uncle, the remaining 3 have raised their heads and are observing each other. At this time, the sloppy uncle raised his head and threw his phone on the table in annoyance. What is written on this? It's a mess, black and white. Who can tell me? The others ignored him, and the telephone pole that was closer to him even covered his eyes with his hands. The meaning is to tell the uncle, those who come to play this game and choose thinking are mostly fools. Is it fun to do this? The sloppy uncle smiled embarrassedly and took the phone back. Chun Xiao smiled inwardly and thought silently. Well, they're scheming against each other so soon. Chapter 42 Black and White Game 2. I don't know if it was good luck or bad luck, but the first person chosen was Muscle Sister. The following page appeared on her mobile phone screen. The first round begins. First scene. In 5 minutes. Please tell me your color. Black. White. If you do not answer, you will be considered out. Timing starts. 5 o'clock. Then the time below started to tick. 4:59. 04:58. At this time, a page appeared on the mobile phones of everyone except Muscle Sister. The frontal photo of Muscle Sister is at the top of the screen. Below it is written. The first round begins. First scene. Current player color. Black. Please select the color you want to tell her. Black. White. If you don't choose, you will be considered out. Timing starts. 4 o'clock. Chun Xiao raised his head and looked at the people around him. No one moved. Telephone pole and Wong Billy were in deep thought. Sloppy Uncle was looking at Muscle Lady angrily, and Man with Glasses had a blank expression on his face. Everyone was very cautious. The 100 bonus points were not too much, but not too little either. Everyone would feel bad if it went to waste. Besides, the rewards in the sea level area were actually quite attractive. At this time, Muscle Sister spoke. I have a suggestion. Tell me about it. Wong Billy smiled and took over the conversation. According to the order of seats, they are Sister Stone, Telephone Pole, Sloppy Uncle, Man with Glasses, Chun Xiao, and Wong Billy. In other words, Wong Billy is in the back, so he seems to be very relaxed for the time being. Muscle Lady leaned back in her chair and said, We're here for one purpose, which is to spend 100 bonus points to draw a sea-level equipment or medicine. No one wants to take risks, right? Having said this, she glanced at the others. So, I think the best way to resolve this game is to solve it peacefully. Don't cheat. After 1 hour, everyone will get a reward. There is no risk. She spoke in a relaxed and confident manner. And this proposal really sounded good. I don't know if the telephone pole was real or fake. Anyway, he nodded slightly. The sloppy uncle picked his nose, then flicked the booger away to an unknown place. He said nonchalantly, Oh my, so that everyone could get a reward. You said it so nicely. But this is entirely because you are in the first place and you are afraid of being eliminated. You appear so relaxed and confident when you speak, but in fact you are panicking to death. You are thinking that as long as you are not eliminated in this round, you will not care about the lives of others in the future. You will cheat as much as you can. The fewer people left in the next round, the better, right? The words of Sloppy Uncle directly described the proposal of Muscle Lady as a conspiracy. And Electric Pole also frowned slightly. Muscle Sister obviously knew that someone would say this, so she was not panicked or angry at all, and still maintained a carefree and confident attitude. I'm just making suggestions. I cannot change what everyone here thinks, she said calmly. But if you think my suggestion is not bad, then I think you definitely don't like people with dark hearts, right? After she finished speaking, she looked at the sloppy uncle with contempt. Chun Xiao pursed his lips tightly, forcing back his laughter. Huh? Very impressive. She turned the tide with just one sentence. This woman is not as wild as she looks. The sloppy uncle had no expression on his face, but he felt a little depressed. He had wanted to take the opportunity to suppress the Muscle Lady, but he didn't expect to be tricked by the other party in return. At this moment, the 4 minutes are about to be up, so everyone chose the option they wanted to tell Muscle Sister. Soon, the results were displayed on everyone's mobile phone screens, and Muscle Sister glanced at her phone. Select result. Black, for people. White, 1 person. Please choose your color. Black, white. Time limit, 1 o'clock. Then, a confident smile appeared on her lips. At this time, a burst of laughter. And this laughter was not made by Chun Xiao. Why is Chun Xiao the first person I think of when I see words like he and haha? But it was the sloppy uncle who started laughing for no apparent reason after seeing the results of the options. Hey, what are you doing again? Wong Billy shouted. The sloppy uncle waved his hand, indicating it's okay, and then put away his smile. Muscle Sister glanced at her mouth, ignored the uncle, and directly clicked black. The system prompt appears. Congratulations, you made the correct choice. The Muscle Lady let out a long breath, as if she was much more relaxed, and spread her hands and said to everyone, Look, as long as we speak with one voice, even if some people make trouble, it will still be easy for everyone to win, right? After saying that, she glanced at the sloppy uncle provocatively. Chun Xiao noticed that the sloppy uncle had a strange expression at this time, and even a feeling of gloating. Something seems to be wrong. Well, it's my turn next, right? The man sitting on the telephone pole was sitting next to the muscle sister, so he rubbed his hands and said, Sure enough, as soon as he finished speaking, the telephone pole avatar appeared on other people's phones. His color is white. The pole smiled and said to everyone, Now it's back to me. I hope everyone can help me. Thank you very much. As he spoke, he slightly stretched out his hand, as if he wanted to gesture something. But suddenly he felt that this would make him look nervous, so he put his hand down embarrassedly. An uncle don't always go against the grain. Why don't you just follow my suggestion? He leaned back in his chair and looked at the uncle. But the uncle ignored him, with a faint smile still on his lips. Telephone pole shrugged helplessly, turned to muscle sister, and gave her a grateful look. Chun Xiao looked at him and raised his eyebrows, thinking, Ahaha. First he acted as if he was quite nervous and harmless. Then he used the sloppy uncle as a springboard to create the feeling that he and the others are in the same camp and have the same mind. And he also isolated the uncle and expressed his approval and gratitude for the muscle sister's suggestion. His movements were intentionally or unintentionally imitating her carefree behavior, creating a sense of unity, as if the two of them got along very well. And his tone was also very particular, giving people a very reassuring atmosphere. Chun Xiao grinned and was about to laugh twice, but then he quickly restrained himself and said happily in his heart, These people are so interesting. Chapter 43 Black and White Game 3. The 4 minutes were up quickly, and telephone pole looked at his mobile phone. Select result. Black, 2 people. White, 3 people. Please choose your color. Black, white. Time limit, 1 o'clock. The telephone pole frowned tightly. Hey, which bastard is causing trouble? He shouted angrily, and his harmless feeling just now was gone. His eyes swept across everyone present and finally stopped on Wong Billy. It's you. I stole your shelter bonus because of a mission. Right. Wong Billy was obviously stunned. What are you talking about? The bonus was only 15 points, and we agreed at the time that the 15 points would be used as your medical expenses. Look, you still remember that the bonus was 15 points, which proves that you have been brooding over it. The electric wire shouted. Wong Billy looked impatient. I'm not amnesiac, so what if I remember? In an instant, the harmonious atmosphere just now disappeared. Hey, you can quarrel, but please pay attention to your time. The uncle said lightly with a teasing look on his face. Telephone pole glanced at his phone angrily. There were only 40 seconds left. He was about to press the white button, but his finger immediately froze in midair, and he didn't press it. At this time, the uncle glanced at him and spoke again. I say, don't be so angry that you don't use your brain. The one that has more people choosing it is not necessarily the right one. Maybe 3 of them are deceiving you. He whispered, picking his nose again. Telephone pole frowned even deeper. He naturally thought of this problem, so he began to hesitate. The uncle looked at his expression and rubbed his nose with his fingers. I can tell you that I chose black and your color is white. As for whether to believe it or not, it's up to you to decide, since the rules only said that we were not allowed to look at each other's phones. So the uncle directly said the color of the telephone pole. At the same time, he flicked out the booger ball that he had been rubbing in his hand for a long time. The telephone pole took a slow breath. Calm down and think about it. If this uncle is lying, then my color is black, but when he chose it, he didn't know that others would also lie to me. So it is more likely that he chose white, which means that 3 people want to deceive me. But there are 4 people behind me, and except for the uncle, none of them want to disrupt this balance, and Wong Billy is not a fool. So the biggest possibility is that the uncle did not deceive me, and my color is really white. Thinking of this, he secretly glanced at the muscle sister next to him. If you think so, then the other person who wanted to deceive me was this woman. She had safely passed the first round, and then started to get rid of her. But why did this uncle tell me this? Shouldn't he want me to be eliminated? Or did he expect me to think this way and deliberately follow my thoughts to guide me? Telephone pole was thinking like this, and in the blink of an eye, there were only 10 seconds left. According to probability, my chance of winning is very high, but is this old man trying to cheat me again? His head was spinning frantically, but he couldn't come up with an answer. System prompt. Countdown 5, 4, 3. Seeing that the time was almost up, the telephone pole had no choice but to grit his teeth and secretly shouted in his heart. No matter what. Let's fight. After, click on white. The system prompts. Congratulations, you made the correct choice. At the moment when the system prompt appeared, telephone pole let out a long breath without disguising, as if he had finally relieved his constipation after all his efforts. and leaned back in the chair with relief. The uncle tilted his head and looked at him teasingly. "Oh, I didn't expect you to really believe me." The telephone pole didn't even look at him and said calmly, "Don't try to get close to me. Your behavior doesn't mean that you are helping me. You may be misleading me." The uncle shrugged disapprovingly and said nothing. At this time, everyone's cell phone rang again. The avatar of Sloppy Uncle appeared on the screen. First round. Game 3. Current player color. White. Please choose the color you want to tell her. Black. White. No selection will be considered out. Timing starts. 4 o'clock. While checking his phone, Chen Xiao lowered his head to an angle where no one else could see his expression. He grinned a few times as if he had obsessive-compulsive disorder, seeming to feel a little more comfortable, and then simply clicked black. So, why did Chen Xiao choose black? Because he just ordered whatever he wanted. During the 4 minutes of this selection, everyone was very quiet, because in the first round, the sloppy uncle was covered with this sinister coat by the words of the muscle sister. Although no one present cared much about this, they didn't know what other people were thinking after all. And most importantly, everyone was thinking, if we could take this opportunity to get rid of one person, that would be great. The sloppy uncle looked at the silent atmosphere around him and knew what others were thinking. He smiled and said, "It seems that I am not very popular." No one answered, and everyone avoided his gaze intentionally or unintentionally. "Well, I knew it would be like this," he said casually. For minutes passed in a flash. It was time for the uncle to choose his own color. On his phone it shows, black for people, white one person. The uncle smiled slightly, as if he saw the result he wanted to see. He looked up, looked at the telephone pole next to him and said, "What did you choose?" The telephone pole ignored him and turned its head away with contempt. The uncle continued to smile and put on an expression that he had seen through everything. "I know it even if you don't tell me. You chose black, right?" Since the telephone pole turned his head away, we couldn't see his expression. "There's a reason why I told you the correct answer last time. It wasn't to help you. I did it for others to see." The sloppy uncle continued to talk to himself. Humans are like this. They all have selfishness in their hearts, but they dare not show it. So people will find an individual in the group, whether he is stupid, ugly, or for some other reason, it doesn't matter. In short, he will be isolated and immediately become the target of public criticism. Then everyone can use their vicious side to target that person while carefully maintaining a seemingly close relationship with others. Everyone is doing it anyway. No one will care. It's like there is a student in every class who is isolated. Everyone bullies him, humiliates him, and even beats him, thinking that he deserves to be treated that way. At the same time, no one would dare to approach him or sympathize with him, because if they get close to him, they will be in danger of being isolated. As he spoke, his eyes dimmed a little. Chen Xiao couldn't help but complain when he saw this scene. "Hey, uncle, what do you mean by that expression? It's obvious that you are saying that you are the isolated student. And why do you even talk about such a large group of people? How miserable was your childhood? You must have read too many youth comics from a certain country." The uncle's sad and gloomy expression gradually subsided, and he continued, "So the chance of you choosing the right color is very small, and the other 4 people will think so too. So the result of 4 to 1 is the best. As long as I choose the color that the majority of people choose, there is at least a 75% chance that it is correct, and the remaining white is because there will definitely be people who want to confuse people. After all, no one knows what others will choose." The uncle was muttering to himself, and then the corners of his mouth curled up slightly. What good luck? If it was 3 to 2, it would have been based on luck. After that, I confidently pointed to black. Chapter 44, Black and White, Game 4. The sloppy uncle pointed his finger at the color black. The system prompt sounds. Wrong choice, unfortunately. You are out. The sloppy uncle looked at the red system prompt on the screen, blinked in disbelief, and looked confused. "What's going on?" he said blankly. The muscle lady on the side glanced at him calmly and said, "It seems that your elementary school-level theory of human nature is not very good." The sloppy uncle looked at the telephone pole beside him, still a little confused. "What did you choose?" he asked. The telephone pole glanced at the uncle and said expressionlessly, "Whatever it is, it's meaningless now. You are out." The uncle looked at him in a trance, then looked at the people around him, as if he had just reacted. "Yeah, I didn't expect that I would be the first one to be eliminated." He rubbed his face helplessly and sighed. "Oh, okay, I'm leaving. I hope you have fun." So he stood up and walked towards the door. Suddenly, he stopped, looked back at everyone, and said with some annoyance, "Be careful, in the first round, I chose the color black." After saying this, he turned around and walked out. Quiet. Everyone was thoughtful. After the sloppy uncle became the first person to be eliminated and left, the other people who were still sitting there did not speak. Everyone looked at each other or avoided other people's gazes. For a moment, the atmosphere became very weird. What did he mean? He didn't lie in the first game? Is the person who has been breaking the rules still among us? Wong Billy crossed his fingers and rubbed them continuously. The look he gave to others was full of suspicion. Muscle Sister frowned and said, "Not necessarily. Maybe he said it on purpose for us to hear. I don't know if Phone Pole is still influenced by his vote, or if he really believes in the uncle." Anyway, after thinking for a few seconds, he said, "No, there's no need for him to say that before he leaves. It would be meaningless except for us to curse him behind his back." The muscle lady leaned back carelessly and said, "Who knows? You know him. During one mission, he even shamelessly asked me for the hemostatic spray." After saying that, she seemed to have thought of something. She glanced at the man with glasses, then looked at Chen Xiao, and stared at the wound at the corner of his mouth with a frown for a few seconds. "Also, you two newcomers, why haven't you been talking?" she asked puzzledly. "Are you shy?" The man with glasses lightly pressed his finger between his eyes and lifted them up. White light reflected on the mirror, making it impossible to see his eyes clearly. "This question is actually quite difficult to answer." He spoke calmly, with a gentle smile on his face. "Although telling the truth is very rude, it is even more inappropriate to deceive you just for the sake of politeness, so..." He raised his head slightly, and through the lenses, you could see his smiling eyes. He said it sincerely, "Because I think you are too stupid to talk to you." For a moment, there was great silence, and the atmosphere was extremely awkward. A burst of laughter broke the silence. Wong Billy looked at the man with glasses and said, "You offended everyone first, and then you want to make a reverse choice, right?" He said with a hint of sarcasm. "It's a good idea, but now there are only 5 people left, which means only 4 voted. You don't know who is deceiving you. Even if it was 3-1, no, even if it was 4-0, it doesn't mean anything. So what you did is useless except making us angry." The man with glasses smiled after listening to this, and then he might have been thinking, or didn't want to pay attention to others, or felt there was no need to say anything. In short, he didn't say anything else. Soon, the phone rang again. The head of the man with glasses appeared on the screen, and his color is black. But unlike the others, the man with glasses remained silent. He said nothing, but turned sideways and pressed his right thumb on his temple to support his head. At the same time, he tapped the leg of his glasses slowly and rhythmically with his index finger. Clatter. He just sat there, neither flustered nor excited, as if his mind had drifted somewhere else. This attitude also made other people unable to pay attention for a while. Soon, the 4 minutes were up and everyone's selection results were displayed on their screens. Select result. Black 2. White 2. Please choose your color. Black, white. Time, 1 o'clock. Wong Billy smiled faintly and said, "Haha, it's really unlucky. This is the worst result." Indeed, when the game reaches this point, the choice result will be 2-2. And in this case, there are very few inferences that can be made, and you can only rely on guessing and fighting for that 50% chance. Just when everyone was gloating, the behavior of the man with glasses surprised everyone again. Because he actually, well, no behavior at all. Well, yes, he was still sitting there, tapping the legs of his glasses with his fingers, looking absent-minded. The telephone pole frowned. Of course, he didn't mean to warn him. Everyone waited quietly for him to make a choice, or did nothing and waited for the time to end. Soon, 30 minutes passed. The man with glasses was suddenly stunned, as if an alarm went off in his head, calling him back from thinking about other things. After he came to his senses, he still didn't look at his phone, nor did he check the remaining time. He just spoke in a relaxed manner. "Now, does anyone want to tell me what my color is?" As soon as these words came out, everyone looked at him in surprise, and Wong Billy even opened his mouth slightly. "Hey, is this your strategy?" he said in disbelief. "Are you just waiting for someone to tell you? Even if someone tells you, would you dare to believe it?" The man with glasses was still smiling, but ignored him. Just then, a voice rang out. "Black!" The person who spoke was Chen Xiao. At the same time, because he was next to the man with glasses, he easily turned his head and looked at him, and habitually grinned, a mouth that would affect anyone's mood, as if he had finally discovered something interesting. "I just met a guy a while ago who always squints when he smiles. To be honest, ever since then, I've hated people like you who always hide their eyes." He stretched his neck and leaned towards the man with glasses. "Why do you always have to hide? Look, I would never do that. As he spoke, he used his hands to pry open his upper and lower eyelids and stared straight at the man with glasses with his big eyes. Come, look into my eyes, they are sincere. It's still cheating. Huh? After saying this, he chuckled a few times as if in a neurotic manner. Chapter 45 Black and White Game 5. This set of grinning, eye-rolling, and giggling actions, to be honest, was a very bad viewing experience, and everyone else curled their lips in disgust. But in their eyes, Chun Zhao's behavior was a good way to confuse the audience. At this moment, Muscle's sister also spoke. He's lying to you? Actually, your color is white. Oh, but I could also be lying. So, what will you choose? She smiled, and her expression seemed to say, come on, it depends on your choice. But at this moment, the man with glasses did not show any hesitation. He tapped the screen of his mobile phone before the Muscle sister finished speaking. The system prompt sounded immediately. System prompt. Congratulations, you made the right choice. Everyone frowned, looking somewhat disappointed, and they all had doubts about his unhesitating choice just now, as if he knew 100% that he would make the right choice. I actually guessed it right, Wong Billy muttered to himself. At this time, Chun Zhao started laughing again, and at the same time, he stared at the man with glasses. The man with glasses smiled gently and pressed his temple with his thumb. His thoughts drifted away again, as if this game had nothing to do with him. All right. He chose black. The same answer that Chun Zhao told him. Next, it was Chin's turn to laugh. In fact, as the second to last player in the first round, he had already scanned everyone's speaking habits, movements, clothing, tone of voice, etc. Although some things can be used to deceive, there are some things that cannot be lied about. For example, the hoarse voice of the sloppy uncle who suppresses his throat is a habit left over from often shouting loudly. For example, in the telephone poll, the pupil of the right eye is obviously more protruding than the left one, which is a situation that only happens to snipers who aim with high-power scopes every day. Another example is Wong Billy's cunning eyes and the little gesture of crossing his fingers, and the Muscle sister deliberately riding on her thighs with the look of a tomboy. Some people are irritable, some are calm. This is not just a question of intelligence, but a state that a person needs to maintain in his long-term life. At this round table, you can pretend to be careless and deliberately cater to the actions of others. But in the long time before, countless traces have permeated people's bodies, and it is impossible to hide them all. In Chun Zhao's eyes, these traces were as obvious as circles and emphasis marks drawn with a highlighter. So Chun Zhao knew what everyone was thinking and who was lying. But even then, he couldn't guarantee victory. He understood that the closer the game got to the end, the fewer people there were, and the more difficult it would be. It was really unreliable to use reason to guess people's hearts. You could guess right once or twice, but it was impossible to guess right all the time. Everyone may hesitate again and finally make a random choice, just like him. So, he gradually felt bored and stopped talking. He just watched the people around him playing tricks on each other to have some fun. Because he knew that if he continued like this, the game would end in a boring ending where victory was achieved by luck. Boring. He began to feel a little impatient. Until the glasses man's behavior just now appeared. Although he didn't actually do anything, he made the game interesting again, because he did something that Chun Zhao was going to do in the next round. This means that he also knows the real rules of this black and white game. So, Chun Zhao started to laugh. At that time, he found something more interesting than getting a C-level equipment. You're inviting me to your game, right? At this moment, Chun Zhao kept staring at the man with glasses. Although everyone was a little disgusted by this expression, he didn't care. People who like to squint their eyes are really not likable. Chun Zhao thought and smiled at the same time. Since you've already made the bet, I'll make one too. Otherwise, it's really boring. There's a ding sound. Chun Zhao's avatar appeared on everyone else's phones, and then everyone frowned. It was obvious that they didn't think very highly of this avatar. Then they raised their heads and looked at each other, hoping to see something in each other's eyes, and then they looked at Chun Zhao. And what about Chun Zhao? He crossed his legs and leaned back in his chair. You guys, do you want to hear me sing a song? He asked excitedly. Muscle Lady frowned. What? Why are you singing? It's your turn now. Don't you want to say something? The telephone pole also looked at Chun Zhao with a puzzled look on his face. What's going on now? All the newcomers are acting weird. Are the people in the HR department doing their jobs properly? Wong Billy said. But Chun Zhao ignored them, chuckled, and started singing. Dad picked up the knife and laughed at me. Mom's head rolled under the bed. Wawawa, wawawa. Peeled off my skin and made it into a doll. Everyone looked at Chun Xiao humming and singing to herself, swaying to the rhythm, with expressions of pain in the balls and tight anus. Although Muscle Sister didn't have balls, she just made them out. Hey, can you be a little nervous? Where did you learn this nursery rhyme? And how did you sing this word so happily? Wong Billy yelled. Logically, seeing Chun Xiao's inexplicable behavior, he should just quietly wait for him to run out of time. But for some reason, he couldn't help but want to complain about him. At this time, the time reminder on everyone's mobile phone rang. Time remaining, 5, 4, 3. Everyone was startled and hurriedly lowered their heads and chose an option. Phew, that was a close call. This guy's singing is so magical that I almost missed the time if I wasn't careful. People were secretly sweating. Then, a page showing the selection results appeared on Qin Zhao's phone. Results about your color selection. Black 3 votes. White 1 vote. Please choose your color. Black, white. Time, 1 o'clock. At this time, Qin Zhao finally used his hoarse voice to finish singing the children's song, which had magical lyrics and melody. The others also breathed a sigh of relief, feeling that if they stayed in the presence of his singing for a long time, certain values would be lowered. Hurry up and choose, newcomer, Wong Billy said to him impatiently. He wished that this psychopath would be kicked out as soon as possible. Chun Xiao glanced at his phone, then turned his face towards the glasses man with a grin. Tell me, my color, what is it? Chapter 46 Black and White Game 6. The man with glasses still maintained his unique posture, but the index finger that was tapping the temple of his glasses suddenly stopped. He turned his head and looked at Qin Xiao. Although he still squinted his eyes, Qin Xiao still felt an extremely clear gaze falling on him, just like a drop of ice-cold water dripping on his body under the warm sunshine. This was the first time that the man with glasses looked at someone from beginning to end. Even when Qin Xiao was acting crazy just now, he didn't even look at him. I would lie to you, said the man with glasses indifferently. Qin smiled and nodded, saying one word. Good. The corners of the bespectacled man's mouth curled up. If his gentleness before was just an expression, now he really smiled. Black, said the man with glasses, then lowered his head and began tapping the legs of his glasses out of habit. He was always thinking about other things, as if the elite game in front of him could not distract him at all. At this time, it was Chun Zhao's turn to choose the color, and he still had 40 seconds left. He didn't think about anything and didn't even give others time to speak. He just clicked it. He chose white. System prompt. Congratulations, you made the correct choice. Everyone had a stunned expression. Hey, this guy must have guessed his choice. Why is he so confident in his choice? Wong Billy shouted. The telephone pole also blinked a few times for unknown reasons. Maybe we don't understand the world of psychopaths. Muscle Lady also curled her lips in disdain. In her eyes, both the man with glasses and Qin Xiao were useless tactics, which was no different from just guessing. So she was a little unhappy that 2 lucky people in a row were not eliminated. Stop talking nonsense. At this time, it was Wong Billy's turn to appear on the screen, and his color is black. Since Stone's peace plan was destroyed by the sloppy uncle in the second game, no one will believe what others say now. Wong Billy glanced at the people around him, and finally his sights fell on the Muscle Sister. He said to Muscle Sister, You're upset now, aren't you? Muscle Lady gave him a disdainful look. That expression said, You already know it, but why are you asking? Indeed, Muscle Sister is the most troubled one in the whole venue, because each choice lasts 5 minutes, which means that the second round will start after Wong Billy. Even if she guesses correctly, she will face a third choice, which gives her more chances of being eliminated than others. Wong Billy crossed his fingers, looked at her with a sly look, and then glanced at the telephone pole. Well, let's play this game differently. He opened his arms slightly and glanced at everyone again. Telephone pole hushed his eyes and looked at him, as if he knew what he was going to say. Wong Billy held up 4 fingers and said, I can guarantee that the 4 people will 100% get the reward. Tell me about it, Muscle Sister said lightly, but her expression clearly showed that she knew what Wong Billy would say. Wong Billy crossed his fingers and rubbed his palms together. Actually, this game is not about deceiving each other, but about choosing teams. As long as 4 people stand together, these 4 people will definitely win. Everyone is not stupid. In fact, they had thought of it a long time ago. Because if 4 people form a team, no matter what, as long as they choose the option with more people, it must be correct. But why didn't you say it earlier? Because everyone is waiting for someone to be eliminated, no matter who it is. If there are 6 people, and the votes are in a team of 4, the ratio will be 3-2. At this time, if one person wants to play tricks, he only needs to choose the wrong option, and his teammates will be eliminated immediately, and the whole team will collapse. But when there are 5 people, it won't happen because no one wants to destroy the team, because if it is destroyed, there will be no possibility of reorganization. So, everyone eliminated the sloppy uncle in the first round, intentionally or unintentionally. But the 2 people behind the sloppy uncle didn't seem to want to make this suggestion. In fact, in the eyes of everyone, these 2 guys probably didn't even think about it. So, it was Wong Billy's turn to say this. I join. Telegraph Pole raised his hand without even thinking. In fact, he had been waiting for this moment. Muscle Girl shrugged her shoulders. She knew that even if she didn't express her opinion, others would invite her to join. Just like Wong Billy said, he is the one who will face the 3rd round, so he will not play tricks no matter what. Sure enough, Wong Billy looked at her with a smile. Come on, there's no need to pretend anymore, right? This game is over. The muscular lady said lightly, indicating that it was indeed the case. So, why wasn't Wong Billy afraid of others joining together to kick him out of the game after he made this proposal? The reason is really simple. Everyone already has the best candidate, Chun Xiao. Because this guy is so worrying. Who knows if he will suddenly go crazy and choose something at random and ruin the whole game. As for the guy with glasses, although he didn't talk much, it seemed that he didn't do anything disruptive from beginning to end. Soon, the 4-person win proposal was established. Billy Wong, Muscle Lady, Telephone Pole, and Man with Glasses were naturally pulled into one team. Chun Xiao was isolated and became the one who could only survive by luck. But what surprised everyone was that he didn't seem to care much about his ending. He even crossed his legs and hummed a nursery rhyme that he had learned from somewhere. Soon, it was time for Wong Billy to choose the color. Well, it's my turn. Let's finish this boring game. 4 of us, said Wong Billy, glancing at his phone. The above selection results in black, for people. White, 0 people. Wong Billy smiled and looked at Chun Xiao. Why? You're not even going to struggle. Then, I pressed options. System prompt. Congratulations, you made the correct choice. Wong Billy raised the corners of his mouth with a victorious look, as if he had already secured victory. Chun Xiao ignored him, looking absent-minded. Because he just randomly clicked on an option, he didn't even look at what the correct color of Wong Billy was. He was not interested in these proposals at all. Whether it was the 4-man win method or being isolated, it didn't matter to him. In his eyes, the only person worth noting was the man with glasses. So he was waiting for the 2nd round to start. That's when the game really looked like. Chapter 47 Black and White Game 7. Wong Billy's round is over, so the 2nd round begins. Muscle Sister's avatar appeared on the screen. But at this time, no one made any extra movements or said anything. Even Muscle Sister herself didn't have any emotions. Just like Wong Billy said, when 4 people stand together, the game is over. The previous calculations against each other were meaningless at this point. Everyone just needs to follow the steps and choose the correct option. Then it will be Chun Xiao's turn. If he gets it right, he gets it right. If he gets it wrong, he is out. Just wait until the game is over. No one is a fool, so no one will play tricks anymore. This is the best ending. It seems that this elite game has reached a garbage time. Muscle Sister sat quietly, waiting for the 4 minutes to pass. Soon her cell phone rang. She glanced at the phone screen calmly. After that, he was stunned for a moment. She blinked again, as if she had seen something wrong, then raised her head in surprise and looked at the people around her, and found that everyone looked confused after seeing the color results. What's going on? Telephone Pole asked the muscular sister with a look of disbelief. The muscular girl took a few deep breaths, as if she was trying hard to calm herself down. Suddenly, she slammed the table, stood up, and yelled, "Who is doing this?" She was very angry. "Is it you?" She pointed at Wong Billy. Wong Billy directly retorted, "Who would do something tricky at this time? Would they even sacrifice their own reward just to kick you out?" The muscle girl frowned. Indeed, it was impossible for someone to play tricks at this time, but the result was right in front of her. This shouldn't have happened. A page was displayed on her screen. Color selection results. Black, 2 people. White, 2 people. Please choose your color. Black, white. Time remaining, 1 o'clock. Hee. Chun Xiao tried hard to hold back his laughter, but in the end, he couldn't hold it back anymore. Ha ha ha. He simply laughed, and the sound was extremely unpleasant. The muscle girl looked at him angrily. Her anger was full, but she had nowhere to vent, because Chun Xiao was the one who was kicked out of the team and left to fend for himself. So, she could only hold it back. Who was behind this? Why would this person do this? She thought, but she couldn't come up with an answer. System prompt. Remaining time 5, 4, 3. Muscle Sister didn't have time to care about these things. She didn't know how she suddenly fell from the stage of winning to the point where she could only rely on luck. Anyway, she was full of anger and doubts and clicked white. System prompt. Sorry, you made the wrong choice, and you are out. Muscle Sister was stunned for half a second. Afterwards, he slapped his hands weakly on his face like a deflated ball. She was really angry, not only because she had lost the 100 bonus points for nothing, but more because she felt she had been cheated and she didn't even know who had cheated her or why. In short, she was out. She walked out the door dejected. Who is it? Seeing Muscle Sister was eliminated, Telegraph Pole yelled. He stared at everyone's face with his big eyes. Of course, he couldn't see any clues at all. At this time, everyone's cell phones rang again, and the avatar of Telephone Pole appeared. The Telephone Pole's breathing suddenly became rapid, and he felt that the footsteps of failure were approaching him step by step, and he was helpless. Now there are only 4 people left, so the 4-person win plan only lasted for 1 game before it inexplicably collapsed. The Telephone Pole was in a panic, and he didn't know what to do. Suddenly, he looked at Chen Xiao. Hey brother, how about you help me? You tell me the correct answer, and I will help you later? Okay. He seemed to have found a life-saving straw and looked at Chen Xiao with anticipation. Telephone Pole saved up the bonuses from 2 missions for this gamble, and Yu Fu, with great difficulty, paid 100 bonus points. If he lost this time, he wouldn't even be able to afford the medicines for the next mission. So, he absolutely cannot lose. Chen Xiao grinned and gave him an extremely perverted smile. Okay, as long as you believe me, he said, and chuckled a few times. A trace of cold sweat appeared on the corner of Telephone Pole's brow, but he still tried hard to smile and responded to Chen Xiao. The 4 minutes passed quickly. Color selection results. Black, 2 people. White, 1 person. Please choose your color. Black, white. Time remaining, 1 o'clock. Telephone Pole looked at the options, quickly raised his head, and looked at the other 3 people. You are lying to me again, right? He gave a look as if he saw through you. You want to kick me out so that you 3 can come to an agreement and split the reward equally, right? Ha ha! He laughed with a hysterical expression. I have exposed your tricks. You are a bunch of liars. Don't even think about getting me out. He just kept shouting to himself with a distorted expression on his face. At this time, the system prompt sounded. System prompt. Remaining time, 5 for 3. The Telephone Pole stared with big eyes and shouted. A bunch of liars. Then I clicked on white. System prompt. Sorry, you made the wrong choice, and you are out. The electric pole looked at the phone screen, and the expression on his face fell. He lay weakly on the chair, mumbling something. How could this happen? Everything was fine just now, but suddenly everything went haywire. After that, he stood up by himself, without saying anything to anyone, and walked out of the room in a daze. As it says on the gaming permit, you can prove yourself, but there's a price to pay. What the Foundation wants are elites, not opportunistic dreamers who want to soar to the sky. 10 minutes into the second round, 2 players were eliminated. The beautiful bubble of certain victory was burst in an instant. Well, now the only ones present are Chen Xiao, the man with glasses, and Wong Billy. Wong Billy had a confused expression on his face, as if he was shocked by the sudden turn of events. Chen Xiao turned his head and looked at Wong Billy with a smile. There are only 20 minutes left. Time is running out. This is a puzzling sentence, as if it is talking about the current situation, as if it is talking to oneself, or as if it is talking to someone. What are you talking about? Wong Billy asked with a puzzled look. Chen Xiao ignored him, because the avatar of the man with glasses has already appeared on the phone. Chen smiled and glanced at his color. Click down. Chapter 48 Black and White Game End. Chen Xiao clicked the screen and spoke directly. Black! I didn't know why afterwards, but he was very excited and laughed a few times, as if he was very happy. Wong Billy looked at Chen Xiao with disgust and shook his head. It seems to be saying again, this brother is hopeless. Then he looked at the man with glasses. Hey, now there are only 3 of us left. I think we should cooperate. Now I'll tell you the correct color. When it's my turn, you can help me too. Then we can share all the rewards. How about that? This is the best way now. After saying that, he glanced at Chen Xiao again, not hiding his disgust at all. This person, I think we should just leave him alone. That's the decision we made at the beginning anyway. He said this directly in front of Chen Xiao. He was right. At this critical juncture when victory was only 1 step away, who would care about those trivial things? And Chen Xiao, when he heard Wong Billy say this to him, he didn't seem angry at all, but seemed even happier. Puff. Ha ha ha. He laughed inexplicably and tried to hold it in for a while. Then he couldn't hold it in anymore, and with a puff, his saliva spurted out. Wong Billy looked at him, hesitated for a long time, and finally couldn't stand it anymore. Hey, what are you doing? How did you get into the field team? You deliberately asked someone for a ticket to cause trouble. He roared. The I-Man did not react at all from beginning to end. He was always quietly immersed in his own thoughts. The evil grin and shouting could not affect him at all. Finally, the countdown sound of the system brought his thoughts back. System prompt. Countdown 5, 4, 3. The man with glasses glanced at the screen absent-mindedly. Color selection results. Black, 1 person. White, 1 person. Please choose your color. Black, white. Time remaining, 1 o'clock. He freed his hand and tapped the phone screen. He chose black. System prompt. Congratulations, your option is correct. At this time, Chen Xiao was still laughing softly. Wong Billy didn't say anything, but his eyebrows slightly wrinkled, as if he thought of something. Chen Xiao looked at him and said, "You've already lost." Wong Billy frowned and looked at Chen Xiao with a puzzled expression. "What are you talking about? I would rather fight for that 50% chance myself than cooperate with you. Forget it." Chen Xiao found him a little bored when he saw his cynical look. "It's pointless to keep pretending at this point." He waved his hand and said, "Your rules are different from ours." "Right." Wong Billy's muscles tensed suddenly, but he immediately suppressed the shock in his heart with great determination and did not let this expression appear on his face. "You've been talking nonsense since just now. What on earth do you want to do?" he yelled. Chen Xiao said impatiently, "You knew your color from the beginning to the end. And your rule is to kick everyone else out, right?" Wong Billy stood there in a daze, and then he could no longer hide his shock. He opened his mouth slightly and looked at Chen Xiao as if he was a monster. Because what Chen Xiao said is the truth. Wong Billy's game rules are indeed different from those of the other 5. His rules are, you could check the correct color at any time during anyone's turn, and your winning condition is, when the time is up, you are the only one left. Wong Billy was stunned for a few seconds. Then he suddenly thought of something and looked at the man with glasses with even more shock. At this point, he figured it all out. It turned out that he had already lost since the 4th round of the first round, which was the round with the man with glasses. Because at that time, the man with glasses had guessed everything, and he also thought about how to win under such rules. So he compressed his time into the last few seconds, without even looking at the result of his color choice. He took a gamble and pushed himself to the edge of a cliff. Because he is waiting for someone who has also guessed the real rules, and is betting the entire game, trusting the other person unconditionally. At that time, the person who told him the color without hesitation was Chen Xiao. Although Muscle Lady also told him a color later. But that was the real confusion, and he chose to believe Chen Xiao for no reason. And he won the bet. By then, the bond between Chen Xiao and the glasses man had already been formed. Chen Xiao didn't care about the color result or the proposal of for people must win. It didn't matter. All the conspiracies and tricks were useless, because he only needed to choose the color said by the glasses man. So, the outcome of this game was already determined at that time. The winners are only Chen Xiao and the man with glasses. Wong Billy lowered his head and smiled but did not show any anger, because the opponent had already grasped the victory early on, and he had indeed lost. But he still didn't know why he was seen through. So he asked, "How did you see through me?" At this time, Chen Xiao's avatar had already appeared on the mobile phone screen. But Chen Xiao didn't even look at it. He was still answering Wong Billy's questions. "Because you are the last person to join. You have to wait until there are 6 people in this game." Wong Billy thought about it for a moment and suddenly realized. Indeed, the number of players in this game is 5 or more. When he saw his own rules, he had already thought of using the for-player-win method to eliminate 2 or 3 people in the second round. But he needs 2 stepping stones. The first stepping stone is the sloppy uncle, who is used to destroy the peace agreement, and the second one is Chen Xiao, who is the one who was kicked out by the for people must win proposal. For any scheme, there must be a common enemy. Otherwise, all conspiracies will occur within the team. So the number of people he needs to participate in this game is 6 people. It seems I was too impatient, Wong Billy said with some self-mockery. Chen Xiao shook his head and said, "You don't understand the meaning of this game. The Foundation would never let its employees play a game of mutual suspicion. In fact, the winning condition of this game is trust. Only when you trust each other unconditionally can you win." Wong Billy nodded to show his agreement. At this time, 3 minutes of Chen Xiao's time had passed. But Chen Xiao still didn't look anxious at all. "Do you know why I am telling you this?" Chen Xiao asked Wong Billy. Wong Billy shrugged. "To let me know that I can lose." Chen Xiao nodded and said, "Indeed, you have already lost because we drag it out until the end of an hour. And in the end, we won." At this point, Chen Xiao grinned, and his smile was as bright as it could be. "So, I'd like to ask you for a favor." As he said that, he picked up his mobile phone, with the screen facing up, and stretched it towards Wong Billy. "Please, let me play a good game with him." With just such a simple sentence, the sound of the man with glasses tapping the legs of his glasses came to an abrupt end. He raised his head. The pair of eyes that had been narrowed slowly opened. A very shallow gap. Two extremely cold gazes shot out. The gentleman with glasses disappeared in an instant. Instead, there is a person who makes people shudder unconsciously when they see him, like a cold and sinister venomous snake. He looked at Chun and smiled. Softly. Smiled. Chapter 49-2. Smart People. Wong Billy looked at Chun and smiled. This guy had a disgusting big mouth and looked excited. What on earth is he going to do? Didn't this guy already win? Suddenly, he seemed to understand something and was stunned for a moment. What a lunatic, Wong Billy thought to himself. He shrugged, saying you can play it any way you like, and said, "Good luck." Then, he looked at Chun Zhao's mobile phone screen. With a ding sound, the system sounded. The system prompts. Because you violated the rules and looked at other people's phones, you are now notified that you are out. Wong Billy was out just like that. Chun Xiao laughed happily. He turned his head and looked at the man with glasses. Now it's just the two of us. As he spoke, he excitedly crouched and moved closer to the man with glasses, like a naughty child craving for an interesting toy. At this time, the 4 minutes for choosing a color have passed. And he has also chosen a color, black or white. It doesn't matter. Now there are only 2 people left, so the rhythm of the game is taken to another extremely simple, yet extremely dangerous route. You and me. Cheat or be cheated. Why are you doing this? The man with glasses narrowed his eyes again and asked lightly. Indeed, Chun Zhao's behavior is very incomprehensible, because Wong Billy is the only reason that allows him to maintain the bond with the man with glasses. As long as Wong Billy is still around, the two of them must reach an agreement and trust each other. But Chen Xiao made Wong Billy foul and be eliminated in his turn. This is equivalent to tearing this bond apart by yourself. It directly turned 2 friends who trusted each other into mortal enemies. Chen laughed and said, "Because I lied." The man with glasses didn't say anything, as if he was waiting for Chen Xiao to finish. But after half a second, he realized that the other party had no intention of continuing. "That's all? Are you going to give up your chance to win just because of this?" he said, but there was an obvious smile in his tone. Chen Xiao nodded as a matter of course. He felt that the bespectacled man in front of him was extremely interesting, and even had a bit of the same feeling as when he had just met his angel sister. During the entire game, he only lied once, and before he lied, he deliberately said to Chen Xiao, "You will lie to me." This is simply a provocation. In the penultimate round, Chen Xiao cheated in order to kick the telephone pole out, so he lost. Just like when you slap me, I have to slap you back. Some things must be reciprocated. "So, what's my color?" Chen Xiao asked excitedly. "White," said the man with glasses with a smile. Chen Xiao also laughed and thought, "Don't you want to lie to me at this time?" And clicked. White. System prompt. "Congratulations, you made the correct choice." Chen Xiao seemed to know that he would make the right choice, so he didn't care about the result at all and immediately said to the other party, "You asked a question, so now it's my turn to ask. How did you know from the first round that Wong Billy's rules were unique?" He shouldn't have revealed too many clues at that time. The man with glasses was not surprised at all that Chen Xiao made the correct choice. He replied, "I don't know, I just think it's possible, and the probability is less than 1 in 3. Chen Xiao was stunned for a moment. "So you dare to fight like that?" The man with glasses smiled and tapped the legs of his glasses twice. "Of course, because I can afford it." Chen Xiao opened his mouth slightly, thinking, "Hey, are you so arrogant? It's as if you don't even take C-level items seriously." Suddenly, Chen Xiao thought of something. "You just said, you're new here?" The man with glasses seemed even happier. He raised the corners of his mouth and said, "That's another question." Chen Xiao nodded and said, "Black." The man with glasses didn't hesitate at all and chose black. The system prompts, "Congratulations, you made the correct choice." I didn't expect this game to be so interesting." Chen smiled and said, "But 1 hour is too short. There is only 1 round left." As he spoke, he looked at the man with glasses, as if trying to see something from his squinting eyes. "I told you I hate people who squint, right? Well, this is the last round. You're going to cheat me." Don't let this game end up in a tragic draw. Okay. Eh? Ha ha ha. Chen Xiao laughed, and in the eyes of others, he seemed like an incurable mental patient. The man with glasses showed no expression. He said calmly, "You have to pursue something." Chen Xiao was still laughing and didn't answer. The man with glasses didn't care and continued to ask, "Victory, the feeling of being superior, the pleasure of owning a powerful weapon, or something else? You eliminated Wong Billy, which proves that you have accepted the consequences of failure. But you must have a reason, right? Don't tell me it's because you are a child who is unwilling to accept the loss." "Interesting," Chen Xiao said. Ah, the man with glasses was stunned. Chen Xiao continued, "Interesting, that's what I'm after. Something that can make people laugh happily. That's what I'm after." As he spoke, he pointed to his mouth and grinned as hard as he could, as if to say, "Look, I'm smiling." "Interesting," the man with glasses muttered to himself, and then thought for a moment. "Ha ha, interesting." He laughed too, still in a gentle manner, but obviously happy from the bottom of his heart. Chen Xiao looked at him and smiled back, then reminded him, "Hey, it's almost time." The man with glasses turned sideways, supported his elbows on the armrests of the chair, and pressed his thumbs against his temples. The index finger tapped the temples of the glasses rhythmically. He is used to this posture, but he didn't choose the color. Chen Xiao suddenly stopped smiling, as he thought about what the other party was going to do. So he was a little panicked. "Hey, what are you doing?" he said. "You can't do this." The man with glasses ignored him. "Damn it, how could you? This is the last round. You bastard." Chen Xiao glared at the other party. He was very angry. It was like coming to an abrupt halt in the middle of a sprint, like having the plate taken away just when you were about to take the last bite of something delicious. "Neither up nor down. I'm very worried and anxious, burning with desire. Very angry." The man with glasses still smiled. He looked at Chen Xiao's angry expression and said calmly, "You are very smart. But being smart is not enough." Chen Xiao frowned. The man with glasses continued, "For example, in this game, I can do whatever I want. I dare to bet everything on a probability of less than 1/3, but you can't. It's not because you are not smart enough, but because intelligence requires external support." Chen Xiao didn't say anything because he knew what the guy with glasses was going to say. "Just like now, you are very angry and upset, but you have no way out. This has nothing to do with being smart or not, but the difference in strength. So you can only watch me suppress your excitement. No matter how smart you are still just smart, not wisdom. You know what I mean?" Chapter 50 Rewards. "You said you were new here," Chen Xiao said. He understood what the other party meant and couldn't refute it. So he could only say something else in a sullen manner to make the other party feel uncomfortable. But the man with glasses didn't care at all, and the corners of his mouth curled up. "Yes, I just came here last week, and I'm leaving tomorrow. This is just the simplest word game. But so what? The gap between you and me is enough to make this kind of word game work. Like I said, I don't care about C rank rewards. And you don't," the man with glasses said. The time has finally come. The system notification sound of his cell phone rang. System prompt. "You are out because you violated the rules and did not choose a color." Chen Xiao stared at the other person with dead fish eyes. Chen Xiao won just like that and became the final and only winner of this elite game. But he was not excited at all. Because he won though. Lost too. So now he is waiting for the glasses man's next move. There couldn't be no reason for this guy to come to participate in this elite game that has no meaning to him at all. Sure enough, the other party slowly sat up straight and looked more formal, as if until this moment he was just about to do something meaningful. He pulled out a card from his pocket. It was hard to tell what material it was made of. It was very tough, all black with a very simple crow outline drawn on it. "I'll save a seat for you, but you have to hurry. You know, our pace is, pretty fast," the man with glasses said, and stood up. "Oh, by the way, I promise that next time we meet, I will play fair with you." After saying that, he pushed up his glasses and walked out of the room. Chen Xiao glanced at the corner of his mouth and thought, "What's going on? He's so cocky like a final boss. And he's so short." Well, indeed, the man with glasses is quite short, a little over 1.6 meters tall. Chen Xiao secretly complained in his heart, then looked down at the card. The other party did not say what the card represented, nor did he even say his name. But Chen Xiao knew that when he should know, he would naturally know. "Is this why you came here?" he muttered. At this time, the system prompt sounded again. Elite Game Thinking Model. D-Class. Winner. Foundation Field Personnel. Chen Xiao. At the same time, A line of words appeared on his mobile phone screen. There is no fairness in this world. The elites should enjoy better treatment. Cheers to all winners of Elite Game. Below this sentence, two words were flashing. Award. Chun Xiao raised his eyebrows and said, "Is this the reward page? Shouldn't it have a bright red background with blessings and some festive music?" He said this, but because there was no one around, the pleasure of complaining was reduced a lot. So he just clicked it. Come on, see what this better deal is? After clicking the reward button, another line of text appeared. Since you are the only winner of this Elite Game, the system has converted all the rewards of this game into single items of equal value. You can choose from 1. Get weapons. 2. Get protective gear. 3. Obtain serum or medicine. 4. Get a bonus of equal value. Chun Xiao nodded. He knew this would be the result. It was impossible for the Foundation to give all the C-level items to the winner at once, just like now, giving Chun Xiao 6 or 7 bottles of C-level serum at once. He took them out and shouted, selling them if he could, exchanging them if he could. Then, a group of people appeared in the D-level area using items that were not suitable for their abilities. They completed a bunch of D-level tasks and were promoted to C-level. But a few days later, they died in the tasks. Isn't that a joke? So just like what is said on the phone, only the elites deserve better treatment. Since it is an item of equal value, it is naturally not too bad in the C-level area. Chun Xiao thought to himself. So the next question is, what to choose? Almost in an instant, Chun Xiao got the answer. He needed a weapon. Protective gear is good, but Chun Xiao doesn't have much money left. Therefore, it is impossible to wear a set of awesome armor and tear monsters apart with bare hands during a mission. As for serum or medicine, to be honest, Chun Xiao is a little resistant to these things. Whether it's the taste bud enhancement serum that makes people hard to evaluate, or the stone that was strengthened in the previous mission. He doesn't like any of them. Who knows if there will be some kind of super sensitivity enhancement serum, or some weird thing that will make you orgasm with just a little breeze. Then in the end, exchange money? Just kidding. For example, if this were a novel, if the protagonist chose to exchange money at this moment, he would be scolded to death. So, Chun Xiao made the choice. Arms. System prompts. Reward redemption in progress. Please wait. A progress bar is constantly moving. Suddenly, a crack appeared on the round table in front of Chun Xiao, and a window opened. Then, a white box rose up, wrapped with a ribbon that looked like a gift. Chun Xiao's eyes twitched a few times. What the hell? Who tied this bow? Why does it look like a Christmas present? And where did this thing come from? Is there an armory under the table? He complained, but his hands didn't slow down at all. Immediately pull off the ribbon and open the box. And it's a gun. Revolver. The whole gun is silver, except that the cylinder and barrel are slightly longer. But I have to say, it's beautiful. The barrel of the gun is straight and bends into an attractive arc at the trigger. The firing pin is tightly attached to the top of the handle, without any twists or turns, and fits perfectly, which makes Chun Xiao, who has obsessive-compulsive disorder, feel extremely satisfied when looking at it. As mentioned before, Chun Xiao likes guns very much. Although he doesn't know his previous memories, he has a special familiarity with guns in the depths of his consciousness. It's as if he used to play with them all the time. Old friend, this word is quite appropriate. So he picked up this somewhat long and narrow revolver with great joy. He sighed. It's really heavy. This weight is obviously much heavier than the same volume of steel. Therefore, the material used to cast this gun must be very dense. This means that the explosive force, when the firing pin hits the bullet, will be very strong. Chun Xiao turned the gun towards himself and glanced at the dark caliber. Stunned for a moment. It's as thick as a thumb. Huh? He knew what this meant, so he laughed and happily turned the reel. The special metals rubbed against each other, making a clear sound, stimulating a sudden burst of pleasure in the brain. Something wants to rush out and touch this cute toy, but it disappeared in an instant. It's like a naughty child who doesn't sleep in the middle of the night and is caught by his parents just as he tries to sneak out of the door. This feeling was very strange and not ordinary at all, but Chun Xiao seemed not to notice it and didn't care about it at all. He was still immersed in the joy of getting the toy. At this time, he saw a piece of paper in the box. He reached out, picked it up, and opened it. Then, his mouth opened slightly. Are you kidding me? Chapter 51 this day. Co-Barrett Smile Door. Grade C. Description. This pistol was developed by the head of the European Division's Weapons Research and Development Center, Dr. The entire body is cast from alloy, and the gun body is a one-piece product. The entire gun is 457 millimeters long. The barrel is 266 millimeters long, and the entire gun is 165 millimeters high, 0.70-inch caliber. The weight of the entire gun without bullets is 3.32 kilograms. It can withstand M700 rotation speed, and the bullet kinetic energy is 8,817 joules. Due to the compatibility of the firing pin material with the bullet, it currently only supports titanium-plated alloy bullets. After multiple tests, ordinary bullets could not withstand the impact of the firing pin and imploded, but did not cause any damage to the gun body. Appendix. The power and range of this firearm have reached the standards of Class B weapons, but due to the expensive bullets, the extremely high cost of the gun body, the excessive kinetic energy of the bullets, and the low applicability, it cannot be mass-produced, no further manufacturing except for the prototype itself, and is therefore classified as Class C. Appendix 2. Titanium-plated alloy bullet. 30 funds/bullet. Finally, there's a line of words. With ability comes responsibility. I believe this gun will shine in your hands. Cheers to whoever gets this gun. Chen Xiao threw the revolver onto the table with a bang. There was a loud bang. A crack was smashed on the table, and wood chips flew everywhere. This guy talks a lot of bullshit, but it's just a piece of crap. Chen laughed and shouted, "There's only one since it was produced, no one wants it. One bullet has 30 bullets, and I can't even fire a few shots in one mission with all my hard work. And the kinetic energy of the bullet is over 8,000 joules, which sounds quite impressive. Isn't it the rhythm that one shot can send you flying?" He roared, and the whole room was filled with angry and annoyed echoes. "You really can't sell this shit, so you're here to rip me off." And the last respectful words are obviously a mockery. After Chen Xiao finished shouting, he glanced at the gun on the table. The beautiful gun body was glowing with a faint silver light. He glanced at his mouth, picked it up with a helpless but somewhat distressed look, and rubbed it. "Well, at least it's stronger than a brick. If I throw this thing out, it might even make a hole in a riot shield. So it's kind of useful." He kept muttering to himself, his heart already bursting into tears. Then he took another look at the box. There were 6 bullets in it. They were as thick as fingers and had a very shiny surface. If you got close, you could use them as a mirror. Chen Xiao picked up one and looked at it in front of his eyes. "This bullet is 30 yuan each. It's more expensive than a high-explosive grenade." He exclaimed inwardly, then grabbed all the bullets and put them in his pocket. Since the gun was a bit large, he could only insert it into his waistband and then cover it with his suit. But the gun was really heavy, and it pushed his pants down, making Chen Xiao, who already had a hunched back, look even sloppier. But he never cared about that. He picked up the instruction manual angrily, smashed it to pieces, threw it on the ground, and kicked it twice. He put his hands in his pockets, bent over, and walked out of the room. He kept cursing and swearing, but I didn't know what he was saying. No wonder, in an elite game, no one would be happy if they got a broken gun that would make them sad for a week after firing it once. When I think of that 1.6-meter tall man with glasses and a sinister look, "Oh, my luck is really bad today," he said dejectedly as he boarded the elevator to the surface. 3 hours later, a taxi stopped downstairs of apartment building 221, Shell Street. Chen Xiao opened the car door. Yes, he waited outside the gate of the 15th Abnormal Biology Research Area for 2 hours before a driver with a face full of flesh and a strong back stepped on the brakes for him. "It seems I have to get a mask. Otherwise, I might starve to death in the wilderness someday because I can't get a taxi," Chen said with a smile. It was a very fulfilling day. Looking back on the morning, I was still yelling about being bored. Then, I went to the East Suburb Villa District to fight with the disgusting bugs and blew up half of the street. In the afternoon, I participated in an elite game, which was quite interesting, but it was disrupted by a short guy who liked to squint his eyes. The reward for winning was a powerful, but not practical gun. This is a day in the life of a Foundation Field team member. Absurd. Weird, dangerous, but fun. Chen Xiao stood downstairs of the apartment building and looked up at the sky. It was covered with irregular bluish-white clouds, as if they were broken into pieces. Each cloud was rimmed with gold by the setting sun, making it look particularly gorgeous, with an indescribable sense of mystery. He laughed a few times for no apparent reason. Then he walked towards the cafe downstairs from his home. Because he hasn't eaten since morning. "Boss, give me a cake, the sweetest one." He went to the bar and spoke to the cute fat guy. When the fat man saw Chen Xiao, he was obviously stunned and looked very scared. Then he frowned, glanced at the camera in the corner with what he thought was a very secretive look, and took a deep breath, like a brave man ready to face the evil forces. "Who are you?" He tried hard to look fearless. Chen Xiao stared at the other person with dead fish eyes. "What's up?" "I want a cake with more cream." The fat man raised his chin slightly, looking very unyielding. I know you are not an ordinary person. Chun Xiao raised his eyebrows and waited for the other party to continue. You are a gangster, right? He said. The girl who used to come here every night has never shown up since she met you. You, what did you do to her? The fat man straightened his chest, and his limp body seemed to have been propped up by the courage he imagined. Not to mention his tall, fat, round, and cute appearance, coupled with the heroic aura on his face, was probably quite popular with girls. Ah, Chun Zhao's eyes narrowed, and he thought to himself, what kind of drama is this? How the fat otaku's brains become useless after reading so many comics? It looks like they're going to fight the evil forces they imagined in order to save the girl. He collapsed helplessly. Please, come out of your fantasy and make a cake. I'm starving. Chun Xiao said weakly, feeling like he would die in the next second. The fat guy still had a serious look on his face. He thought that Chun Xiao wanted to change the subject after being exposed. If you don't tell me, I'll call the police. Chun Xiao slapped his face on the table with a spare me expression, wailing in his heart. I just want to eat something. Is this fat guy with a strong sense of justice here to lower the IQ of the whole story? Even if you really discovered an evil organization that kidnapped girls for their organs, and you said it so blatantly, there are at least 4 ways to kill you in front of the camera, okay? Just at this moment. Squeak. There was the sound of the door being pushed open, followed by the pleasant and melodious sound of wind chimes being blown. A gust of night wind blew into the cafe. The fat man looked at the door, stunned, and opened his mouth slightly. Chun Xiao saw that his face turned a little red. Hey, what's going on again? Chun Xiao thought to himself. Also turned his head, looked toward the door. Chapter 52, I really am a writer. She stood at the door, her ponytail already undone, the breeze blowing her hair loosely around her shoulders. Still wearing the same ordinary short jacket, still with those few naughty freckles. It is definitely not beautiful or exquisite, but it exudes a charming aura. She has become a changed person. No longer that naive female writer. She smiled, nonchalantly, with the corners of her mouth raised, as if bathed in a spring breeze. Of course, this charming image only appears in the eyes of fat people. But in Chun Zhao's eyes, it was danger. Hi, long time no see, Qiu Mujin said, walked to the bar and sat next to Chun Xiao. Chun Xiao stared at her with dead eyes, not caring whether she was talking to him or not. Anyway, I just responded to myself. It hasn't been a long time, it's only been a few days, okay. As he spoke, observed, and thought, countless possibilities flooded into his mind. Information gathered into a river, generating questions and providing answers at the same time. Qiu Mujin still kept smiling as she looked at the fat man behind the bar. What's your name? The tone of his voice was casual and normal, but when it reached the other person's ears, it made him hold his breath. My name is Kai Xiuyu. He tried very hard to make his tone sound calmer, but it was of no avail. Instead, his face became even redder. Qiu Mujin smiled happily. Although the two looked about the same age, she looked like the older sister next door. Then Boss Xiuyu, I want a cup of coffee. She looked at the other man's face full of shyness and said, then looked at Chun Xiao. Well, give this guy something to eat. Chun Xiao showed no emotion at all, still staring with dead eyes, and added directly without any affectation. Cake the sweetest. Oh, right away, Boss Xiaoyu said immediately, and then ran to the backstage kitchen as if escaping. Now, there are only Chun Xiao and Qiu Mujin left at the front desk. Is it fun for you to tease a fat otaku like this? Chun Xiao asked first. Qiu Mujin responded calmly. Every day you face a group of people who are afraid of you. It's not bad to look at this young little brother occasionally. Why? Judging from your tone, you want to tell me your identity? Chun Xiao raised his eyebrows and said. Qiu Mujin seemed to be stunned for a moment, staring at Chun Xiao blankly. In an instant, she turned from a beautiful, dangerous, and scary woman into a naive little girl. My identity? Don't you already know? I'm a writer. Chun Xiao looked at the other person's temperament that changed instantly. He was not surprised at all. He just glanced at his mouth in boredom. Tisk, forget it if you don't want to talk about it. At this time, Boss Xiaoyu came out with coffee and cake and placed them in front of the two of them. Thank you, Qiu Mujin said with a smile. The fat guy nodded, glanced at the other person secretly, and immediately pretended to look somewhere else and looked away. You guys chat, he said, but hesitated in the middle, and it was obvious that this was not what he wanted to say. I'll go to the back and clean up, he said unnecessarily, then made a gesture of wiping something, turned around, and went into the kitchen. Qiu Mujin looked at Chun Xiao and said with a smile, He seems to have misunderstood. Chen Xiao didn't even look at her. He grabbed the cake, scooped off a big piece with a spoon, and stuffed it into his mouth. It's all your fault. The anger of a otaku could be very scary. He spoke in a vague voice while chewing the cake in his mouth. Then he looked up at the other person and said, "You can't really be here for coffee, so let's talk about business." Chen Xiao said as he swallowed the cake. "What is your relationship with her? Why are you helping her? Are you using her, cooperating with her, obeying her, or some other strange connection? You have to tell me something." The she here, of course, refers to the angel. Xiaomujin shook her head. "If I could tell you, I would have told you that day. There are a few smart people in the Foundation, so telling you now will only bring you danger." She took a sip of coffee and continued. "You carried out a mission today, but you didn't use that pattern, so I thought I should remind you. The Foundation is not simply containing anomalies for this world. They're doing something more terrible, so you have to help her. This is not justice or evil, which are groundless obsessions that only appear in third-rate novels. People always have to do the right thing." As she spoke, she raised her head and looked directly at Chen Xiao. "You have to trust me." These were a pair of extremely determined eyes. They were not those of a seeker of knowledge exploring the truth, nor those of a believer facing his God, but rather a higher level of persistence. At this moment, Chen Xiao was unable to guess anything from them. So he cut another piece of cake, stuffed it into his mouth, and let the sweet cream fill his mouth. "Right and wrong? Do you think I care about these boring principles? Besides, you don't know me. How do you know what is right and what is wrong in my eyes?" Chen Xiao said, stirring the cream in his mouth with his tongue, looking very satisfied, so he grinned. "Just for a moment. I really don't know you, but I know that you are the best candidate. Otherwise, we wouldn't have found you." Zhou Mujin said calmly, taking another sip of coffee. "What you are going to do should be very simple for you, and when your strength reaches the point where you can touch the truth, you will be very satisfied with everything you have done." Chen Xiao swallowed the last bite of cake. Oh, he said impatiently. "After all this talk, let me hand over the anomalous items to you instead of to the Order Foundation, right?" Chen Xiao finished eating the cake, leaned back in his chair contentedly, and licked his lips. "I see." He shrugged and said, "That means, I understand, but whether I will do it or not depends on my mood when the time comes." Xiaomujin looked at Chen Xiao, slumped in the chair, and smiled, as if she had known this would be the result. She finished the rest of her coffee and gave Chen a charming smile. "I hope that next time we meet, we will already be friends." After saying that, she stood up and walked out of the cafe. The wind chimes rang again. The shop fell into silence. Suddenly, Boss Xiaoyu rushed out from the kitchen, so fast that the fat on his body almost couldn't catch up. He narrowed his eyes and stared at Chen Xiao. "What is your relationship with her?" the little fat boy asked. Chen Xiao looked at the guy whose fat on his face was shaking slightly because he was running too fast. Said helplessly, "Don't worry, she and I are not even friends.